Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2297. The frigid immortal sect had pushed the responsibility of capturing Xia Xing's clone, Wang Jing, and the others onto the Forgotten Ruins god. Along with the information provided by Lan Ling's main body, Lu Yin had been able to complete this plan. This plan had been completely based on misunderstandings and schemes. At this moment, the stone forest was very quiet. News of Lu Yin's battle in Xinwu Plain had yet to reach the stone forest, and the people inside were still waiting for the 7 sky gods to appear. What they were waiting for was not the 7 sky gods, but the enormous hellworm. Around the stone forest, the cultivators of the 4 cardinal scales gaped as they stared blankly at the sky. Hellworm. No one had expected that the hellworm, who should have been shining in Xinwu Plain, would actually appear in the sky above the stone forest. There were people from Xinwu Plain around the stone forest. Don't panic, that's the hellworm of Xinwu Plain. The sect must have sensed the 7 sky gods' appearance and sent him out. Legend has it that the hellworm is a progenitor. Someone from Xinwu Plain spoke up, and the others relaxed. At the center of the stone forest, the people from the Star Alliance also looked up. Some of them were remnants of the Lu family, some had offended the 4 cardinal scales, and some were truly evil. Regardless of the situation, they were all emissaries, and there were many of them. When they gathered together, they should not fear anyone. However, when the hellworm appeared, it gave them an unparalleled shock. The fear that came from deep within their bones seeped into their minds, causing them to unconsciously tremble. An elder looked up at the sky and saw the hellworm's enormous shadow covering the stone forest. He was shocked. His name was Zhan Lin, and he was a half-progenitor. He was one of the half-progenitors in the Star Alliance. No one was more shocked than him. The progenitor's pressure made him feel suffocated, and he had no will to resist. Legend has it that Xinwu Plain is suppressing a progenitor. I never thought that it would be true, Zhan Lin muttered to himself. The surrounding emissaries gulped, but they were not too afraid. The hellworm could not attack them, as it represented Xinwu Plain, which meant that Xinwu Plain had made a move. Everyone thought that Xinwu Plain had arrived. Atop the hellworm's head, Lu Yin had wanted to look for the 9 clones technique, but he had not expected the hellworm to be so fast that it had appeared above the stone forest. He looked down and saw many shocked faces. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Bring the Star Alliance people here. He did not enter the stone forest, as there were no powerhouses in the surroundings. How could the cardinal scales deal with the 7 sky gods? The only possibility was that there was something wrong with the stone forest. Every stone pillar in this stone forest was meticulously carved, and it was obvious that it was not simple. He did not want to take the risk, even if there were 2 ancestor experts by his side. Below, a man from the Xinwu Plain bowed respectfully. May I ask if you are a senior from the sect? Lu Yin barked, bring everyone from the Star Alliance here. I'm taking them back to my sect. The man from Xinwu Plain was confused. I didn't receive sect master. Impudent. Lu Yin barked as he slapped the prison WIRM with his broken blade. The prison WIRM roared at the sky, and its progenitors might almost overturn the stone forest, shocking everyone below. The man from the divine martial heaven hurriedly let the people from the Star Alliance board the prison dragon. The frigid immortal sect, White Dragon race, and Wang family wanted to stop him, but they didn't dare to do so in the face of the caged flood dragon's aura. Moreover, the caged flood dragon represented the divine martial heaven, and the divine martial heaven was the one who started this. They hesitated. Despite their hesitation, someone still contacted the sect to report. Zhan Lin was the first to walk out. Their freedom was not restricted. Their mission was to wait for the Eternals in the stone forest. They were to discover them and then kill them. Now that their mission had changed, going to Xinwu Plain was the same. In any case, a seal had been placed on their bodies, and the cardinal scales were not worried about them leaving. More importantly, they were actually able to climb onto the back of a progenitor, which was a great honor. Even Jean-Lin, a half-ancestor, had never imagined that he would one day be able to climb onto the back of a progenitor. As Jean-Lin climbed onto the prison WIRM's back, he saw Lu Yin and was stunned. He had never seen this person before, but he should be a direct descendant of the Shenwu plane. In that case, where were the upper echelons of the Shenwu plane that controlled the prison WIRM? Lu Yin saw that Jean-Lin's gaze was calm, and he knew that this person was not a descendant of the Lu family. He then waited for the others to climb up. One by one, the Star Alliance cultivators climbed onto the prison WIRM's back. Lu Yin finally saw the first descendant of the Lu family. It was an old woman, and when she first saw Lu Yin, she was puzzled. Then, she became excited, and she did not dare to believe her eyes. Her gaze confirmed Lu Yin's identity. "I'm Lu Yin. I used to be called Lu Shaoxian." These were the first words that Lu Yin said after the 110 Star Alliance cultivators climbed onto the prison WIRM's back. Everyone from the Star Alliance was stunned. Young master. The old woman could not believe her eyes. Beside her, an elder was shocked. "You're the young master." "Impossible. How could the young master be with the prison WIRM? He really does look like the young master. Is he really the young master?" A few of the 110 Star Alliance cultivators were discussing excitedly, but most of them were astonished. Lu Shaoxian, the direct descendant of the Lu family. One of the 7 heroes. How was this possible? What had happened? Lu Shaoxian was actually riding the Divine Martial Prison WIRM. No one could understand what was happening. Lu Yin did not say anything else, and Savage Blade patted the prison WIRM. "Let's go." He had to return to the 5th mainland. There were more people in the Star Alliance, but there was still a group of people on the battlefield at the back. He could not save those people, so he had to save as many as he could. He looked up. Why hadn't Xiaxinji and the others appeared yet? He had thought that he would meet the 4-way scales ancestor here. Outside the stone forest, a cultivator from the Frigid Immortal sect cried out, "Not good, it's fake." The prison WIRM followed Lu Shaoxian out of the Divine Martial Plane. "That person is Lu Shaoxian." The others had also received a message from their sect. The man from the Divine Martial Plane spat out a mouthful of blood. It was over, it was all over. He had just received a message from his sect master, saying that Lu Shaoxian had chased the prison WIRM out of the Divine Martial Plane. That person was Lu Shaoxian, and although he did not know how he had controlled the prison WIRM, the Star Alliance had been saved by him. The order he had received before was that unless the 4-way scales gave the order, the Star Alliance was not allowed to leave the stone forest. He had not expected himself to be so foolish as to allow the Star Alliance to leave. It was over, and his sect would not let him off. He looked up with bloodshot eyes, wanting to keep the Star Alliance here, but all he saw was the prison WIRM's enormous figure and its unparalleled pressure. He could not keep the Star Alliance here. The prison WIRM turned around and headed towards the edge of the top realm. The exit from the Cosmic Tree realm was in the middle realm, but it was not the same one as before. This was a new one. Before Lu Yin had come here, Heavenly Master Xiaoming had told him that he had to hurry to that place. In an instant, the prison WIRM disappeared. "I didn't expect things to go so smoothly," the Mist Ancestor said in surprise. He then turned to look at the prison WIRM's back, where Lu Yin had already started to remove the restrictions on the Star Alliance members. His priority was naturally the Lu family's surviving members. The others were not in a hurry, and they could wait until they returned to the 5th mainland. There were not only the surviving members of the Lu family in the Star Alliance, but there were also people who had offended the 4-way scales. There were good and bad people among them, and there were even some who had committed heinous crimes. These people could not be released, and the mist ancestor had to distinguish between them. Unfortunately, Zhou Tang, Gua Hai, and the others were still fighting at the back, and he could not save them. The prison WIRM was extremely fast, and it did not take long for them to reach the edge of the top realm. There was no need for them to go down the ladder, they could just pass through the edge and head towards the middle realm. The mist ancestor could already see the edge of the top realm, and at the same time, he saw a familiar person, Xiaoshenji. Lu Yin, who was removing the restrictions on the Lu family surviving members, suddenly heard an explosion above his head. The void's autonomous slaughter realm shattered in all directions, and boundless progenitor power swept out in all directions, distorting everything. A great battle between progenitors had broken out in the sovereign realm, but it was not at the front lines against the Eternals. Instead, it was near the top realm. "Kid, Xiaoshenji is here," the mist ancestor's voice rang out. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked in front of him, only to see a person with his hands behind his back blocking his path. Although this person did not emit any aura, the caged WIRM did not rush over. Instead, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws in an attempt to intimidate the person while roaring. "It's been so many years, but your injuries still haven't healed. I'm very curious as to who injured you so severely that even I couldn't do anything about it," a gentle voice said. It did not sound as oppressive as Lu Yin had expected, and it sounded just like an uncle next door. However, Lu Yin did not dare to underestimate this person, as this person was Xiaoshenji. Although he was not from the 9 mountains and 8 seas, he was still a progenitor who could not be underestimated. The caged WIRM raised its claws and roared louder and louder. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws in an attempt to scare Xiaoshenji away. Xiaoshenji smiled nonchalantly and glanced at the figure on top of the caged WIRM's head. There was a look of nostalgia in his eyes as he said, "Long time no see, Shiwei. Welcome aboard." Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2298. The Mist Ancestor looked deeply at Xiaoshenji. When the Lu family was at its peak, we humans could counterattack, but what about now? I understand this region, and if not for the limitless power sourcebox array left behind by Huiwen, this place would have become a battlefield long ago. Even with the array, the new world is still under the control of the Eternals. If the Lu family was still around, how could this have happened? So you're determined to help Lu Shaoxian. Xiaoshenji was helpless. It doesn't matter if we were right or wrong to banish the Lu family. The Lu family will never return. Will Lu Shaoxian give up on this grudge? Will he coexist with the 4 sides? If not, then he's humanity's greatest threat. If not for the Eternals, Lu Shaoxian would have died on Dragon Mountain. Why would the Eternals do that? It's because they want to protect Lu Shaoxian. Lu Shaoxian will topple humanity, and only the Eternals will benefit. The Mist Ancestor frowned. Where did this old bastard come from? A good dog doesn't block the way. Lu Yin shouted as he rested the giant blade on his shoulder. He glared at Xiaoshenji, his gaze filled with provocation and hatred. Xiaoshenji looked at Lu Yin. "We meet again, Shaoxian." Lu Yin stared at him. "Are you here to reminisce about the past?" "I'm sorry, but I don't remember." Xiaoshenji smiled. "There's no need to reminisce. Everything from the past has been erased. Even if it wasn't wiped clean before, it will be wiped clean now." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "You can try." He then pointed the blade at the caged WIRM's head, causing his heart to tremble. "Catch him." The caged WIRM did not hesitate and swiped at Xiaoshenji. Xiaoshenji frowned. "How did you pull out my Xia family's ancestor's blade?" As he spoke, he easily dodged the caged WIRM's claws. He was much more relaxed than the mist ancestor. Guess. Lu Yin did not want to fight Xiaoshenji at all. The mist ancestor's cultivation was not complete, and the caged WIRM did not have any intelligence. Even if the two of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat Xiaoshenji. Lu Yin wanted to escape as quickly as possible. The mist ancestor joined forces with the caged WIRM to force Xiaoshenji back and open a path. When Lu Yin saw Xiaoshenji retreat and not directly clash with the mist ancestor, he hurriedly had caged WIRM run. The caged WIRM's body twisted, and he instantly disappeared. He had directly traveled from the top realm to the middle realm at an incredible speed, but Lu Yin was still in his original spot. The instant disappearance of the hellworm stunned both Lu Yin and the mist ancestor. Why were they still in the same spot? The broken blade that Lu Yin had been holding suddenly fell to the ground. It was as if an unknown force had forced him to let go, but he couldn't see it clearly. On the other side, Xiaoshenji looked up, his eyes filled with boundless coldness and killing intent. You should have been wiped clean a long time ago. He then raised a finger and pointed forward. An indescribable chill enveloped Lu Yin's body, and he felt as if he was standing on top of countless blades. It was only a single point, but Lu Yin saw the most terrifying blade in the world descend upon him. The mist ancestor's expression changed, and he moved in front of Lu Yin. Xiaoshenji used his finger as a blade and sliced through half of the mist ancestor's body, causing the power that the mist ancestor could display to rapidly drain away. Run! The mist coiled around Lu Yin, wanting to throw him away. Xiaoshenji shook his head. It's useless, Shiwei. You're not good at fighting among us, and you're not even at your full strength. How can you save him? The blade on his finger became even sharper as it pierced through the mist ancestor's body and stabbed towards Lu Yin. 1 point is enough. What was a progenitor? Lu Yin had thought about it countless times, as had countless people in this universe. A progenitor was the limit that a cultivator could reach. It was a life form that transcended all common sense. Ever since Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had come into contact with a progenitor. However, Xiaoshenji was clearly different from the progenitors that Lu Yin had come into contact with before. Xiaoshenji possessed an absolute suppressive power, and he could use some unknown method to keep Lu Yin in front of the caged WIRM. He could also pierce through the mist ancestor, who had almost displayed the power of a progenitor, with a single finger. This finger was not something that Lu Yin could block. Lu Yin could use various methods to challenge half-ancestors, and he could even take on multiple half-ancestors by himself. However, he was powerless against Xiaoshenji's finger. Xiaoshenji had stood in the top realm all by himself in order to wipe away the past. He alone was enough. Xiaoshenji's finger drew closer. Even though he was clearly standing far away, this finger was able to pierce through the sky as far as Lu Yin could see. Everything that Lu Yin knew was crumbling under this finger. It was just a single finger, but this was the true power of 9 mountains and 8 seas. Xiaoshenji was very confident, as they had been watching Lu Yin ever since he had arrived at Shenwu Plain. Whether it was the strength that Lu Yin had displayed to take on 4 half-ancestors or the various techniques that he had used, they had all been nothing more than tricks. No power could withstand this finger. Lu Yin himself was no match for Xiaoshenji, so he had taken out a corpse that he had obtained from the burial garden and placed it in front of him. Xiaoshenji tapped the corpse's forehead, but the corpse remained unharmed. The mist ancestor blinked and stared blankly. Xiaoshenji was stunned, and he stared at the corpse, clearly at a loss. Meanwhile, Lu Yin hid behind the corpse and took out a pair of slippers before tossing them to the mist ancestor. "Senior, take a picture of him." The mist ancestor caught the slippers in a daze. She was not thinking about taking a picture of Xiaoshenji, but rather, what the hell was this corpse? It had actually been able to block Xiaoshenji's finger, but it was just a corpse. Who would have thought that a corpse would be able to block Xiaoshenji's finger? Even Lu Yin himself had not expected this. He had only wanted to use the corpse to buy an instant of time to escape, and he had believed that the corpse would be able to buy him some time. However, he had not expected that the corpse would be able to block Xiaoshenji's finger. Xiaoshenji stared at the corpse and studied its appearance. He did not recognize this person, but how had it been able to block his finger? This person was definitely a progenitor, but even if Bai Wang Yuan and the others were dead, it was impossible for their corpses to block his finger. Lu Yin hid behind the corpse and looked at Xiaoshenji. He saw that the man was still in a daze. "Senior, take a picture of him." The mist ancestor gripped the slippers and then swatted them at Xiaoshenji. Xiaoshenji frowned and stepped forward. Another figure appeared, and it was still Xiaoshenji. He stepped past the mist ancestor and appeared beside Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been surprised that he had been able to block his attack, but it did not matter. He would be serious with his second attack, and no one below the progenitor realm would be able to block it. Lu Yin had neglected the fact that Xiaoshenji also had 9 clones. Even though they might not all be progenitors, even a half-ancestor was not someone that Lu Yin could deal with. This was Xiaoshenji, who had been extremely powerful even when he had been a half-ancestor. The mist ancestor hurriedly turned around and swatted at one of Xiaoshenji's clones. However, Xiaoshenji's clone had already attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin still wanted to use the corpse to block, but even the sky would not be able to block Xiaoshenji's attack. "Stop!" the mist ancestor barked. Xiaoshenji's hand circled around the corpse and grabbed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and a die appeared in his hand. He tapped it while staring at Xiaoshenji's hand. Just as Xiaoshenji's hand was about to grab him, the die stopped rolling. Possession, enhance. Time stop. Lu Yin's vision changed, and he disappeared. He returned to time stop and panted heavily. Fortunately, his luck had been good, and he had rolled possession, enhance. Otherwise, he would have had to use the Grim Reaper's left arm. The Grim Reaper's left arm had forced Xiaoshenji's clone back, but it was only a clone. It could not force Xiaoshenji himself back. Lu Yin looked at the countdown. He could extend the duration of time stop to a year, but he would have to leave eventually. The only thing he could do was recover to his peak. He closed his eyes as he thought about it. Soon, the time was up, and the scene in front of Lu Yin changed, and he appeared in his original position. No matter how long time stop lasted, it was only 1 second in the outside world. 1 second was enough for Xiaoshenji's clone to grab Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had gone to time stop in that instant, causing Xiaoshenji's clone to miss. A second later, Lu Yin reappeared and stabbed him with a needle. The needle pierced through Xiaoshenji's palm, leaving him in disbelief. At the same time, the mist ancestor was also in disbelief. Even though Xiaoshenji's clone was not a progenitor, it was still infinitely close to being one. However, Lu Yin had still managed to injure it. This was even more shocking than Lu Yin fighting 4 half-ancestors alone. However, that was not what Xiaoshenji was shocked about. The power of time. You actually have the power to transcend time, even if it's just 1 second. The fog ancestor had also noticed this. Since Lu Yin had rolled the die in front of them, he had no intention of hiding it. He used reverse step and retreated continuously. Xiaoshenji's clone was unable to catch him. Reverse step. Xiaoshenji was shocked. Lu Yin frowned, as everything had been seen through. Reverse step belonged to progenitor Qin, and Xiaoshenji was from that era as well, so he could naturally see through it. Xiaoshenji's clone looked at his palm, which had been pierced by the needle. Fresh blood dripped from his palm. "I've underestimated you, Lu Shaoxian." Xiaoshenji sighed as he stared at Lu Yin. What a pity. If you hadn't been exiled from the Lu family, you would definitely have been able to break through to the progenitor realm with your innate gift. What a pity. His clone then vanished. The 9 clones technique was a threat because it had too many clones and was difficult to deal with, especially for Lu Yin. Even if all 8 of Xiaoshenji's clones were half-ancestors, he still wouldn't be able to deal with them. Furthermore, Lu Yin believed that Xiaoshenji definitely had a progenitor clone. However, Xiaoshenji did not need to use clones, which made Lu Yin feel even more threatened. This proved that Xiaoshenji was serious. A roar rang out as the caged WIRM returned. It discovered that there was no one above its head, and even the broken blade that it wanted the most was gone. It needed to find it. When he heard the caged WIRM's roar, Lu Yin's first reaction was to find the broken blade. Where was it? He looked down and saw that the broken blade had been stabbed into the mountain river sword, blocking the river. Lu Yin leaped down, wanting to take the broken blade. The fog ancestor grabbed the slipper and swatted it at Xiaoshenji. It would be good as long as it could stun him, and then they would have a chance to escape. Behind them, at the edge of the upper realm, the caged WIRM's enormous body soared into the sky, becoming Xiaoshenji's backdrop. Xiaoshenji's gaze was calm. You guys seem to have forgotten. Why is it an ancestor? His words caused the fog ancestor's expression to change. Shiwei, take a look at my ancestral world and see if it's any different from what you remember. As soon as he finished speaking, the world trembled, and the hearts of all living things paused for a moment. Following that, the entire world split apart. Lu Yin suddenly stopped and stared at the sky in shock. He looked all around him, and he saw space being stripped away. He saw the void turning into a blade, and he saw the air turning into chains. He saw everything change. The entire top realm and even the entire universe had changed. It had become a completely different world. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll continue to update for 4 days straight. It's too tiring. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2299. He felt like someone from a pond civilization who had just walked out of the pond only to discover that the world they had seen was nothing more than a speck of dust. He saw people talking, people worshipping, people using their blades to fight, and all sorts of strange creatures that looked like blades. He saw life in a complete world formed from blades. He turned back to look at Xiaoshenji. Was this the power of a progenitor? At the same time, everyone in the top realm was shocked to discover that the world had changed. It was as if another world had superimposed on the top realm and replaced it. One world after another. Everyone from Shenwu Plain knelt down. Welcome, ancestor. The cultivators from the four-way scale bowed as well. Welcome, ancestor Xia. All of the cultivators bowed as well. They didn't know who they were worshipping, but they knew that this power had replaced everything. Compared to this, a half-progenitor's inner world was laughable and weak. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. It was like a firefly trying to compete with the moon. The mist ancestor's face grew solemn. Divine martial sword domain, your divine martial sword domain has changed. It used to be an icy world of blades, and the creatures there were cold as well. But now, divine martial sword domain has replaced the air and turned into chains. The blades now have life and are no longer cold. Xiaoshenji calmly looked at the mist ancestor. He didn't want to use this power, as all the progenitors in the astral tree domain had agreed that the power of the progenitor's world could only descend upon the sovereign realm and the battlefield on the other side. However, at this moment, he longed to use it. Lu Shaoxian had blocked his attacks one after another and displayed his unparalleled talent. The appearance of his old friend, the mist ancestor, had caused his originally calm heart to boil. At this moment, even the mist ancestor at his peak would have been defeated by his divine martial sword domain, let alone Lu Shaoxian. So what if you're from the 9 mountains and 8 seas? You've left your names in history, and so will mine. You might not be my match, Xiaoshenji growled. Behind him, the prison drake stopped moving and raised its claws, threatening Xiaoshenji from behind even though Xiaoshenji didn't care. It felt like this was meaningful, and it panicked. The mist ancestor laughed. I told you that you would definitely care about the legacy of the 9 mountains and 8 seas. How could you not care about it? You didn't even need to use this power against us, but you still used it anyway. You were just putting on a show for me. Xiaoshenji asked calmly, how is he compared to Xiaoshang? The fog ancestor frowned. She couldn't compare. She really couldn't because she wasn't good at fighting. She had never fought against Xiaoshang before, and she didn't want to fight against the current Xiaoshenji. You can't compare to Ancestor Qin, Lu Yin said as he stared at Xiaoshenji. Even Xiaoshenji ignored Lu Shaoxian. With this power, the entire top realm was under his control, so why would he care about a mere Lu Shaoxian? However, Lu Yin's words caught his attention. What did you say? I said that you can't compare to Ancestor Qin, Lu Yin said. Xiaoshenji coldly replied, how could a mere ant like you understand the power of a progenitor? Lu Yin raised his head. If I say that you can't compare to him, then you can't compare to him. As long as Ancestor Qin is here, he can crush you with a single finger. Impudent. Xiaoshenji coldly retorted. In the sky, the air transformed into chains that smashed down on Lu Yin's head. These chains were formed from the divine martial astral energy, and they were even more terrifying than the chains from the Shenwu Heaven Sourcebox array. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to take out the Grim Reaper's left arm and risk it all, but there was no other way. He couldn't escape. The reason why he had spoken was to lure Xiaoshenji into bringing him back to the 5th mainland. He wanted to use Xiaoshenji's desire to compete with Ancestor Qin to lure him. Although the chances were slim, it wasn't impossible. However, he hadn't expected Xiaoshenji to have no intention of speaking to him at all. In Xiaoshenji's eyes, Lu Yin was just an ant, an insignificant ant. The fog ancestor appeared in front of Lu Yin. Kid, I can only help you block this one last time. Whether or not you can survive will depend on yourself. After she finished speaking, the fog almost solidified and blocked Lu Yin's escape. The next moment, the chains slammed down and tore through the fog. Although the fog wasn't able to block the chains, it did slow them down for a moment. During that moment, Lu Yin once again used reverse step to dodge. Unfortunately, the fog ancestor no longer had the ability to reveal her cultivation, and her body was faintly discernible. Xiaoshenji coldly replied, even if you were at your peak, you still wouldn't be able to save that kid. Is your body trapped in that mirror? Don't worry, I'll save you. As for the grudge between us and the Lu family, it has nothing to do with you. The fog ancestor was helpless. I've already repaid Senior Lu Tiany's favor. I'm only helping this kid because he allowed me to see this region of space once more. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have had to wait. Xiaoshenji, can't you spare his life? Impossible, Xiaoshenji coldly replied. The fog ancestor shook her head and looked back at Lu Yin. Kid, take care of yourself. Her body then slowly disappeared, and the mirror fell to the ground. Lu Yin wanted to pick it up, but he couldn't move. As he watched the fog ancestor's body disappear, his heart sank. Ever since the fog ancestor had appeared, she had helped him too much. Without her, there were many things that he would not have been able to accomplish. Without the fog ancestor, he would not have been able to escape Shenwu Plain alive, and he would not have been able to survive until now. Now that the fog ancestor's power had disappeared, she would not appear again for the time being. Lu Yin could only face Xiaoshenji alone. Behind Xiaoshenji, the hellworm stood there in a daze. Although it had lost its intelligence, it still felt a sense of familiarity with certain powers, such as that broken blade and Xiaoshenji. Xiaoshenji had used that blade to suppress it back then. It had experienced the divine martial sword region before, and now that it was experiencing it again, that unforgettable power made it want to escape. The hellworm did not have any intelligence, but its instincts were its instincts. It slipped away and charged towards the middle realm without hesitation. Xiaxinji did not stop it. As long as the broken blade was still around, this beast would return sooner or later. Furthermore, the cosmic tree realm was only so big, so where could it run to? Young master, run! Someone shouted, and a few figures charged towards Xiaxinji from where the hellworm had just been. They jumped off the hellworm's back. Lu Yin was shocked. Stop! Those who charged towards Xiaxinji were the remaining Lu family members that he had rescued from the hellworm's back. Lu Yin had not expected them to leave the hellworm and charge towards Xiaxinji as if they were seeking death. This was Xiaxinji, a progenitor. Xiaxinji's gaze was cold. Ants. He did not even move, but the envoy suddenly froze and then shattered. Blood splattered everywhere. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot, and he clenched his fists tightly as he glared at Xiaxinji, his eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. Xiaxinji ignored these people. In his eyes, these people did not even have the right to be looked at. His gaze landed on Lu Yin. Since the Lu family once protected the fifth mainland, I'll give you one last chance to say your last words. Lu Yin met Xiaxinji's gaze, and they just stared at each other. Lu Yin's mind was filled with the scene of the remaining Lu family members being turned into blood. Do you regret it? Xiaxinji raised his brows. Regret what? Banish the Lu family. Lu Yin continued to stare at him. Xiaxinji proudly replied, no regrets. Lu Yin sighed. You can attack now. Xiaxinji's eyes narrowed, and the divine martial sword domain that enveloped the entire top realm became much heavier. A blade slashed down at Lu Yin, intending to kill him. With Xiaxinji's strength, a single glance was enough to obliterate Lu Yin, but he still wanted to use this method to kill Lu Yin. This was the last bit of respect he could give to the Lu family. A direct descendant of the Lu family was worthy of his blade. Lu Yin stood tall in outer space and looked up at the sky. He watched the blade descend, and it was sharper than any blade he had ever seen. It was enough to make one despair. He could use the corpse to block the blade, but that would not be enough to stop the progenitor's power from seeping into his body. Even if the blade did not directly hit him, it would still be enough to shatter his body. Was it over? Lu Yin watched the blade approach, and in that instant, everything that had happened before flashed through his mind. He realized that he was not thinking about unifying the fifth mainland, nor was he thinking about standing at the peak of power. He was also not thinking about the fearful gazes that had looked at him, nor was he thinking about the thrill of revenge or the joy of improving his cultivation. Instead, he was thinking about those people, those familiar faces of his old friends. Finally, he saw Ming Yen smile at him, a smile so pure and natural. He suddenly wanted to return to the Xinwu continent and return to his days as a coachman. He wanted to quietly protect her by her side and smell that familiar fragrance. That was the most wonderful feeling in the world. The blade descended, and Lu Yin closed his eyes, preparing to take out the Grim Reaper's left arm even though it was unlikely that it could block the blade. Of course, he also had the progenitor's sword. In the end, what he waited for was not the blade, but a voice. Junior brother, closing your eyes and waiting for death is not your style. Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes and saw a shocking scene. In front of him, a round object that looked like a stone floated in the air, releasing a dazzling light that dispersed the Xinwu sword domain's aura and blocked the blade's edge. It replaced the color of the Xinwu sword domain and became the only center of the domain. The pressure that the Xinwu sword domain had exerted on him completely disappeared, and all he felt was warmth. There was a middle-aged man standing on top of the stone. Lu Yin recognized this person. It was the governor of the humble school in the starry sky of the trees, Mu Xia, who was also his senior brother. Was this unexpected? Lu Yin was not surprised, as Mu Xie's appearance was within his expectations. He had gone to the Shenwu plain to save someone, not to seek death, and he had already informed Kuei Luo and sent a message to Qingping. At the same time, he had also thought of ways to use Hidden Earth's influence to inform Mu Xie of this matter. However, he had not expected Mu Xie to appear so late. Still, he was certain that Mu Xie would appear. "Senior brother, I'm really sorry for causing you so much trouble on our first meeting." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Mu Xie's back was facing Lu Yin. "I didn't expect that the person who almost became my disciple was actually my junior brother. Master didn't tell me anything." "Master didn't tell me either," Lu Yin said helplessly. Mu Xie smiled. "It doesn't matter. It's not too late to find out now." Lu Yin looked past Mu Xie and towards the astonished Xiaoshenji. "Senior brother, do you find this troublesome?" "A little, but it's all right." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2300. In the past, Lu Yin would have been worried if he hadn't known that Mu Xie was his senior, but even without this relationship, Mu Xie would not have helped him. Mu Xie was facing Xiaoshenji, an ancestor who had survived from the Daosor sect and was of the same generation as 9 mountains and 8 seas. He was one of the peak powerhouses of humanity, but what about Mu Xie? He had become a progenitor in the astral tree realm, and he did not have such a deep foundation. He was even younger than Wenzu, so how could he fight against Xiaoshenji? But now, Lu Yin was not worried at all, as Mu Xie was his senior and a disciple that Mr. Mu had acknowledged. That was enough. Mr. Mu's ridiculous request for a disciple was something that few people in human history had ever been able to fulfill. Anyone who had been able to do so had been extraordinary, such as Qingping and Lu Yin himself. Since Mu Xie had been acknowledged as a disciple by Mr. Mu, he was naturally one of them. Lu Yin was not worried about such a person facing off against Xiaoshenji. "Mu Xie." Xiaoshenji looked at him in confusion. "Why are you here?" Mu Xie calmly looked at Xiaoshenji. "Ancestor Xia, I want to protect this person." Xiaoshenji's expression changed, and his face turned cold. "Are you joking with me? Do you know who he is?" "I know, but I don't need to know." "No matter who he is, I'll protect him," Mu Xie said casually, as if he were drinking water. Xiaoshenji's expression turned ugly. "He's Lu Shaoxian, a direct descendant of the Lu family. He's a mortal enemy of the 4 cardinal scales. You want to protect him?" Mu Xie smiled. "I told you that you don't need to know his identity. I'll protect him." Xiaoshenji's eyes narrowed. "What's the reason?" "I don't want to say," Mu Xie replied. Lu Yin felt strange, as his senior's reply was enough to infuriate Xiaoshenji. As an ancestor of Shenwu Plain, no one dared to disobey him, let alone talk back to him. However, his senior's every word was rebuttal, and even Xiaoshenji could not stand it. Xiaoshenji panted. "It seems that the 4 cardinal scales indulgence of the humble school has made you arrogant. Mu Xie, don't think that we can't do anything to you just because you're a progenitor. Many humans' progenitors have died in history, and if not for the humble school, you would have been thrown into the outer realm long ago." Mu Xie smiled. "I won't die. You can't kill me." Xiaoshenji opened his eyes wide. The divine martial sword domain that enveloped the upper world suddenly exploded. The wind and clouds suddenly changed. Countless blades slashed towards Mu Xie. Everything that Xiaoshenji breathed and saw turned into blades. The air and the invisible qi turned into divine martial sword qi and turned into chains that tried to bind Mu Xie. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen a progenitor erupt with such power. It was as if the heavens and earth were shaking, as if the world was about to be destroyed. Under this kind of power, all of his methods seemed laughable. Even external objects that had been raised to the level of ancestor realm could not protect him. This was another level of human beings, a level that had stepped into the realm of gods. This was a god, a supreme expert to cultivators. The difference between a normal person and a cultivator was one's body and star energy. The difference between a normal cultivator and an emissary was one's astral source, which could dissolve all types of star energy. The difference between an emissary and a half-progenitor was one's inner world. Once one's inner world was unleashed, an emissary's methods would not be able to escape, and they could be directly suppressed. There was no such thing as an insurmountable distance between cultivators, but at this moment, as he sensed Xiaoshenji's ancestral world, Lu Yin finally understood what it meant to be insurmountable. He could challenge powerhouses above his realm, but he could not. Xiaoshenji could change the entire astral tree domain and turn it into his domain. If Lu Yin wanted to resist, it would be the same as making an enemy out of the entire universe. He did not even know how to fight against Xiaoshenji, let alone whether he could defeat Xiaoshenji or not. This was a progenitor, a true progenitor. It was similar to progenitor Chen's Sirius Chen and the rune progenitor's rune lines. The astral tree domain sky was covered by Xiaoshenji's divine martial sword domain. The heavenly might was unfathomable, but beneath the boundless heavenly might, there was a single pebble that blossomed with a dazzling radiance that dispelled the heavenly might that could not be resisted. Xiaoshenji stared at Mu Xia. Let's see if your evil Sarira can withstand my divine martial sword domain's pressure. Mu Xia calmly replied, although it's called a Sarira, it's actually just a pebble. Pebbles need to be polished, and the harder you press them, the smoother they become. How arrogant! Xiaoshenji raised a hand, and countless blades replaced the sky as they slashed downwards. From a distance, it looked like rain, a rain formed entirely of blades. Lu Yin looked up fearlessly. He could not resist Xiaoshenji's progenitor's world, nor could he resist the heavenly might. However, he was not afraid. So what if he died? Even if he died, he would see these blades and the divine martial sword domain clearly. Mu Xia's lips curled up, and the light from the evil Sarira suddenly converged beneath his feet before transforming into words that revolved around the Sarira as if they had a life of their own. They continued to revolve around the Sarira, and their range continued to expand. Countless blades slashed down, but the words remained motionless, allowing the blades to slash at them. The entire space was collapsing, unable to withstand the tearing of progenitors. Lu Yin saw a black color that could devour everything. It was not a black hole in outer space, and there were no strange phenomena. It was just pure black. The collision of progenitors tore through the void, and behind every crack in the void was that same black color. It was so dark that no one dared to approach it. It was like the mouth of an abyss. However, now was not the time to think about that black color. Lu Yin stared above his head, where the words continued to revolve and the blades continued to collide, forming a cycle of the void shattering. Once the words could not withstand it, he would die. However, he was not worried, as Mu Xia would not lose. Xiaoshenji's expression turned ugly. They did not know much about Mu Xia. This person had not made any outstanding achievements since he had first appeared, nor had he done anything earth-shattering. Not to mention them, even the Lu family had not paid much attention to him. When he had become a half-ancestor, they had all thought that he was just a wandering half-ancestor. Mu Xia had never displayed any shocking strength, so he had been ignored from the beginning. It was only when he had crossed the progenitor origin tribulation that he had truly attracted the attention of the Lu family and all the major powers in the astral tree domain. Unfortunately, it was already too late. He had smoothly crossed the progenitor origin tribulation and become a progenitor. It had been very, very smooth. After becoming a progenitor, the first thing he had done was to establish the humble class. He had vowed to eradicate the redbacks, rejecting the Lu family and other families' attempts to rope him in. His original intention and purpose for establishing the humble class had won the Lu family's admiration and support. The current history of the astral tree domain stated that the humble class had been established by the four cardinal scales, but that was actually a glorious history that the four cardinal scales had fabricated for themselves. The four cardinal scales had appeared after the Lu family had been exiled. The humble class had been established long before the Lu family's time, but because the Lu family had been too prosperous, the humble class had not been famous. Even so, the humble class had still operated with the Lu family support, eliminating many redbacks. It had just not been as high profile as it was now. Everyone thought that the Lu family had supported the establishment of the humble class as a means to rope in this person, but that was not the case. After so many years, the Lu family had never taken the initiative to rope in Mu Xia. Mu Xia had been working hard to eliminate the redbacks, but because too much time had passed, gradually, no family had tried to rope in Mu Xia. After the Lu family had been exiled, the four cardinal scales had tried to probe Mu Xia once, but Mu Xia was still unwilling to be roped in. He only wanted to eliminate the redbacks. In the end, the four cardinal scales had given up. Moreover, because the humble class had captured the redbacks, the astral tree domain had indeed suffered a lot of losses. In the end, the existence of Mu Xia and the humble class was tacitly acknowledged, and they had great power. As for Mu Xia's strength, because he had been eliminating the redbacks in the astral tree domain, these redbacks were at most half-ancestor, so no one could force him to use his true strength. Even when facing the eternal ancestor in the sovereign world, he had attacked after by Wang Yuan and the others, so he did not show too much strength. Xia Xinji had never thought that Mu Xia could fight against him. It was impossible. Only the three of them were truly at the top of the astral tree domain. Even the dragon ancestor was not qualified to stand side by side with them. Mu Xia's behavior now seemed arrogant to him. Did he really think that the four cardinal scales had not touched the humble class because they were afraid of him? Xia Xinji was already considering how to deal with Mu Xia. But as time passed, he found that his divine martial sword domain could not suppress Mu Xia. This should not be. Thinking about it, the divine martial sword domain's power skyrocketed. Countless blades merged strangely, turning into a blade that pointed to the sky. It wrapped around the divine martial sword domain's divine martial sword domain and slashed. The moment this blade took shape, the top realm started to crack. It was obvious that it could not withstand such a powerful attack from Xia Xinji. Xia Xinji's slash paused. If this attack was unleashed, then regardless of whether or not Mu Xia could block it, the top realm would be in trouble. At least 10% of its people would die, and countless cultivators' minds would crumble. This was not something that the four cardinal scales wanted to see. Mu Xia, I'll give you one last chance. Retreat. Mu Xia's expression turned serious. This attack is indeed powerful, but it still can't kill me. Xia Xinji's gaze turned cold. He could not help but want to attack, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. The top realm was the four cardinal scales territory, and it represented the four cardinal scales' supreme authority in the astral tree domain. If the top realm was destroyed, they would be the ones to lose, not Mu Xia. Xia Xinji sighed. It seems like you really want to protect Lu Shaoxian. Then, I'll kill him right in front of you. The humble class's responsibility is to capture redbacks, so I hope that you won't go against your original intentions. Lu Yin's heart suddenly raced as a bone-chilling sense of danger appeared in his mind. He hurriedly took out the corpse and looked around, but the sense of danger didn't lessen even after he took out the corpse. Instead, it grew even stronger. It was like a knife was pressed against his neck, making it hard for him to breathe. Where did he come from? Xia Xinji's clone. Or something else? Where did he come from? He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes turned into runes as a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder. Rune lines scattered in all directions, and he tried to use them to sense the danger. He saw it. Lu Yin looked at the bottom of his foot, and a line of rune lines suddenly disappeared. It was a line that extended from the bottom of his foot. Senior brother. This was the first time Xia Xinji had heard this name, and he was astonished. Mu Xia was Lu Xiaoshuan's senior brother. Mu Xia, are you from the Lu family? Xia Xinji barked. Lu Xiaoxian had called him senior brother, so he had to be from the Lu family. Otherwise, why would Mu Xia help him? This person was actually a remnant of the Lu family. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2301. Mu Xia's voice rang out, "Little junior brother, did master ask you to choose a battle skill?" Lu Yin forcefully suppressed the sense of danger that threatened to overwhelm him. "Yes." "What did you choose?" Mu Xia asked. "Nine Yang Cauldron Transformation." Mu Xia nodded. "I've cultivated tracing the past." "I know, because I'm the only one who has cultivated the Nine Yang Cauldron Transformation." "I've been the only one since ancient times," Lu Yin replied. Mu Xia had a profound look in his eyes as he said, "Actually, I chose the Nine Yang Cauldron Transformation. That name sounds very powerful, but unfortunately, my master said that I wasn't fated to learn it, so I was forced to cultivate it. But now, it seems like it's all thanks to me cultivating it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to save you." He then looked at Xia Xinji and said, "I've never heard of anyone from the Xia family possessing the power of time. I'm very curious, how did you cultivate it?" Xia Xinji's expression changed drastically as waves of shock surged in his heart. This person actually saw through his power of time. Lu Yin was shocked. Time power. Xia Xinji actually possessed the power of time. Lu Yin suddenly thought of progenitor Qin. Regardless of whether it was in the annals of history or in the legends, there were no records of progenitor Qin cultivating the power of time. However, because he had cultivated in reverse, Lu Yin knew that in order for a peak enlighter to reach the level of reversing spacetime, one had to be able to sense time itself. Progenitor Qin was able to do so, and from this point alone, Lu Yin guessed that progenitor Qin possessed the power of time. However, because there was no proof, he could only guess. And now, Xia Xinji also had the power of time. He was almost certain that progenitor Qin also had the power of time. Time wasn't a power that could be cultivated through cultivation. Lu Yin's innate gift could be said to be the best in both ancient and modern times, but he still couldn't sense time. Even with Wendy Yushan's innate gift, he still couldn't sense time. If it weren't for the fact that he had upgraded Deadwood, he still wouldn't have been able to cultivate inverse to the point where he could reverse time and space. Yi Futian could not do it, and Xia Xinji should not be able to do it either. Time was an ethereal power. Yi Futian guessed that it was either an inheritance or a gift from the heavens. There were no other possibilities. Xia Xinji had the power of time. Perhaps it was an inheritance. It was normal for ancestor Qin to have mastered it as well. In terms of bloodline, although progenitor Qin was from a branch family, his bloodline was even purer than that of a direct descendant. A very strange way of using the power of time. Imprinting the shackles of time in a certain area is like a chain that can move things within the shackles, including people. It really is the style of the divine martial world, Mu Xia said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. It was no wonder why he had been inexplicably left behind on the caged Wirm's back. Even the mist ancestor had not been able to understand what had happened. It turned out that it had been a time shackle. He looked down at the line beneath his feet. Was this the power of time? Since that was the case, Lu Yin used the inverse step and reverse spacetime. In an instant, he saw the gray lines, which were indeed the power of time. Unfortunately, his reverse step's influence on time was too weak, and he was unable to break free from the shackles of time. If he took out the dead wood, he might be able to escape. Although he had such thoughts, he did not do so. With Mu Xia around, the time shackles would not be able to trap him. You have also grasped the power of time. Xia Xinji was in disbelief, as they had all underestimated Mu Xia. Not only did this person possess the power to resist the divine martial sword region's ancestral world, but he had also grasped the power of time. This person was comparable to the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he was definitely not an ordinary progenitor. Mu Xia smiled. I was lucky. The rune lines beneath Lu Yin's feet returned to normal. He had broken through Xia Xinji's time shackles. Xia Xinji's gaze towards Mu Xia completely changed. The blade formed above his head once again, and this time, it was even sharper than before. This time, it was filled with killing intent, and Xia Xinji did not intend to hold back. Mu Xia had seen through his secret, and not only did he want to kill Lu Shaoxian, but he also wanted to eradicate Mu Xia. The Xia family possessed the power of time, and this was a secret that not even the Lu family knew about. This secret could not be exposed. Mu Xia raised his head. I told you that you can't kill me. Then, the demonic relic surroundings blossomed with radiance once more, illuminating both Mu Xia and Lu Yin in a golden color. Xia Xinji's blade descended, and the topmost realm continuously cracked open. The blade pulled at the void and crushed the entire topmost realm. Within the topmost realm, countless people cried out in fear as they looked up and saw the void shatter. They all saw a pure black color. Xia Ziheng, Wu Yao, and the other half-ancestors trembled. The higher one's cultivation, the more they could sense how terrifying this blade was. No one could block this blade, as it could pierce through the topmost realm and even the entire astral tree realm. Lu Yin felt that Xia Xinji had gone crazy, as this blade would kill countless people. Senior brother. Lu Yin could not help but shout. Mu Xia clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sovereign realm. They can't watch this any longer. The next moment, strands of aura descended from above, causing Xia Xinji to pause. These auras came from the various ancestors in the astral tree realm, including by Wang Yuan and Wang Fan, the Lu family's ancestor, and even the Ghost Abyss ancestor. Xia Xinji, are you crazy? Are you trying to destroy the topmost realm? Bai Wang Yuan's voice traveled over. Although Xia Xinji could not see him, the entire astral tree realm could hear him. Xia Xinji, withdraw your blade. This was Wang Fan's voice. The topmost realm cannot withstand this blade. This was the dragon ancestor's voice. Ha, I don't care about the topmost realm, but don't involve the central realm. This was the Lu family's ancestor. My Lu family is right below this blade. Xia Xinji, do you want to destroy my family? This was the Lu family's ancestor. Come down. I, Ghost Abyss, will help you rebuild the topmost realm. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yin heard the voices of the various ancestors in the astral tree realm. Some of them were dignified, some were calm, and some were gloating over Xia Xinji's misfortune. Ancestor Ghost Abyss, in particular, was eager to see Xia Xinji's blade fall. However, Lu Yin cared about Ancestor Ghost Abyss the most. Which side was that old man on? Xia Xinji's blade froze, and he looked at Mu Xia unwillingly. In the end, he did not bring it down. It wasn't that he did not want to, but with so many ancestors watching, especially by Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and the dragon ancestor, there was no way they would allow him to use this attack. It would be too damaging to the 4 cardinal scales. In the end, Xia Xinji pulled his blade back, but his killing intent did not dissipate. Lu Shaoxian must die. Mu Xia, move aside, Bai Wang Yuan said. Wang Fan then said, last time, you disguised yourself as Long Qi and caused trouble at Dragon Mountain. This time, you disguised yourself as Yu Hao and caused chaos in the astral tree realm. Lu Shaoxian, you must die. Mu Xia, move aside. This matter has nothing to do with you, the dragon ancestor said. Xia Xinji sneered, Mu Xia is Lu Xiaoshuan's senior brother. This person might also belong to the Lu family. What? Bai Wangyuan was shocked. Mu Xia, you already sided with the Lu family. Mu Xia calmly replied, no. Then why did Lu Shaoxian call you senior brother? Xia Xinji asked. Lu Yin sneered, because our master is someone else. His words silenced Xia Xinji, Bai Wangyuan, and the others. Who can teach? Mu Xia, this progenitor, who is your master? Please come out and take a look, Wang Fan said. Lu Yin sneered, master is busy saving the human race. He doesn't have time to deal with ants like you. Ha 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 ha, you're right. You're all ants, the agriculture ancestor laughed. Bai Wangyuan coldly asked, what's your master's name? Tell me, maybe he's an old friend. Mu Xia looked up, he can't be an old friend. Master is older than your ancestors. Lu Yin's face twitched. This was the truth, but why did it sound like an insult? Mu Xia, can you block my four-way scales attack? Wang Fan asked coldly. Mu Xia laughed, stop pretending. You're all stuck in the sovereign realm. Xia Xinji finally came down. Don't tell me you can appear now. If you do, I'll immediately run. How about it? You're too arrogant. The four-way scales foundation isn't something you can imagine. Regardless of whether you have a master or not, as he listened to the conversation between Mu Xia and the four-way scales ancestor, Lu Yin looked at the battlefield behind him. Two black blobs had appeared there, and they were becoming clearer and clearer. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, the everlasting. Xia Xinji also looked at the battlefield behind him, and his expression changed, it's the corpse god again. He's trying to overturn limitless energy. As soon as he spoke, the topmost realm trembled, no, the mother tree trembled. The tremors spread throughout the topmost realm, the middle realm, and the lower realm. The middle realm's ocean surged with waves, and the mountains split apart while cities collapsed. Mu Xia, help us suppress limitless energy. Wang Fan shouted. Mu Xia looked at Xia Xinji, you go too. Xia Xinji was unwilling. Mu Xia. Bai Wangyuan shouted. Xia Xinji, there's a problem with the area you're suppressing, the agriculture ancestor said. Xia Xinji gritted his teeth and looked deeply at Lu Yin. He took a step forward, and the divine martial sword domain suddenly disappeared. The entire region of space changed back to its original state, and without the progenitor's pressure, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Junior brother, you have to go on your own. The bigger picture is more important, and nothing can happen to limitless energy. With that, the evil Sarira in front of Lu Yin disappeared as well. Lu Yin looked at the battlefield behind him and saw the corpse god's giant eyes staring at the topmost realm. He had seen this scene the first time he had followed Superintendent Cleardust to the topmost realm, and now he was seeing it again. However, he had never expected that these eyes would come from the corpse god. Was the corpse god helping him now? They wanted him to escape from the astral tree domain and start a war between the fifth mainland and the four Libras. This was an overt scheme of the Eternals, but he still had to follow it. Lu Yin stared at the corpse god, who seemed to be staring at the entire topmost realm. However, Lu Yin had a feeling that the corpse god was actually staring at him. He had to leave immediately, or else it would be difficult to leave once more experts from the four Libras appeared. Right, he had to bring Savage Blade away. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind. No, why was Savage Blade here? No matter how anxious Xia Xinji was, he shouldn't have left Savage Blade here. Senior Mu Xia was protecting Lu Yin, but he wouldn't protect Savage Blade. Xia Xinji could have easily taken Savage Blade away. Lu Yin's breathing stopped, and he immediately rushed towards the edge of the topmost realm. He hoped that he was overthinking things. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'm too tired, so I'll rest for a while and update again in a few days. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2302. A figure walked out from beneath the broken blade. It was none other than Xiaoxinji. However, this was not the Xiaoxinji who had fought with Mu Xia, but rather a clone. A progenitor clone. I said that you will die today. Xiaoxinji's clone appeared in front of Lu Yin. He did not seem to do anything, but Lu Yin could not escape no matter how hard he tried. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he activated his rune lines. He looked beneath his feet, but there was nothing there. Instead, the rune lines around him flickered abnormally. He used the reverse step to disrupt spacetime, and he saw a gray color around him. It was the power of time again. This clone had the power of time, but it was different from Xiaoxinji's temporal shackles. The 9 clones technique allowed each clone to cultivate on its own. Lu Yin did not know how many clones Xiaoxinji currently had or how many of them cultivated the power of time, but there was no doubt that this clone in front of him had the power of time. It also had the power of a progenitor that Lu Yin could not resist. Die. Xiaoxinji's clone pointed at Lu Yin, intending to kill him. He was a cautious person, and when the fog ancestor had appeared, he had left 2 clones behind. One had chased after Lu Yin while the other had protected the broken blade. He had not thought that Lu Yin would be able to escape, but rather that he had been worried that the hellworm would take the opportunity to steal the broken blade. He had not expected that the hellworm would be scared off in the end, and the clone he had left behind had become a safeguard to kill Lu Shaoxian. Lu Shaoxian could only blame himself for his own death. If Lu Yin had not stolen the broken blade, Xiaoxinji would not have needed to leave behind a clone to protect it. Lu Yin had only himself to blame. Lu Yin took out the corpse, but Xiaoxinji was already prepared. A single corpse would not be able to stop him. The tip of the blade traversed the void and descended upon Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and released the power from his heart, replacing the surrounding space and creating a new universe. An incomparably tyrannical power weakened Xiaoxinji's blade, and at the same time, Xiaoxinji's finger gradually slowed down. He was shocked. What kind of power was this? Shouldn't this kid be at the end of his rope? Xiaoxinji and the others had seen Lu Yin dodge his attack with a 1-second delay, and they had assumed that Lu Yin had also grasped the power of time. They had not expected that even though it seemed like 1 second, nearly a year had passed. Not only had Lu Yin's body recovered, but he had also recovered quite a bit of the deathly aura within his body. At this moment, he could even challenge 4 half-martial ancestors. Xiaoxinji could clearly sense how terrifying the power in Lu Yin's heart was. Even his progenitor's power was unable to break through it. Even though the clone's ancestral world was nowhere near as strong as the main bodies, it had still reached the ancestor stage, and was not something a half-martial ancestor could handle, let alone a third origin tribulation cultivator. It could only be said that the power in Lu Yin's heart was unimaginably strong. But no matter how much he struggled, there was only one outcome in the face of Xiaoxinji's progenitor strength. He couldn't escape, and even if he used all of his techniques, he could only delay him for a moment. In the end, he would still fall at Xiaoxinji's hands. Even Xiaoxinji felt that it was a pity. If Lu Yin wasn't an enemy of the 4-way scales, then Xiaoxinji would have done everything he could to rope him in. Lu Yin had already done his best. No matter what, it was impossible for him to take on a progenitor alone. Even if this progenitor could not compare to the Third Mainland's 3 progenitors, he was still not someone Lu Yin could fight against. However, it was impossible for Lu Yin to just wait for death. It seemed that the death god's left arm would eventually be exposed in the astral tree realm. Just as he was about to take out the Grim Reaper's left arm, a berserk spiritual force howled from the distance toward Xiaoshenji. At the same time, the scales extended to Xiaoshenji's feet, and Qingping walked out from the other end. Lu Yin was delighted. Senior brother. Xiaoshenji's brows rose, and he subconsciously turned around. Mu Xia had returned. An unfamiliar man appeared in front of Xiaoshenji. It was not Mu Xia, but rather a half-martial ancestor. When he saw that it was a half-martial ancestor, Xiaoshenji relaxed. As long as it wasn't Mu Xia, no one could stop him. Judgment, laws, complete. Qingping's voice sounded out, but Xiaoshenji did not plan on paying attention to him. His progenitor's power shook the void and caused the scales to crack, but he did not immediately shatter them. Instead, he was lifted up by the scales and moved further and further away from Lu Yin. Xiaoshenji was shocked. He had not been able to break through this innate gift. He turned to look at Qingping. He had never seen this half-martial ancestor before, but he was still just a half-martial ancestor. You're courting death. Xiaoshenji waved his hand and broke the scales, causing Qingping to retreat several steps. Kuei Luo's voice rang out, "Hey, didn't you say that a half-martial ancestor can fight an ancestor? That guy isn't a normal ancestor, so stop bragging." Lu Yin had not expected Qingping's innate gift to be broken so easily. Xiaoshenji did not say a word, and he merely raised his hand and sent a palm strike at Lu Yin. This palm strike was clearly a battle technique that Lu Yin had never seen before, and he could not avoid it. Xiaoshenji's clone possessed the power of time, making it impossible for him to dodge. At this critical moment, a clear blue sky covered the sky, replacing everything that the naked eye could see. This scene was very familiar, and it was similar to when Xiaoshenji had used his divine martial sword domain to cover the top realm. It was as if the world had been separated from the outside world, but it was far less powerful than Xiaoshenji's. After all, Qingping was only a half-martial ancestor. Xiaoshenji ignored Qingping, as a mere half-martial ancestor's inner world could not affect him. He approached Lu Yin endlessly, but the distance between them was pulled apart once again. A tray had appeared beneath his feet at some point, and it was also a scale. However, unlike the previous one, this scale did not come from beneath Qingping's feet. Instead, two strings extended from the blue sky and supported the tray. One end lifted Xiaoshenji's clone up while the other lifted Qingping up. It was as if there was a pair of eyes in the void watching this trial. Trial, laws, complete. It was the same trial. Xiaoshenji tried to shatter the scale again, but the scale did not change at all. Instead, he was lifted up high, and a formless pressure came from all directions. The pair of eyes seemed to pierce into Xiaoshenji's heart, causing him to cough up blood. His face went pale, and he looked up. Impossible. How could a mere half-martial ancestor injure me? Kuei Luo and Lu Yin were shocked as well. No matter how powerful Xiaoshenji's clone was, he was still a progenitor. Even if he could not compare to the Sixth Mainland's three ancestors, he still had the power of a progenitor and could crush a half-martial ancestor with a flip of his palm. He could easily kill Lu Yin, who could take on 4 half-martial ancestors by himself. However, someone like that had been injured by Qingping. Kuei Luo gulped. An emissary could fight a half-martial ancestor, but a half-martial ancestor. This was not an exaggeration. Qingping looked at Xiaoshenji. I didn't injure you. This is the trial's rules. Within the rules, you lost. You are not complete and are only a clone, while I am complete. Lu Yin and Kuei Luo were bewildered. How could this be considered a rule? In the future, anyone who fought against someone who cultivated all 9 clones would be able to defeat even progenitor Qin with a complete set of the trial's rules. This was too shameless. Xiaoshenji's eyes narrowed. A mere half-martial ancestor is talking nonsense about rules. Do you even know what rules are? Xiaoshenji's body began to distort, and the scale began to sway. It looked like it was about to collapse under the progenitor's power, but it did not collapse. The scale did not shatter, and Xiaoshenji's body continued to rise. That pair of eyes continued to stare at him. He could not see them, but he could feel them. That pair of eyes was the source of the trial. Xiaoshenji could not understand how a half-martial ancestor could have such a terrifying inner world. Not only could it contain a boundless area, but it could also be used as a weapon. In human history, there were very few half-martial ancestors like this, and every one of them was an absolute expert. Xiaoshenji suddenly looked at Lu Yin. Senior brother. This person was also senior brother Lu Shaoxian. One was Mu Xia, and the other was this half-martial ancestor. Who was their master? Xiaoshenji felt that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, once their master arrived, he might not be able to kill Lu Shaoxian. He then looked up. Let me borrow the main body's blade. As soon as he spoke, a blade descended from the sovereign realm and slashed towards the scale. At the same time, a ray of light swept out from the void. It came from Mu Xia, and it pushed the blade away. Xiaoshenji was furious. Since it was difficult to break through this inner world, he would drag Lu Shaoxian inside. He then stared at Lu Yin. Kuei Luo had already met up with Lu Yin, but he could not get any closer. It's the power of time. You can't get close to me, Lu Yin said to Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo's hair stood on end. Xiaoshenji has the power of time. How can he be so abnormal? Lu Yin was about to say something, but his body was suddenly uncontrollably shuttled through the void and arrived above the scale, right next to Xiaoshenji. Lu Yin and Xiaoshenji stared at each other, and Xiaoshenji's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent as he slammed down with a palm. Time to die. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he couldn't react at all. His body was suppressed by the progenitor's power, and he couldn't even move. Suddenly, he could move again, and he hurriedly used the reverse step to retreat. Xiaoshenji's palm mished, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. You broke through my power. Lu Yin was at a loss, as he hadn't done anything. Right, senior brother Qing Ping had also learned this time battle technique. Xiaoshenji saw Lu Yin look at Qing Ping, and he looked over as well. His expression turned ugly. It's you. Qing Ping looked at Xiaoshenji indifferently. The power of time. The Xia family was actually hiding something like this. Xiaoshenji's eyes flashed. Mu Xia knows it, and so do you. It seems like you two are from the same sect. No matter what, you must die today. He then waved his hand, and the broken blade on the ground trembled. It then shot through the air and landed in Xiaoshenji's hand. He faced Lu Yin and the other two. The broken blade of the ancestor can cut down all rascals. He then slashed out, and his divine martial astral energy transformed into chains that wrapped around the blade. The blade's edge extended outwards, and the broken blade became a complete blade that belonged only to the Xia family. A single strike had broken the scale. Qing Ping spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated, his face deathly pale. He could fight against Xiaoshenji, but Xiaoshenji had a progenitor weapon, which was not something he could deal with. Lu Yin was also affected by the blade's edge, and a few wounds appeared on his body. Fortunately, this attack hadn't been aimed at him, or it wouldn't have been as simple as a superficial wound. Not good, retreat. We can't win. Kuei Luo grabbed Lu Yin and fled towards the central realm. Qing Ping stared at Xiaoshenji, and his surroundings suddenly turned dark, replacing the clear sky that he had just created. Even Xiaoshenji couldn't see anything. By the time Xiaoshenji could clearly see his surroundings, the three had already left the top realm and were rushing towards the central realm. Xiaoshenji chased after them with the broken blade in hand. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2303. High in the sky of the central plain, Lu Yin looked at his body and saw that the laceration still contained divine martial qi, which was trying to invade his body. He circulated the power in his heart and disintegrated the divine martial qi. Kuei Luo was the closest to Lu Yin, and when he felt this power, he was shocked. Kid, how did you escape from Shenwu Plain? When you said that you were going to save someone, I thought you were dead for sure. Why didn't those half-ancestors attack you? They can't beat me, Lu Yin casually replied. He then ignored Kuei Luo's strange expression and tossed a pair of slippers to Qing Ping. Senior, use this to fight Savage Blade. Qing Ping took the slippers and looked at the 5 black toe prints on them. An ancestral weapon. It should be. Anyway, I knocked it out. Lu Yin paused and looked up. A huge shadow loomed over him, and a terrifying progenitor's power pressed down. This was the Hellworm. Kuei Luo gaped in shock. Isn't this the thing from Shenwu Plain? The Hellworm saw Kuei Luo's shocked expression and then raised its claws, baring its fangs in a threatening manner. Lu Yin's face sank. Useless thing, scram. Kuei Luo's heart trembled, and he hurriedly pulled Lu Yin back. Don't curse. What if it bites us? Qing Ping's expression turned serious. In terms of aura, this Hellworm far surpassed Xiaoshenji's clone. Qing Ping could judge Xiaoshenji's clone with the balance scale, but he might not be able to judge this Hellworm. There were strong and weak progenitors, and Xiaoshenji's clone was the weakest. The Hellworm's threatening gestures satisfied Kuei Luo's frightened expression. Senior, this slipper knocked it out. This useless thing runs away faster than a rabbit when it meets Xiaoshenji, Lu Yin said hatefully. The Hellworm raised its head and raised its claws even higher, letting out a deafening roar. Kuei Luo panicked, as he felt that Lu Yin must have gone crazy. This thing was not to be trifled with. Above the Hellworm, Xiaoshenji's clone chased after them with Savage Blade. On the other side, Xia Ziheng, Suryu, and Wu Yao appeared and looked at Lu Yin's group in bewilderment. They wanted to attack, but the Hellworm's existence. Run! Kuei Luo shouted as he pulled Lu Yin away. The Hellworm's claws reached down to grab Lu Yin, but at that moment, Xiaoshenji stepped forward and appeared above the Hellworm's head. Go after him, you bastard! The caged Wyrm paused and raised its eyeballs to look above its head. It felt a familiar feeling of being threatened, as if Savage Blade could cut off its head at any moment. It was afraid and immediately chased after Lu Yin and the rest. Qing Ping and the others could not compare to Prison Flood Dragon in terms of speed. Thankfully, the place where they had landed was not too far away from the 5th mainland sourcebox array, so it was easy for a half-progenitor to cross over. It's right ahead. Kuei Luo's eyes burned with passion. Behind him, the Prison Flood Dragon roared. Its claws covered the sky, and Xiaoshenji slashed down with his blade. Die! Lu Yin turned around and stared at the claws and the broken blade. He took out a corpse and placed it behind him. At the same time, Qing Ping pointed a finger and the void flickered. A mysterious feeling spread out and enveloped the claws and broken blade. No one understood this finger move, including Lu Yin and Xiaoshenji. However, this finger also caused the Prison Flood Dragon and Xiaoshenji's attacks to vanish. This was tracing back to the past. If 10 people practiced a battle technique, they might be able to produce 10 different effects. Tracing back to the past was a battle technique like this. Mr. Mu did not teach a fixed battle technique, but rather a type of power, a type of thinking, and an unknown possibility. When Qing Ping had undergone his half-progenitor tribulation, that final figure had clashed with his finger, and a strange phenomenon had occurred. Even the culinary god and Kuei Luo could not understand this power. This finger move had given the three of them a chance to survive, allowing them to cross the sourcebox array and escape from this region of space. The prison flood dragon had not been able to stop in time, and it had charged into the sourcebox array. Xiaoshinji's clone and the Star Alliance cultivators on its back had all disappeared from the Tree of Heaven. When everything returned to normal, the three half-progenitors looked at each other in the distance. Where are they? That's right. That's a sourcebox array that leads to the abandoned lands. It doesn't matter. Ancestor Shinji has the broken blade and is controlling the prison flood dragon to chase after Lu Shaoxian. No one will be able to save Lu Shaoxian. Notify the Wang family to hurry up and repair the new void corridor. Once it connects to the abandoned lands, we'll be able to welcome the ancestor and the expeditionary army back. Lu Shaoxian will definitely die. The mountains and rivers returned to normal. Not much time had passed since Lu Yin had attacked Shenwu Plain and left the Tree of Heaven, but it also felt like a long time had passed. No one had expected that a cultivator with 3 origin tribulations would be able to escape from Shenwu Plain, creating history. In the Glory Realm, the sourcebox array suddenly lit up. Elder Gong, Celestial Master High Sage, Celestial Master Xiao, and Drunkard all looked up. They're back. Qing Ping should have broken through to half-progenitor. I wonder if that kid Lu Yin has made any progress. Elder Gong was filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to Lu Yin's cultivation of the serious technique. It would be best if he could reach great success and then return the item under his feet to the serious sect. Drunkard laughed. It's only been 10 months or so. How much progress can they make? It's already good enough that they returned safely. Yeah, it's good that they're back. Celestial Master Xiao sighed. The group watched on expectantly. Suddenly, 4 figures descended from the void. They were Qing Ping, Kuei Luo, Lu Yin, and the corpse that he had retrieved. He had wanted to use the corpse to block the attacks of the caged Wirm and Xiaoshinji, but there was no need for that. Qing Ping had wiped out their attacks with a single finger. Celestial Master High Sage and the others were just about to step forward when a huge shadow loomed over them. The caged Wirm had appeared. With its appearance, a terrifying progenitor's power swept out, causing the Glory Realm to tremble and then the Neoverse. The progenitor's power spread towards the cosmic sea, the innerverse, and the outerverse. On the 6th mainland, the blood ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression changed. Progenitor's power. Although the caged Wirm did not have any intelligence, even Xiaoshinji had needed to rely on the broken blade to suppress it. One could only imagine how powerful the caged Wirm's cultivation was. In the progenitor realm, very few could compare to it. Kuei Luo shrieked and pulled Lu Yin away. What are you standing there for? Run! It's an enemy. Drunkard and the others felt their scalps tingle. Enemy. An enemy in the progenitor realm. The caged Wirm landed on the ground and subconsciously roared. It raised its claws in a threatening manner and released its progenitor's power without restraint. Above its head, Xiaoshinji gripped the broken blade and looked around. He also released his progenitor's power. Elder Gong and the others were stunned. One progenitor was one thing, but why were there 2 of them? Run! 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 Kuei Luo shouted. Lu Yin stepped backwards and shook off Kuei Luo. Why are you running? Have you forgotten where you are? Kuei Luo was stunned, but then he suddenly reacted. Have we returned to the 5th mainland? He looked at Elder Gong and the others and then laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, this is the 5th mainland. Ha 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 ha, there's no need to run. Kid, you're invincible. Ha 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 ha. Qing Ping exhaled and calmly looked at Xiaoshinji and the caged Wirm. Celestial Master and the others also reacted and heaved sighs of relief. They had been frightened by Kuei Luo, and they hadn't been able to react to the despair of facing a progenitor's power. Now, they finally realized that this was the fifth mainland, and they didn't need to fear anyone here. The caged Wyrm bared its fangs and brandished its claws, unleashing its progenitor's power without restraint. It shook the stars and shook the entire fifth mainland. It felt that this region of space was not as sturdy as the starry sky of the trees, and there was no aura that it feared. It felt invincible. Lu Bujing, Ling Qing, and even Jue, who were far away in the astral beast domain, felt it. Progenitor's power was too dazzling in the fifth mainland, so why had a progenitor suddenly appeared here? Xia Xinji stood on the caged Wyrm's head and coldly glanced at Lu Yin's group. "You're not running anymore." Lu Yin wiped the blood off his body and was about to speak when Kuei Luo spoke first. "Old brat, don't you know whose territory you're in? This is the fifth mainland, not the starry sky of the trees. Do you know that you're alone here? Xia Xinji can't protect you." Xia Xinji's clone frowned. "Nonsense." He looked into the distance and shook his head. "It really is an abandoned land. There's no progenitor here." His expression suddenly changed. "Why isn't there an astral source?" "What's that?" The fifth mainland's astral source universe had been swallowed up by that liquid, causing those who cultivated astral sources to be unable to progress. Xia Xinji's clone discovered the liquid and looked at it in bewilderment. "All right, don't think about it anymore. I'll slowly tell you once we're in prison," Lu Yin said. Xia Xinji looked at Lu Yin. "You've all gone crazy. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way." He then raised his broken blade and swung it down. At the same time, the caged Wyrm's claws also swung down. Although the caged Wyrm's blade was aimed at Lu Yin, his gaze landed on Qing Ping. This person had wiped out their attacks with a single finger, and that had involved the power of time. Even the caged Wyrm had not been able to understand it. Could this person continue to wipe out their attacks? It would be best if he could, as that would give him some inspiration to cultivate the power of time. Unexpectedly, Qing Ping did not move, Kuei Luo did not escape, and neither did the other half-ancestors. They just stared at Xia Xinji. Their gazes were not filled with despair, but rather with mockery. Xia Xinji could not figure out what was wrong with these people, but it did not matter. He would wipe them all out with a single slash. Xia Xinji had slashed out with this blade several times, and he was certain that no one would be able to block it this time. He had already pushed his divine martial qi to its limits, and his progenitor's strength was enough to shatter everything. Coupled with the caged Wyrm's claws, no one in the wasteland would be able to block it. The blade descended, getting closer and closer to Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Xia Xinji. "I'm curious. Ever since Progenitor Chen became a progenitor, have any of you fought with him?" Xia Xinji did not hear him clearly. What did this brat just say? The next moment, the void fell silent as the river of stars swirled around. Xia Xinji's vision changed, and he saw a boundless starry sky with stars revolving around him. The indescribable terror caused his scalp to go numb. He felt like an ordinary person facing a landslide or a tsunami. This was the first time since he had become a progenitor that he had experienced despair. It was a feeling that he had long since forgotten, but now, it had suddenly resurfaced. A star rotated in front of him, and Lu Yin's figure grew infinitely larger. He looked down and stomped down on the starry sky. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2304. The stars exploded with a loud bang. Not only did the descending blade fail to land, it even left his hand and was sent flying by the tremendous power. Caged Drake was also sent flying by the explosion, crashing into the ground with his butt facing the sky. This had happened in an instant, but Xiaoshinji and Caged Drake were both stunned. They did not understand what had just happened, and all they saw was the Sirius stars revolving. Many experts from the 5th and 6th mainlands could sense the changes in the Sirius stars, and they once again felt progenitor Chen's might. However, they knew that this time, it was Lu Yin's power. It was precisely because of this power that Lu Yin had managed to unite all of the half-martial ancestors from ancient times to modern times, establish the new heavenly sect, and unify the 5th and 6th mainlands. He had become the first person to rule over 2 mainlands since ancient times, an envoy. Xiaoshinji was sprawled on the ground, his body torn apart. He was in a daze as blood flowed from his torn skin and dyed the ground red. His pupils dilated as he stared at the ground in disbelief. What had just happened? What kind of power was that? This was definitely the power of a progenitor, and an extraordinary one at that. It was definitely not inferior to his main body's progenitor world. Where had this power come from? And why did it seem so familiar? The stars, the Sirius stars. He suddenly recalled Lu Yin's words. Progenitor Qin. Yes, this was Xiaoshang's power. It was the Sirius technique that one of Xiaoshang's 9 clones had created. He suddenly looked up and saw Lu Yin standing in front of him, looking down at him. Xiaoshinji's clone looked up at Lu Yin and spoke in a hoarse voice filled with disbelief, Xiaoshang, why you're Xiaoshang? Lu Yin squatted down and calmly looked at Xiaoshinji. I'm Lu Yin, and I'm also Lu Shaoxian. Impossible. How can you use Xiaoshang's power? Xiaoshinji was in disbelief. Lu Yin sneered. Progenitor Qin has nothing to do with your Xiao family. Is there a problem with me using his power? Xiaoshinji stared at Lu Yin, his eyes still filled with confusion. His worldview had been impacted. Lu Yin raised a hand and placed it on Xiaoshinji's shoulder. Progenitors did not have astral origin cyclones that could directly cripple them, as their cyclones had transformed into their ancestral worlds. It was unrealistic for Lu Yin to control a progenitor. The only thing he could do was injure Xiaoshinji so severely that he wouldn't even be able to display the power of a half-ancestor. Xiaoshinji grunted as his body was destroyed by the power from Lu Yin's heart. His divine martial earth shield was disintegrated. This also shocked Xiaoshinji. Since when had the Xiao clan's divine martial qi become so weak? Kuei Luo and the rest weren't surprised by this scene. As long as they were on the 5th mainland, it would be Lu Yin's domain. Even Xiaoshinji himself might not be able to gain an advantage, let alone Xiaoshinji's clone. Of course, Lu Yin couldn't rely on the power left behind by progenitor Qin to defeat Xiaoshinji, but he could still resist him. Xiaoshinji was not willing to fight to the death with Lu Yin. Any ancestor realm powerhouse, even the ancestor realm powerhouse of the 4-side scales who viewed Lu Yin as their mortal enemy, would not be willing to fight to the death with Lu Yin here. It was not worth it. Not far away, the prison dragon moved its claws and suddenly pulled its head out of the ground. It shook its head and looked confused. It did not understand what had happened. Who flipped it over? Lu Yin turned to look at Caged Wirm before walking towards Savage Blade. Caged Flood Dragon shook its head again and became clear-headed. The person on top of its head is gone. It immediately sensed Broken Blade's location. At that moment, Lu Yin was already beside it. The prison flood dragon was enraged, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, the power of the ancestor realm pressed down, at the same time, it raised its claws and pressed down. You won't learn your lesson, Lu Yin barked. He stepped forward, and the Sirius stars activated once more, causing them to explode and overturn the hellworm. The prison flood dragon was thrown out for the second time. Its head stabbed into the ground, and its claws trembled. The drunkard rubbed his eyes. Was he training a dog? Lu Yin relied on progenitor Chen's strength to train a progenitor. Kuei Luo grinned. He could sense that the brat was about to have a progenitor mount. Too ruthless, too ruthless. Most importantly, that thing didn't seem to be very smart. The prison flood dragon pulled its head out of the ground again and shook it. It stared at Lu Yin and roared, baring its fangs and claws. Lu Yin sighed and pulled out Savage Blade, pointing it at the prison flood dragon. Senior brother, use the slipper to hit it. Qing Ping raised a brow and looked at the slipper in his hand. The others also saw the slipper in Qing Ping's hand. What was that? A slipper. Kuei Luo's eyelids twitched. Qing Ping looked at the slipper and then at the prison flood dragon. His figure flashed and appeared beside the prison flood dragon's head, lifting the slipper and smacking it. There was a thump as the prison flood dragon's head slammed into the ground. Its eyes rolled around. It had clearly been knocked unconscious. The first time the fog ancestor had used a slipper to hit it on Shenwu Plain, it had also been knocked unconscious. Lu Yin did not want to waste the power of Sirius stars, so the slipper was just right for him. He took the slipper from Qing Ping and carried Savage Blade to the prison flood dragon's head. The prison flood dragon swayed and raised its head, its large eyes filled with confusion. This familiar feeling of dizziness scared it, and it subconsciously searched for the slipper. Useless thing, do you want to die? Lu Yin threatened it with Savage Blade. The prison flood dragon's eyes rolled around again, and it opened its mouth to roar. Lu Yin smacked it with the slipper. He did not have anything else to do right now except tame the prison flood dragon. This beast had fled the moment it saw Xiaxinji, and it would listen to whoever threatened it with Savage Blade. Lu Yin held the slipper in one hand and Savage Blade in the other as he continued to torture the prison flood dragon. It was a dignified progenitor, but its roar had turned into a mournful wail that pitted Kuei Luo and the others. In the end, the prison flood dragon submitted to Lu Yin, but it was still tormented by Lu Yin. It was best at scaring people, but it could not scare the person on top of its head, so it felt wronged. Remember this lesson. If you dare to run away again, I'll beat you until your head is full of bumps, Lu Yin threatened before checking on the people from the Star Alliance. These people had remained on the prison flood dragon's back the entire time, and aside from the few remaining members of the Lu family who had sacrificed themselves to buy time for Lu Yin to escape, everyone else had fainted. They had not been able to relax during this period of time. Even though they had not participated in the battle, the progenitor's power that the prison flood dragon and Xiaxinji had displayed were not something they could resist. Even the half-ancestor had fainted, but his life was not in danger. When Xiaxinji's clones saw Lu Yin subdue the prison flood dragon, he spat out another mouthful of blood and collapsed. The prison flood dragon's brain was not very good, and it only had its instincts. It was no different from a beast, and it was too easy to tame. Lu Yin glanced at it and then began to search for the 9 clones technique. He had coveted this technique for a long time, and it had not been easy for him to obtain it. On the other side, the drunkard and the others exchanged glances and heaved a sigh of relief. That was too exciting. What happened? How much trouble did they cause for a progenitor to chase them all the way here from the astral trees? And 2 progenitors at that. The Heavenly Master and the others all looked at Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo was speechless. I'm not sure either. The others all looked at Qing Ping. It was only then that they realized that Qing Ping gave them a rather unusual feeling, especially the Heavenly Master. He was both a half-ancestor and an origin formation Heavenly Master, but Qing Ping gave him the feeling that his own aura was being suppressed. He knew what this meant. Congratulations, Qing Ping. You've become a half-ancestor, and the next step is the threshold to the progenitor realm. It shouldn't be that difficult for you, the Heavenly Master said with a sigh. Before Qing Ping could reply, Kuei Luo interrupted. It's not difficult at all. I saw their senior brother, the one called Mu Xia. Although I didn't see him fight, his progenitor's strength was quite terrifying. I'm curious. Who is this person? The heavenly master Xiaoming asked as he pointed at Xiaoshenji. Qing Ping answered, the astral trees of the four-way scales, ancestor Xiaoshenji of the divine valiant plane. The heavenly master and the others were stunned. Ancestor four-way scales? Xiaoshenji. Elder Chan had arrived, attracted by the progenitor power. He had just arrived when he heard Xiaoshenji's name, and his face was filled with disbelief. Did you just say that he's Xiaoshenji? Kue Luo snickered. Yes, that's Xiaoshenji. Old man, have you seen him before? They knew that Elder Chan had lived since the Daosaur sect era, and he might be the only person who had seen the peak powerhouses of that era. Elder Chan stared at Xiaoshenji. I've never seen him before. I was just a nobody during the Daosaur sect era, and I was fortunate enough to be promoted by ancestor Lu Tianyi. How could I possibly have seen someone like Xiaoshenji? But how did he end up like this? Who could beat Xiaoshenji to such a state? Although he's not 9 mountains and 8 seas, he's no different from them. They all looked at the hellworm's head, where the figure was constantly searching for the 9 clones. Lu Yin. Was he the one who heavily injured Xiaoshenji? That's impossible. Even if progenitor Qin was still alive, he wouldn't have been able to injure Xiaoshenji that easily. Elder Chan denied. So that's how it is. The other progenitor power is this progenitor. This Xiaoshenji is just a clone, and he barely has the power of a progenitor. He can't even compare to the 6th mainland's 3 progenitors, but with his unique power, he's not someone that the 3 progenitors can compare to, Qing Ping said, referring to the power of time. This Xiaoshenji clone's realm could not compare to the 6th mainland's 3 progenitors, but with the power of time, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious in a fight. Elder Chan understood. No wonder. I was wondering how Xiaoshenji could be beaten to such a state. To be able to beat Xiaoshenji to such a state in the 5th mainland means that the 5th mainland itself is crippled. Atop the hellworm's head, Lu Yin saw that Elder Chan had arrived, but he didn't have the time to deal with him. Where was the 9 clones technique? Why couldn't he find it? He searched for a long time, but he still couldn't find it. Helpless, he looked at Xiaoshenji and appeared in front of him. He squatted down and asked coldly, let me ask you, where is the 9 clones technique? Xiaoshenji looked up. Do you think I'll tell you? Lu Xiaoxian, you were able to borrow Xia Shang's power to injure me, but I'm Xiaoshenji, one of the top powerhouses of the Daosaur sect. I'm not someone a junior like you can interrogate. You won't be able to learn anything from me. Besides, I'm just a clone. Lu Yin frowned. Xiaoshenji was not Xiaoxing, and he was a thorny problem. It was indeed impossible to learn the 9 clones technique from him. Right, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and took out Mount Supreme to bring out a person, Xia Yuan. This person had wanted to send a letter to the Wang family and use the Lei family's method to enter the Wang family's mainland. However, he had not expected that the Lei family was actually from the Hidden Earth realm, and it was Lu Yin who had wanted to use this method to enter the Wang family's mainland. In the end, he had been captured, and Lu Yin had used Xia Yuan's identity to enter the Wang family's mainland before finally capturing Wang Jing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2305. Back then, Xia Yuan had been casually tossed into Mount Supreme, and he only remembered now. Xia Yuan looked around blankly, and his attention was immediately drawn to the hellworm's enormous body. His legs went weak, and he almost fell over. Hellworm. Lu Yin looked up and stared at him. The hellworm roared, baring its fangs and claws. Xia Yuan was paralyzed with fear and fell to the ground. As an emissary, he shouldn't have been so cowardly, but he had grown up in Shenwu Plain, and the hellworm was like the sky to every member of the Xiao family. Although it was an imprisoned sky, if it was revived one day, the impact on the Xiao family would be unimaginable. Even Xia Ziheng was terrified, let alone Xia Yuan. After the hellworm had been released, he hadn't dared to say a single word. He hadn't even dared to approach Lu Yin's group when they were escaping from the central realm. The hellworm was too much of a threat to the Xia family. Xia Yuan, Lu Yin barked. Xia Yuan slowly turned around and looked at Lu Yin. You are. He felt that Lu Yin looked familiar. At this moment, Lu Yin wasn't using Yu Hao's appearance, he was using his original appearance, so Xia Yuan couldn't immediately recognize him. Lu Yin pointed at Xia Shenji's clone. See if you recognize him. Xia Yuan looked down and saw Xia Shenji sprawled on the ground. His eyes narrowed, and he blurted out, "Ancestor." Xia Shenji's expression changed, and he was about to speak. Lu Yin grabbed Xia Yuan and appeared beneath the hellworm. Above his head, the hellworm's sharp jaws slowly descended. Xia Yuan was terrified to the extreme, and he couldn't react at all. All he could think of was Xia Shenji's face and his miserable appearance on the ground. Why was this happening? How could the ancestor be like this? Impossible. It's fake. It's all fake. With a roar, the hellworm raised its claws and bared its fangs. Xia Yuan was given another fright, and he looked up at the hellworm in shock. He was completely stunned. I'll ask, and you'll answer. Otherwise, you'll end up like Xia Shenji, Lu Yin said slowly. Only then did Xia Yuan react, and he looked at Lu Yin. I remember now. You're Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin stared at him coldly. Where is the 9 clones technique? Xia Yuan met Lu Yin's gaze, but he didn't say anything. His eyes were filled with confusion and fear. He looked at Xia Shenji in the distance and saw the fury and shock in his eyes. I'll ask you one more time. Where is the 9 clones technique? If you don't tell me, I'll throw you into the mouth of the caged worm. It likes to eat people from the Xia family, Lu Yin said slowly. Xia Yuan despaired. Why? Why is the patriarch like this? Lu Yin frowned, grabbed Xia Yuan, and appeared in front of the caged worm. The caged worm's eyes looked straight ahead, forming a cross-eyed expression as it stared at Lu Yin and Xia Yuan. It couldn't understand what the two were trying to do, and Xia Yuan's face instantly paled when he saw the caged worm's huge eyes. 9 clones, the 9 clones technique is on the prison dragon's head, I've heard of it before. Xia Yuan shouted anxiously. I know that, but where exactly is it? Lu Yin asked. Xia Yuan had been on the verge of collapse after seeing the caged worm and Xia Shenji, and now that he was frightened by Lu Yin, he naturally told him everything. Xia Yuan shook his head. I don't know, I didn't learn the 9 clones technique. It's something only direct descendants can learn, but I heard that you have to look down from a very high place. It's engraved on the head. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he put Xia Yuan back into Mount Supreme before leaping up and looking down at the caged worm. Lower your head and don't flip over. Just lie there. The caged worm's head lay on the ground as if it had been wronged, but its eyes kept rolling. Lu Yin rose higher and higher, and the caged worm's head became more complete. Gradually, he realized that something was wrong. There was a change in color above the caged worm's mouth, and the higher he went, the more obvious the change became. On the other hand, the closer he descended, the less obvious the change was. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he locked onto that location. He descended and appeared beside the spot where the color had changed. The caged worm stared at the corner of its mouth and grunted, clearly unhappy. Lu Yin looked at it. What, does this position make you uncomfortable? The caged WIRM's eyes turned elsewhere. Luin thought about it for a moment, then squatted down and pressed his hand on the spot. In that instant, his mind went into a trance, and the scales that should have been the same color suddenly turned blood red. He looked up and vaguely saw a drop of blood fall from the void and land on the spot. Then, all sorts of images appeared in his mind. They were of people and sets of people. Their movements sometimes separated and sometimes overlapped. When they separated, Luin saw that there was an invisible connection between each person, and when they overlapped, he saw the changes in the body of the only person. His mind buzzed, and a power suddenly appeared in his heart. Sirius descended, and he took several steps back. His hand had been torn apart at some point, revealing white bones that stung his nerves. This was a clash of bloodlines. Luin looked at his palm. He had found the 9 clones technique, but his bloodlines were in conflict. It did not mean that the Xia family's bloodline was required to cultivate the technique, but rather that the bloodline in this area was suppressing him. If not for the powerful power in his heart, his body would have been torn apart. This suppressive power had nothing to do with one's cultivation, and even a half-ancestor would be instantly torn apart. It all depended on whether or not one could resolve this suppressive power. The power in his heart was a fusion of 10,000 changes. Even the 6th mainland Sanlan's power, which was comparable to the Lu family's bloodline, could be resolved, let alone the Xia family's bloodline. Luin looked at the scales beneath his feet that were no different from the others, and he knew that this was the 9 clones technique that he had always dreamed of. Now, he just needed to suppress this bloodline's suppressive power. He could use the power in his heart to suppress it, but he could not cultivate it himself. It seemed that he still needed progenitor Chen's bloodline. Luin left the caged WIRM's head and arrived in front of Elder Chan and the others. He smiled. "Looks like you've all been waiting for me." Elder Chan smiled wryly. "What's going on here?" Luin gave a simple explanation of what had happened in the cosmic tree realm. He spoke casually, but to Elder Chan and the others, it sounded inconceivable. It even sounded like a fantasy story. You captured the 4 cardinal scales sect master, stirred up chaos in the top realm, forced your way into Shenwu Plain, subdued the caged WIRM, and even fought against Xiaxinji. None of these are things that we can do. You're only at the 3rd stage of origin tribulation, but you were able to do all of this. It's unbelievable. He had lived since the era of the Daosaur sect, so what had he not seen? He had even witnessed the scene of the mother tree being moved away. Even so, Lu Yin's actions had still shocked him to the core. Elder Gong was constantly rejoicing that Lu Yin had not died, or else his feet would have been crushed. Elder Chan's foot would have been gone. Celestial Master Xiao Mingshi was more concerned about the lock-breaking aspect. Celestial Master Gu Yan is the #1 Celestial Master in the Cosmic Tree Realm. How many origin Celestial Masters are there? Lu Yin replied, 4. This Celestial Master Gu Yan is the #1 Celestial Master. He has a strange temper and doesn't like the 4 cardinal scales, but the 4 cardinal scales can't do anything to him. Celestial Master Xiao Mingshi smiled. If he can become the #1 Celestial Master in the Cosmic Tree Realm, his lock-breaking cultivation must be shocking. No matter how stupid the 4 cardinal scales are, he wouldn't dare offend such a person. It's normal for you to play around with him as his disciple. By the way. He paused and looked at Lu Yin strangely. You've become a realm plane array master? Lu Yin nodded. Celestial Master Xiao Mingshi sighed. I thought that it would be difficult for you to improve even though you were talented in lockbreaking. I didn't think that I'd underestimated your talent. Come to my place when you have time, and we can play a game of chess. That was exactly what Lu Yin wanted, as lockbreaking would become more and more useful the further one progressed. Ancestor Hui's own power level did not matter, but he had created a limitless power source box array that had protected humanity for countless years. This was an achievement that no one could compare to. There might be a limit to a person's strength, but a sourcebox array could turn something rotten into something miraculous. It could do things that powerhouses could not. Lu Yi knew that he had the die's enhance, and he could cultivate like a cheat. When he fused with Celestial Master Xiao Mingshi, Mu Shang, and Celestial Master Gu Yan, he might be able to become the #1 Celestial Master of this era. He longed to be like Ancestor Hui, who had created a sourcebox array that would benefit the future generations. However, fusing with Enhance was still a method, and he still needed to familiarize himself with it. Playing chess with Celestial Master Xiao Mingshi was the best choice. Qin Ping left, and Lu Yin had successfully broken through to half-ancestor. The fifth mainland had gained another half-ancestor, and one who believed that he was invincible within the same realm. Kuei Luo left as well, as the old man had his own place to go. Lu Yin guessed that Kuei Luo was probably fishing. When he thought about fishing, Lu Yin thought of the astral river. It was only in the cosmic tree that he had learned that the astral river flowed around the mother tree, and the pyrolite was formed from the mother tree's decaying roots. It was also known as the mother soil. There was not much pyrolite left in the cosmic tree, but there was plenty in the astral river. He would have to find some time to dig it up. Lu Yin looked back at the sourcebox array. He had not even completed half of his goal in this trip to the cosmic tree, but he had already alarmed the 4 scales. Now, he would have to face them head-on. He wanted to see how the 4 scales would deal with him. Lu Xiaoge was left behind in Shenwu Plain, and his fate would depend on his own luck. However, it should not be too bad. Lu Yin had not even asked Lu Xiaoge, so it was obvious that he had abandoned him. Anyone in Shenwu Plain who was not stupid would have realized this. Someone who had been abandoned by Lu Yin might be useful to them. However, Lu Xiaoge would not be able to escape from Lu Yin's grasp unless he removed the Death God seal. Also, Tongyu had been left behind in the cosmic tree. Lu Yin had not abandoned her, but rather had not had the time to take her away. Bai Ting and Wang Zheng were still in Mount Supreme, as well as the people he had captured earlier. These people were all bargaining chips that Lu Yin needed to negotiate with the 4 scales. The most unfortunate thing was the mirror. He had lost the Fog Ancestor's mirror, and he did not know how to get it back. When he had faced Xiaoshenji, his thoughts had been in a mess, and he had not thought about it. Now that he thought about it, he wondered if the Fog Ancestor would blame him. Would the 4 scales hide the mirror? With that thought in mind, Lu Yin grabbed Xiaoshenji and rode the hellworm towards the outerverse. Lu Yin himself did not dare to believe that he would one day be able to capture and ride a progenitor. Progenitors were the peak of human cultivation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2306. Ever since the era of the Daosaur sect, the 5th mainland had never produced another progenitor. Now, however, a progenitor's power had swept through the 5th mainland, shocking countless cultivators and causing the heavens to tremble and the void to tremble. Although countless cultivators could not see the hellworm in the void, they could still feel its supreme pressure. The hellworm roared at the sky, wantonly exuding an imposing aura. Lu Yin did not stop it, as he needed this aura. Back when he had gone to the tree star, he had used Progenitor Chen's power to suppress the 5th mainland. Now, even without Progenitor Chen's power, he could still suppress the 5th mainland. When he thought of this, he thought of the Mist Ancestor and felt that it was a pity. Now, he could only hope that the 4-way scales would help the Mist Ancestor come out instead of hiding and never appearing again. Lu Yin would have another mission, as he was the one who had lost the mirror, so he had an obligation to find it. In the Neoverse, the 7 courts had originally been occupied by the 3 Ultimates Elysium, but after Hen Xan had been transferred to the Astral Beast domain, the 3 Ultimates Elysium had kept a low profile and obeyed the orders of the Above Heaven sect. As the hellworm roared, the 3 Ultimates Elysium, the Hall of Honor, the Sirius sect, the home of the gods, and so on were all shocked. All of the cultivators bowed respectfully to show their respect and obedience to a progenitor's power. The hellworm was extremely fast, and it had only taken him a few breaths to travel from the glory realm to the cosmic sea. When he arrived, the originally changing climate of the cosmic sea was immediately suppressed, and the sea's surface sank. Heizij Leon looked up in the hellworm's direction and laughed maniacally. Luin had told Heizij Leon about this before coming, as he was afraid that Leon would misunderstand and think that he was showing off. No matter how high he reached, Leon's armada would always be his home. Good kid, ha ha ha. Heizij Leon was delighted. Everyone in Leon's armada was equally happy, and tens of thousands of cultivators and countless pirates who were secretly loyal to Heizij Leon bowed respectfully in the hellworm's direction. The hellworm swam across the cosmic sea and reached the innerverse. The sword sect, Lingling, and the other great powers bowed at the same time. The hellworm quickly crossed the innerverse and reached the astral river. Above astral river, the ship swayed, as it had almost been overturned by the hellworm's aura. Everyone on the ship bowed, not daring to even look at the hellworm. The prison flood dragon's enormous size and invincible might was too shocking. Finally, the caged WIRM passed by Xenu star and reached the solar system. Within the above heaven sect's mountain gate, all the cultivators bowed. Welcome back, Tao child. Welcome back, Tao child. Welcome back, Tao child. Before Lu Yin had set off from the glory realm, he had sent someone to spread the word that he had returned. This was the scene that he had been waiting for. With the help of the caged WIRM, his prestige in the fifth mainland would reach its peak. Who could use a progenitor as a mount? Who could use a progenitor realm creature as a mount when they were at the level of an emissary? No. From ancient times until now, not a single one had done so. Even the legendary death god, Destiny, and Wu Tian did not have such records. How could an emissary suppress a progenitor realm creature? No progenitor would submit to an emissary. But Lu Yin had done it, and he was the first person in history to do so. His image at this moment was deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. The fifth mainland was Lu Yin's world, and a single word from him could determine the life and death of countless people. Only Lu Yin had the right to do so. This was the case now, and this would continue to be the case in the future. In the face of what's coming with the threat of the four cardinal scales, Lu Yin needed to raise his prestige to unprecedented heights before he could unite the entire fifth mainland and suppress the four cardinal scales. At this moment, there was only one voice in the fifth mainland: welcome back, Tao child. Even the arrogant Chu Yuan, Heluo Mavis, Skyline Joan, and the others, who were confident that they could become progenitors, had to obediently bow when they saw the caged WIRM as Lu Yin's mount. Welcome back, Tao child. Even Lu Bujing, an elder of the Lu family from the above heaven sect, was the same. This was their attitude, and no one was an exception. Lu Yin was satisfied with everyone's attitude, but he was attracted by another scene, the ancestral turtle. The solar system was not large, and it was even smaller than the above heaven sect, which could encompass all the stars. The ancestral turtle's body was comparable to the above heaven sects, so it had never stayed within the solar system. The caged WIRM was about the same size as the ancestral turtle, and it had stayed on the other side of the solar system. At this moment, the ancestral turtle bent its neck and stared at the caged WIRM with curiosity. The caged WIRM also stared at the ancestral turtle with the same curiosity. The two incomparably huge creatures stared at each other. It stared at the ancestral turtle. It stared at the ancestral turtle. It was not afraid of the ancestral turtle. Lu Yin found it strange. How could the ancestral turtle dare to stare at the caged WIRM? This was the caged WIRM, a progenitor that even Xiaoshinji had to rely on Savage Blade to suppress. Although the ancestral turtle was stupid, its progenitor's strength far surpassed Xiaoshenji's clone. As for the ancestral turtle, Lu Yin's impression of it had always been that it was a half-progenitor. Otherwise, why would it have been so scared when it saw the zombie god? But now, it seemed that the ancestral turtle was not afraid of the caged WIRM. Lu Yin was surprised. The caged WIRM moved, raising its upper body and raising its claws. It roared, baring its fangs and claws to scare the ancestral turtle. The caged WIRM's roar caused the void to tremble. When the ancestral turtle heard it, it shrank its neck, but its eyes continued to stare at the caged WIRM through its shell. Its movements seemed to be afraid, but its eyes seemed more curious than afraid. Lu Yin suddenly recalled that when Zhong Pinghai, Bai Weiwei, and Mr. Bai had been searching for a first tribulation cultivator, they had also encountered a sea turtle that had also been at the first tribulation. However, Bai Weiwei had been unable to do anything to it. Bai Weiwei was an enlighter, but she had been able to challenge an astral envoy. On the other hand, the ancestral turtle was facing the caged WIRM, which was a half-progenitor against a progenitor. It was a completely different concept. Furthermore, the ancestral turtle was so timid that it dared to stare straight at the caged WIRM. There was only one explanation: it was certain that the caged WIRM could not do anything to it. Although the ancestral turtle was called the ancestral turtle, it was only an honorific of the Mavis family. It had been raised by the Lu family, and it had been attracted by the fruits of the Mavis god tree. It was greedy, timid, and sleepy. Although it was called the ancestral turtle, it did not mean that it was a progenitor. The caged WIRM was unhappy. It had finally found a creature of similar size, and it was very unhappy that it could not be scared. It raised its claws again, and its claws were sharp enough to pierce through the void. Just as it was about to roar even louder, it was hit by the slippers, and it almost fainted. "What are you shouting for? Shut up!" The caged WIRM whimpered and rolled its eyes, full of grievance. On the other side, the ancestral turtle's eyes widened. It had seen the slippers, and its heart palpitated again. The caged WIRM's screams were similar to its own. When it thought of this, it looked at Lu Yin with fear and closed its eyes, pretending to sleep. Nothing was more hateful than the slippers. This was the first time the caged WIRM and the ancestral turtle had met, and there was a gap between them. The young faction's members looked at each other. In the solar systems above the heavens, there were already people waiting to flatter Lu Yin, and the ghost monkey was eager to try. When the caged WIRM descended, countless words flashed through its mind, and they finally converged into a nonsensical sentence that fully expressed its worship. It was just waiting to see Lu Yin. Also in the solar system, on Earth, on a bustling street, everyone bowed in the direction of the caged WIRM. There were thousands of statues of Lu Yin on Earth, and he had long been the most revered figure on Earth. They did not know how terrifying the caged WIRM was, but its size alone was not something that an ordinary person could control. In a corner of the street, Shi-Chi held a drink and bit on the straw. She looked in the caged WIRM's direction. "Brother Lu is amazing." Above her head, Cheap Fish was constantly flapping its fins. "Brat, with Lord Fish here, we can suppress anything. Lord Fish will teach you how to train eagles. If you meet a large eagle in the future, cooperate with Lord Fish to tease it. You will benefit greatly." Shi-Chi felt wronged. "Look at Brother Lu. He can even tame such a huge creature. Where is that eagle you were talking about? Can we beat it? I'm scared." "Useless." "What is that?" "Lord Fish can kill it with a swing of its tail." Lord Fish has seen that thing before." "Where is it?" Cheap Fish stared at the caged WIRM as it tried to recall, but it could not recall anything. Lu Yin did not know what they were talking about. He placed the caged WIRM outside the solar system and did not allow it to roar. He then returned to the above the heavens with the remaining Star Alliance cultivators. In the above the heavens, Lu Yin sat high above with Lu Bujing and Ling Qing on either side. The other half-ancestors were not present. 102 people from the Star Alliance stood quietly in the main hall, and all of them were envoys. Seventh bro, are these all your captives? You're too strong, just like that radiance that illuminated the heavens and burned eternally for billions of years. You're just like... After Lu Yin left, a ghost monkey finally found an opportunity to flatter him. Lu Yin frowned. Shut up. Ghost monkey immediately shut up, not daring to say another word. Lu Yin looked at the 102 Star Alliance cultivators. Lu family's remaining members, step forward. More than 10 people stepped forward, but there were still some who hesitated. I'm warning you, if you pretend to be a surviving member of the Lu family, you'll die. Lu Yin barked. The hesitant cultivators trembled, but they quickly suppressed their thoughts. They had personally seen Lu Yin fight against Xiaxinji. Although they had only seen a small portion of him being taken away by the caged WIRM, the fact that Lu Yin had been able to return to the fifth mainland was enough to prove something. Furthermore, they had also seen the caged WIRM submit to Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not care about the other cultivators and instead looked at the surviving members of the Lu family. In the sky above the stone forest, the old woman who had first called Lu Yin, young master, had died. She had risked her life to charge towards Xiaxinji, just to give him a chance to escape. There were a total of 8 people who had died with her. 8 surviving members of the Lu family had charged towards Xiaxinji like moths to a flame, but they had all died without a complete corpse. This filled Lu Yin's heart with pain, just like the old servant who had been buried in Mount Supreme. Lu Yin did not even know his name, and he could not even carve his name on his tombstone. The remaining surviving members of the Lu family did not have as deep of a relationship with the Lu family as the others, but since they had been sent to the Star Alliance by the four-way scales, it meant that they had not submitted to the four-way scales. They were still recognized by Lu Yin as surviving members of the Lu family. Lu Yin looked at Lu Bujing. Third uncle, I'll leave them to you. Treat them well. Lu Bujing nodded and looked at the remaining members with a complicated expression. I'm Lu Bujing from the above heavens era. In terms of seniority, I'm even higher than Lu Tianyi. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2307. The group of Star Alliance cultivators were shocked. Lu Tianyi was an ancestor of the Lu family, and he was considered an ancient existence even in the Daosaur sect's era. They had all heard of Lu Tianyi's name, but they did not know anything about this person, as they were not even from the same era. Now, this person was saying that he was older than Lu Tianyi. How was that possible? Nonsense. Ancestor Tianyi is the most senior person in the astral tree domain. How can you surpass him? One of the remaining Lu family officials rebuked him before turning to Lu Yin. Young master, don't be fooled by this person. Ancestor Tianyi's seniority can be traced back to an unrecorded time. I told you that it was during the era of the above heaven sect. Lu Bujing clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the person. There's no need to lie to you. I and many others were sealed in source boxes during the era of the above heaven sect, and now that we've unlocked the source box, I'm older than Lu Tianyi. During my era, Lu Tianyi was a Dao disciple and a direct descendant of the Lu family. That's... The remaining Lu family officials could not accept this. Many of them had not pledged allegiance to the four-way scales because they were waiting for Lu Tianyi, not the Lu family, but Lu Tianyi. If the Lu family was the ruler of the fifth mainland, then Lu Tianyi was the ruler of the Lu family and even the entire fifth mainland. Even back in the Daosaur sect's era, Lu Tianyi had ascended to godhood in the 9 mountains and 8 seas. These remaining Lu family officials were close to the Lu family and had a better understanding of the Lu family, so they naturally revered Lu Tianyi. Even if the Lu family had been exiled and the 4-way scales had dominated the universe, they did not believe that Lu Tianyi had died. They firmly believed that Lu Tianyi would return sooner or later and ascend to godhood in the 5th mainland, ruling over all of humanity. Lu Tianyi was their faith. Third uncle is right. They are indeed from the era of the above heaven sect, which is even older than the Tao Source sect's era. Back then, humanity had 6 continents, and ancestor Lu Tianyi was indeed a Tao disciple. Lu Yin slowly explained some of the history, as the remaining Lu family officials were worthy of his explanation. Not long after, the remaining members of the Lu family left with Lu Bujing. They would be given preferential treatment, be it cultivation resources or anything else. Of course, that was only if they were truly members of the Lu family. If any of them were imposters, Lu Yin would not be polite. As for the rest, Lu Yin handed them all over to the Interstellar Arbitration Center to identify. There were definitely some extremely evil people among them. Although the 4 cardinal scales had their own selfish motives for establishing the Star Alliance, it had to be said that they had indeed made use of some of the evildoers. There were some evildoers whose hands were stained with blood that far surpassed the Eternals. These people had to be picked out and dealt with directly. My name is Jean Lin. Greetings to the young master of the Lu family. The only half-martial ancestor among the group of Star Alliance cultivators stepped forward and greeted Lu Yin respectfully. Lu Yin looked at him. I'm only at 3 origin tribulations. This gift is too much. Jean Lin solemnly replied, it's not a big deal. Young Master Lu, you fought the war god Wu Tian and escaped from Xiaoshenji's clutches. Since ancient times, no one has ever been able to do such a thing. Even 9 mountains and 8 seas couldn't do such a thing back then. With young Master Lu's current battle prowess, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with a half-martial ancestor. Lu Yin smiled. You're a half-progenitor, yet you're bowing to a junior emissary. Why is that? A request. Speak. Young Master Lu, please allow me to participate in the battle against the 4-way scales. Jean Lin's gaze was solemn as he spoke earnestly. Lu Yin was astonished. Do you have a grudge against the 4-way scales? Who doesn't have a grudge against them in the Star Alliance? However, with my cultivation as a half-martial ancestor, I'm qualified to negotiate with young Master Lu, Jean Lin replied. Lu Yin's lips curled up. My apologies. I have too many half-martial ancestors under me. You're not one of them, and you're not one of them. But how many of them are willing to fight to the death against the 4-way scales? And how many of them are willing to leave their lives on the battlefield against the 4-way scales? Jean Lin retorted. The ghost monkey barked, how dare you speak to 7th bro like that? Slap him. Jean Lin completely ignored the ghost monkey. Lu Yin met his gaze. You hate the 4-way scales even more than you hate the Eternals. If someone from the 4-way scales or a monster from the Eternals were standing in front of you, and you only had one chance to attack, who would you choose? Jean Lin was stunned and did not reply. Lu Yin stood up and looked at him. I'm asking you, who would you choose to attack? Jean Lin looked deeply at Lu Yin. Young Master Lu, are you asking me or yourself? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You only need to answer, who? Jean Lin took a deep breath. Enemies must die. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Jean Lin continued, I'm willing to use my broken body to attack again. This time, it's not for myself, but for... He paused and stared at Lu Yin. For the greater good. Lu Yin and Jean Lin looked at each other. There was no hesitation in this old man's eyes, and there was even determination and a will to die. He would avenge himself, and the Eternals would repay the greater good with their own lives. Was that it? In the end, Jean Lin was also brought to the Interstellar Arbitration Center. These people had to be interrogated before their final arrangements were made. More than 100 envoys had appeared all of a sudden, causing the fifth mainland's power level to soar. Even if one excluded the villains, there were at least a few dozen envoys. Lu Yin did not hide anything, as the fifth mainland needed confidence to fight against the four cardinal scales. Before all of the Alliance's cultivators were taken away, their cosmic rings were searched, mainly for the bark of the mother tree. As for the rest, the celestial sect did not take them, as they belonged to themselves. The bark of the mother tree was very important, as it was a material used to support microarrays. These people had contributed a large amount of bark and paper to Lu Yin, and he believed that they would be able to alleviate some of the pressure on the back garden. The back garden was the celestial sect's department that specialized in technology and manufacturing. It had been established by the original Aurora Corporation, and it had recruited a large number of talents. The celestial sect also cooperated with the technocracy to research the 28 microarray combination technology. Once the research was successful and mass-produced, it would be a qualitative breakthrough for the fifth mainland's military. After dealing with the Alliance's people, Lu Yin summoned Zhidong. Microarray technology was the future of humanity, and he valued it greatly. Daozi, the celestial sect, has resources from the technocracy. If you need them, you can use them at any time, Ling Qing suddenly reminded Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up. Resources from the technocracy. What about those star essence? Ling Qing nodded. There are quite a few of them. You haven't come out of seclusion, and the celestial sect hasn't mobilized them yet. We're waiting for your decision. Lu Yin's eyes turned red, as he recalled that the technocracy had said that they would give him a batch of star essence worth over 1 trillion. Previously, they had brought over 200 billion star essence, and they had said that they would ship them in batches. He had been in the astral tree sect for nearly a year, and all of these resources had been delivered. How much? Lu Yin was anxious, as he was short on money. Ling Qing was curious about Lu Yin's desire for star essence. About 700 to 800 billion star essence, but I didn't count. Lu Yin was overjoyed, and he took a deep breath to suppress his joy. Got it. Ling Qing left, and Lu Yin couldn't hold it in anymore. He let out a long sigh. He had money again. This was great. 800 billion star essence. Although he hadn't used as much as he had on Junior Progenitor Planet, it wasn't too far off. This was the most he had ever received in one go. 800 billion star essence. Lu Yin's eyes shone brightly like never before. How should he use it? Although this amount of money was ridiculous, he could still use it very quickly. No, he couldn't be arrogant, and he had to continue collecting resources. If he had 8 trillion or even 8 trillion, then that would be truly ridiculous. How many star essence was there in the entire fifth mainland? Lu Yin thought about it. Reporting to Daozi, Chairman Ji is currently participating in the simulation of the 28 source boxes, so we weren't able to notify him, a girl reported respectfully from outside the hole. Her name was Lu Jiao, and she was from the same era as Lu Bujing. She had even participated in the competition for the position of Daozi in the new celestial sect. Lu Yin grunted. Bring Ku Wei here. Seventh bro, I know where Ku Wei is. I'll go look for him. The ghost monkey disappeared. Lu Jiao bowed to Lu Yin and then left. During Lu Yin's absence, Lu Bujing had been in charge of the sect, so he naturally used Lu Lai, Lu Jiao, and the other disciples of the Lu family. Not long after, Ku Wei arrived, and the moment he saw Lu Yin, he rushed over at lightning speed. Master, you're back. Congratulations on being unparalleled in the universe, conquering a progenitor mount, and becoming the first person to do so since ancient times. Congratulations on having a boundless lifespan and being as old as the heavens. Master's radiance illuminates the heavens, and you are humanity's eternal lighthouse. Master, the ghost monkey watched as Ku Wei frantically flattered Lu Yin, and his expression gradually changed. This bastard spoke too well, even better than the ghost monkeys. He was too professional. How long had he been thinking about these words? Lu Yin frowned. Shut up. Ku Wei hurriedly shut up. The ghost monkey felt better, and he glanced at Ku Wei. Ku Wei eagerly looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Master, do you have any instructions for this disciple? Lu Yin sized up Ku Wei. Your cultivation hasn't improved much. Ku Wei was speechless. How many months had it been since they last met? Did Lu Yin think that everyone was as crazy as Lu Yin? Of course, Ku Wei did not dare to say this out loud. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2308. Ku Wei had never told anyone about this secret, and he had always wanted to find an opportunity to obtain progenitor Chen's bloodline, as he felt that it was still not the purest. Now that Lu Yin had taken the initiative to ask for it, Ku Wei knew that his chance had come. He would definitely be able to obtain the purest progenitor Chen's bloodline and increase his cultivation. After all, the big sis of Leon's Armada's cultivation had soared in an exaggerated manner. Ku Wei had learned from the Yu family that this big sis was actually the legendary progenitor of the Netherworld, and his eyes had almost popped out of their sockets. That big sis had awakened the progenitor of the Netherworld's power, which was the power of a bloodline. Ku Wei believed that progenitor Chen's bloodline would give him an even greater boost. In the current universe, Ku Wei was the closest person to progenitor Chen's bloodline. The more he thought about it, the more excited Ku Wei became, and the more blood he let out. Soon, he walked over with weak steps and handed his blood to Lu Yin. His lips were dry, and his face was pale. Master, please use it. Lu Yin was puzzled. Please use it. He wasn't a vampire, so he looked at Ku Wei. How much blood did you let out? Ku Wei puffed out his chest. As long as Master needs it, I'll even let out all of my blood. Lu Yin was amused, as he knew what Ku Wei was thinking. However, this much blood was enough for him to obtain quite a bit of progenitor Chen's bloodline, so giving Ku Wei a bottle was not out of the question. Back then, Lu Yin had used Ku Wei's blood to increase progenitor Chen's bloodline, and he had given Ku Wei a bottle. As for the giant bloodline, Lu Yin had used Ku Wei's bloodline to control it, allowing Ku Wei to completely control it. However, even Ku Wei had not used progenitor Chen's bloodline at its peak, as Lu Yin had been afraid that he would not be able to control it. Thus, he had only upgraded it 9 times and used up 1 billion star essence. Actually, he could still upgrade it further, but this time, he planned to upgrade it to its peak and see if he could control progenitor Chen's bloodline. Lu Yin had just obtained 800 billion star essence. After chasing Ku Wei away, Lu Yin sealed off the hall and raised his die. He tapped it, and the die slowly came to a stop, showing 3 pips. His luck was excellent. Lu Yin tossed Ku Wei's blood onto the die and started upgrading it. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 6 times. This time, he did not need 9 times to reach progenitor Chen's bloodline purity. After all, Ku Wei's bloodline had already been cleansed and was close to progenitor Chen's bloodline. Looking at progenitor Chen's bloodline on the lower layer of the screen, Lu Yin saw another battle imprint. This was progenitor Chen's battle intent, and it had long since been imprinted in the depths of his bloodline. As his bloodline became purer, this battle intent would only become closer to progenitor Chen's own. Back then, he had stopped because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control this battle intent. This time, however, he wanted to continue. As he thought about it, he continued to level up, and his star essence continued to be consumed. As his bloodline fell, it emitted a dim red light. Suddenly, a voice exploded in his ears. No one in this world dares to call themselves my enemy. If this universe dares to oppose me, then I'll remake it. Countless stars suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. It was clearly just the aura left behind by his bloodline, but it caused everyone who sensed it to tremble. Lu Bujing and the others' expressions changed as they looked towards the main hole. What happened? How terrifying was this aura and battle intent? Ku Wei's legs went soft, and his bloodline began to boil. At the same time, at the foot of Mount Zhong in the sky, the giant army all knelt down. They could feel the source of the bloodline's power, and it was an unparalleled strength. Outside the solar system, the Hellworm suddenly looked over, his eyes filled with surprise and fear as he moved back slightly. Lu Yin had not expected that Progenitor Chen's bloodline's battle intent would be so terrifying. It was so terrifying that it could even cause him to fantasize, as if he had recreated the heavens. Fortunately, the power in his heart was not weak, and it could also recreate the heavens. Furthermore, it was a fusion that could absorb any kind of power. Progenitor Chen's battle intent had not defeated him. Perhaps this was Progenitor Chen's pride. Even if he was no longer around, his blood was not something that ordinary people could touch. Lu Yin looked at the blood that glowed red, and he felt that it could still be improved. However, if he did, then it might not just be his battle intent. He felt that progenitors like Progenitor Chen had blood that was completely different from ordinary progenitors. Back then, the Sea King had relied on Progenitor Chen's bloodstains to break through the 3 upper gates, but that was not just because of the Pyrolite's power. Most of the power might have come from Progenitor Chen's bloodstains. Could the Pyrolite have just been a cover? The martial ancestor had died, but his blood was not this exaggerated. Lu Yin had also seen the Hellworm's blood before, and it had not been this exaggerated. Why was Progenitor Chen's blood so exaggerated? He could not figure it out. He had already used up about 2 billion star essence, and there was no need to improve it any further. It should be enough. Lu Yin split the improved blood into 5 bottles and gave one to Ku Wei as a reward. He would keep the other 4 for himself. Was there too little? Lu Yin looked at the bottles and decided to let it go. He would wait for a while and let Ku Wei recuperate. Once he recovered, he would improve it again. Lu Yin called Ku Wei over and tossed him a bottle of Progenitor Chen's blood. It's better than last time. Take it easy. Ku Wei's breathing quickened. Thank you, Master. You're the greatest person in history. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Keep an eye on Chairman Ji. Tell him to find me as soon as he comes out. Lu Yin was getting impatient. Don't worry, Master. I'll keep an eye on him right away. Ku Wei left excitedly. Lu Yin left the hall and headed to the prison. He found the expeditionary army and locked them all up in Mount Supreme. He did not feel at ease leaving the sect above the heavens. He had contacted the technocracy before, and the Shinkong corridor could be repaired at any time. He needed to make preparations for the upcoming battle against the 4 Libras. However, he left Xia Shinji's clone alone and did not let them reunite. He wanted to see how they would deal with the situation first. The entire expeditionary army was locked up in Mount Supreme, leaving Wen Yizhang and the rest dumbfounded. They saw many familiar faces, including the seniors who had once been high and mighty, but now, they were all prisoners. Even though Xia Taili and Fatty Wang had mentioned it before, seeing it with their own eyes was a completely different matter. That must be Elder Xing. I saw him from afar when I visited the frigid immortal sect, Yuntingting said as she stared blankly at the decrepit elder in the distance. Beside her, Wen Yizhang said in a low voice, he's a 7th tribulation cultivator, but he's still a prisoner. I heard that there's also a half-ancestor, Yuntingting said. Fatty Wong walked over from behind them. Do you see that old man in the corner? Do you recognize him? Wen Yizhong and Yuntingting looked at the old man even further away from Elder Xing. After a while, Wen Yizhong whispered, "Old white ghost." Fatty Wong nodded. That's the half-ancestor of the frigid immortal sect, Old White Ghost. Wen Yizhong and Yuntingting gasped. Even a half-ancestor had been captured. This was an existence second only to progenitors in the astral tree realm, and a member of the frigid immortal sects by clan. If the frigid immortal sect found out about this, they would definitely be furious and start a war. Fatty Wong gestured for them to look in the other direction. When they saw the Xia clan, they naturally saw Xia De. Xia De from the Xia clan, Grand Elder Ni Huang of the White Dragon clan, the successor of the Xia clan in this universe, and Xia Ji, who's also a half-ancestor. They've all been captured. Great hero ancestor, are you alright? Xia Tyli ran to Xia De's side, feeling wronged. Xia De felt bitter. Girl, how are you? That brat from the Lu clan didn't do anything to you, did he? Xia Tyli clenched his fists. If he dares, cripple him. Xia De smiled bitterly and looked around. Mount Supreme was bustling with activity. Everyone was a hostage, and they were all quite important. Yuchen respectfully bowed to Old White Ghost. Old White Host's gaze was cold. You were captured in the technocracy. Yes, Yuchen replied. Old White Ghost was puzzled. Why did Lu Shaoxian capture you? Yuchen replied, he asked about the sect, but I don't know much about it. Old White Ghost snorted coldly and didn't say much. His attitude wasn't as bad as before, because Wang Xi had been killed by Lu Shaoxian in front of everyone. This was quite a shock to them. At the very least, Lu Shaoxian would really kill them. At this moment, Longxi also bowed to Grand Elder Ni Huang. Grand Elder Ni Huang looked at Longxi. I remember you. You're Long Ke's daughter. In any clan, the descendants of the clan leader couldn't be ignored, even if that person was a powerful expert. However, Longxi had been ignored. Grand Elder Ni Huang didn't have a deep impression of her because Long Ke's bloodline had replaced the main bloodline and wasn't really the main bloodline. To Grand Elder Ni Huang, the only direct descendant of the White Dragon clan that she cared about was Long Xing. Even Long Tian, one of the 4 young ancestors, paled in comparison. Long Shi greets Grand Elder. Long Shi bowed respectfully. Grand Elder Ni Huang nodded. How long have you been imprisoned here? Long Shi thought for a moment. A few decades. I was imprisoned here before Lu Yin caused havoc in Dragon Mountain. Did the clan do something wrong? Grand Elder Ni Huang suddenly asked. She seemed to be asking Long Shi, but also seemed to be asking herself. Long Shi was silent for a moment. Are you saying that we exiled the Lu clan? Grand Elder Ni Huang looked at Long Shi. I'm saying that we didn't eliminate Lu Shaoxian in Dragon Mountain. Long Shi's gaze turned cold, but she didn't answer. She bowed again and left. Grand Elder Ni Huang sank into deep thought. Strange, where's Grand Elder Wang? Fatty Wang asked, looking for Wang Xi. Wang Su was also looking for Wang Xi. In the end, he found out that Wang Xi was dead. This news caused some of the people who had been imprisoned in Mount Supreme to fall silent. They felt a chill in their hearts. They weren't afraid of Wang Xi's death, but that she had been killed in front of everyone. This was a great humiliation for a half-ancestor. No half-ancestor could accept being killed in front of everyone, but Wang Xi had died just like that. Wang Deshuai fell silent. It hasn't been long since we left. I hope that everyone can wait here quietly. Otherwise, no one can guarantee what will happen, Lu Yin's voice rang out. He then removed Wei from Wang Zheng and Bai Ting. Without the fog ancestor, Wei's power would continue to decline, and they would be able to come out sooner or later. Wang Zheng and Bai Ting's appearance shocked everyone, including those from the expeditionary army. Wang Zheng and Bai Ting were also shocked. The people from the expeditionary army were all imprisoned and confused. Lu Yin put away Mount Supreme, as there was no need to care about these people. They were all hostages, and they wouldn't be here for much longer. They could only wait for the new corridor to be repaired. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2309. 2 days later, Chairman Ji finally finished his experiments and brought Ji Shao to find Lu Yin. Greetings, Daozi. Greetings, Daozi. Lu Yin nodded and looked at Chairman Ji with interest. What's the result? Chairman Ji sighed. 28 arrays are too difficult. Even with the technocracy's help, there are still many problems to solve. Lu Yin wasn't surprised. It's fine, take your time. Do you have enough bark from the mother tree? He tossed a cosmic ring to Chairman Ji. Chairman Ji caught it and glanced at it. He was delighted. I was just lacking bark. Thank you, Daozi. Tell me what you're lacking. Microarray technology represents humanity's future, and I need you to do your best without any mistakes, Lu Yin said sternly. Ji Dong and Ji Shao hurriedly bowed. Understood. They were very clear about their own positions. In the current 5th and 6th mainlands, Lu Yin was the undisputed ruler. His arrival on the caged WIRM had caused everyone to submit to him. Daozi, aside from the mother tree bark, what else do we lack? Ji Shao asked respectfully. Lu Yin replied, I know. I'll get it for you soon. Thank you, Daozi. The two then left. Lu Yin only wanted to know the progress and pay close attention to microarray technology. Han Axian had been interested in this technology since the above sky sect era, and she had even taken over Aurora Corporation. Lu Yin was naturally even more interested. Beep 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 beep. His gadget beeped. Ever since he had returned to this region of space, he had used both his gadget and wireless goo. He wasn't satisfied with the wireless goo because he couldn't contact the 5th mainland in the cosmic tree realm. Even though the wireless goo was known to ignore distance, it couldn't contact the 5th mainland in the cosmic tree realm. He had already instructed the people in the goo flow zone's small city to investigate and find the reason. He opened his gadget and saw a cold-faced woman with purple eyes. Although she wasn't absolutely beautiful, she was full of heroic spirit. The purple light in her eyes made her look even more domineering. It was Big Sis. Not bad, little Seven. I wouldn't have believed it if the captain hadn't told me. You actually control a progenitor? Let me see. Lu Yin smiled. Of course it's real. I'll show it to you. He then stepped out of outer space and appeared at the edge of the solar system, right in front of the hellworm. At this moment, the hellworm's eyes were closed, and Lu Yin kicked it. Get up. The caged WIRM was furious that someone had dared to disturb its sleep. It subconsciously bared its fangs and brandished its claws in an attempt to intimidate the intruder, but when it saw that it was Lu Yin, it immediately lowered its claws and bent its back. In its mind, this was a sign of submission. Big Sis looked at the hellbound flood dragon in shock. This guy is as big as the ancestral turtle. Pretty much. Lu Yin was pleased with himself. He would never brag about anything he did, but there were some people he liked to show off in front of, such as Big Sis, Wendy Yushan, and Ming Yen. Big Sister sighed in admiration. I originally thought that the power I obtained from the past was already fierce enough, and that I was already close to the half-martial ancestor level. I never thought that you would be even more fierce, brat. Big sister, you've reached the half-martial ancestor level. Although Big Sis's cultivation had skyrocketed after fusing with the Yumi, she was still only at the 6th origin tribulation stage. He had never expected that she would reach the half-ancestor level the moment he returned. Almost. It's not that fast, but a normal half-martial ancestor definitely wouldn't be able to defeat me. What about you? Can you defeat a half-martial ancestor? Big Sis was pleased with herself. She had gone to look for Leon's armada. She had bragged about it before, and now, she was bragging about it to Luin. As for the hellbound flood dragon, anyone with a normal brain would know that it was impossible for Luin to tame it with his own strength. Luin modestly replied, I'm only at the 3rd origin tribulation stage. Big Sis nodded. That's true, I was too demanding of you. Don't worry, although your innate gift is definitely not as good as mine, the Netherworld ancestors, it's not too far off. I'll help you. I can barely fight against 4 half-martial ancestors. Can I defeat them? Luin continued. Big Sis sighed. Not bad. In history, the envoys who could challenge half-martial ancestors were all at least at the 6th origin tribulation stage. It's already very good that you can challenge a half-martial ancestor at the 3rd origin tribulation stage. Wait. She raised her brows and stared at Luin. Repeat what you just said. Luin smiled in embarrassment. I can barely fight against 4 half-martial ancestors, but I might not be able to defeat them. Big Sis's eyes narrowed. You mean, half-martial ancestor? Yes. 4. Yes. For half-martial ancestors? That's right. That's my ass. Big Sis angrily shouted as she glared at Luin. Not bad, little 7. You even dared to trick me. If you can fight against 4 half-martial ancestors, will you have a problem fighting against 1 half-martial ancestor? You're just trying to show off in front of me, aren't you? Luin realized that he had been too arrogant, as he had actually dared to show off in front of Big Sis. He hurriedly denied it. Of course not. I've fought against 4 half-martial ancestors, but I was completely suppressed. I've never truly fought against any of them. At this point, he would never admit that he had broken into a half-martial ancestor's inner world and had even killed a half-martial ancestor. Furthermore, he had even killed a half-martial ancestor from the 4-way scales Wong family. Big Sis stared at Luin suspiciously. You're not showing off. Luin laughed dryly. Of course not, definitely not. I've never truly defeated a half-martial ancestor. I've only managed to survive against 4 half-martial ancestors. That's all. At this point, he would never admit that he had indeed been showing off. Big Sis snorted. You better not show off in front of me, or I'll skin you alive. Luin's mouth twitched. I wouldn't dare. Big Sis sized Luin up. Although you definitely can't compare to me, you're still barely passable. You must have been bullied quite badly over there. Luin's expression changed. There'll be a resolution for that matter. Big Sis's gaze turned cold. Stall for a bit longer. I'll do my best to recover. When the time comes, I'll bring you over to fight. What bullsh*t 4-way scales and bullsh*t frigid immortal sect? We'll suppress them all. With my strength as the Netherworld's ancestor, no one in this era is my match. Luin's heart warmed when he heard Big Sis's words. Got it. I'm not joking with you. Hurry up and draw up a list for me. Don't write down anyone below the half-martial ancestor level. It's a waste of paper. Also. She raised her hand, and at that moment, Luin saw that there was a weapon in her hand. No, it was half a weapon. What's this? Luin stared at the image and saw that she was holding half a weapon. This is the weapon you used after using the Grim Reaper transformation. It should belong to the Grim Reaper, right? Big Sis asked. She was holding half a Golien, a weapon that only had half a pole left. Its scythe had been shattered, so it could only be considered half a Golien. Luin was astonished. Where did you find this? Big Sis replied, a pitiful person who was controlled by the evil scripture. He once entered the burial garden and took it out. I found him when I was looking for the evil scripture. That guy used this thing to resist, and even though it was only half of it, it still made my heart palpitate. I could only use the suppression of the evil scripture to prevent him from attacking. Otherwise, if that guy was allowed to use this thing without restraint, I don't know what would have happened. Luin grew serious. What's that person's cultivation? A hunter, Big Sis answered solemnly. Luin was shocked. A hunter had caused Big Sis's heart to palpitate, which was impossible with his own cultivation. Even when Luin had been a hunter, he had only been able to fight against a Pekin lighter or a first-stage tribulation origin emissary at most. Big Sis's cultivation had skyrocketed to 6 tribulation origin tribulations. Even a realm progenitor would not be able to challenge someone who was a realm higher. The only possibility was this half a Golien. This thing is 99% likely an ancestral weapon. It was either left behind by a progenitor who cultivated death energy, or, Big Sis said seriously, it's the Grim Reaper's weapon. Luin suddenly thought of something and retrieved the weapon fragments from the burial garden from his cosmic ring. He then looked at the half a Golien in Big Sis's hand. These are Golien fragments. Big Sis raised her left hand, which held 3 fragments that were similar to the ones in Luin's hand, though they were of different shapes. From the burial garden, right? Luin nodded. Big Sis looked at the half a Golien in her hand. If I'm not wrong, these all belong to this Golien, and it's very likely that it's the Grim Reaper's weapon. This is my gift to you. Are you satisfied? Luin smiled. I'll like anything Big Sis gives me. Big Sis sneered. Don't give me that. I've already asked the captain to give the order for all the pirates in the universe to search for these fragments. I've also talked to Ancestor Lu in the Above Heaven sect, and I don't know how many have been collected, but it shouldn't be all of them. There must be some in the burial garden. I won't force you. Just collect as many as you can, Luin said. All right, I'll get someone to deliver them to you. Big Sis, you're not coming. Do I have to come personally to give you a gift? Of course not. It's just that we haven't seen each other in a long time, and I want to catch up. Big Sis sneered. It looks like you're just trying to show off. Let me tell you, I'll always be your sister. Don't even think about surpassing me now, and don't even think about it in the future. I'll get someone to give these to you. That's all. Wait, Big Sis, how's the investigation of the evil scripture going? Luin asked. Big Sis replied, that's my problem. You don't have to worry about it. Wait, there's something else. Luin hurriedly stopped her and asked, how much do you know about the sticks? Big Sis was puzzled. The sticks? Why are you asking? It's just a power vessel. Luin told her about what had happened in the astral tree domain. If you want to find the headquarters, you can only rely on the sticks. Big Sis replied, go find the Yu family. The sticks belongs to them now, so ask them to help you. However, the sticks should be able to sense each other. Luin nodded. Luin watched his gadget close and put down his hand. He would have to wait a few days. He had originally wanted to immediately head to the mystery sect to absorb the death energy, but Big Sis had helped him find half of the Golien. Regardless of whether or not it belonged to the Grim Reaper, he should take it with him and try it out. Perhaps it would be useful. Now, he looked up. He hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. Every day in the astral tree domain seemed leisurely, but he was actually on edge. He was afraid that a progenitor would slap him to death like a bug. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23:10. Looking at the scenery, Lu Yin didn't want to worry about anything. He wanted some time for himself. "Ah, Your Highness is back." Zhao Ran was delighted to see Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at her and smiled. "Yes, I'm back. I'll go make some flower tea for you," Zhao Ran said happily before leaving. Lu Yin blinked and regretted coming over. Drinking Zhao Ran's flower tea required courage, but he had to drink it alone. "I need more courage to drink it alone. Since that's the case, I might as well find someone to accompany me." Thinking about it, I took out Mount Supreme and released Bai Ting. Bai Ting appeared not too far from Lu Yin, and when he saw Lu Yin, a bone-chilling glint appeared in his eyes. Back in the astral tree domain, Lu Yin hadn't revealed his true identity and had instead used the identity of someone hired by the Breaker Association to obtain the seal. If Bai Ting had known that this person was Lu Xiaoxian, he definitely wouldn't have handed it over. "You want to avenge Bai Xiaohong?" Lu Yin asked as he looked to the side. Bai Ting's gaze turned cold. "What do you want?" Lu Yin looked back at Bai Ting. "You don't seem like someone who values family." Bai Ting clenched his fists, but he quickly relaxed them. He knew that he wasn't Lu Yin's match, and he also knew many things. For example, Lu Yin had easily suppressed Wang Zheng and killed Wang Xi. All of this showed how terrifying Lu Yin was, and Bai Ting wouldn't act unless he was confident. Lu Yin turned around and looked at Bai Ting. "Sit, let's talk." Bai Ting looked deeply at Lu Yin and then sat down in front of him. At this moment, Zhao Ran arrived and saw that Bai Ting was there as well. "Ah, there's a guest. I'll go make another cup." Bai Ting stared at Lu Yin. "This is the abandoned land. It's the fifth mainland, the root of all of us," Lu Yin said calmly. Bai Ting asked, "Why did you let me out?" "I said I was bored, so I thought of you." "Would you believe me?" Lu Yin asked. Bai Ting looked at Lu Yin coldly. "You're quite capable." Lu Yin smiled and looked at Bai Ting. "I'm not as capable as your 4 cardinal scales, nor as capable as your daughter." "What do you want?" Bai Ting asked. Lu Yin replied, "Based on the current situation, the 4 cardinal scales have already shed all pretense of cordiality with me, and their so-called expeditionary army has already been captured by me. The only thing they can do is send a progenitor to deal with me. However, I will not leave the 5th mainland, so who among the 4 cardinal scales do you think will be able to deal with me when I can borrow progenitor Chen's strength?" Bai Ting said coldly, "My frozen immortal sect's ancestor, Bai Wang Yuan, is as famous as Ancestor Chen. You're just borrowing Ancestor Chen's power, but you're not the real Ancestor Chen. If the ancestor comes, you'll have no chance of surviving." Lu Yin nodded. "That's where you'll be useful. You want to use us as hostages?" Bai Ting shouted coldly. Lu Yin replied, "Why else would I keep you alive?" Bai Ting stared at Lu Yin, wanting to make a move. He was well aware that the sect would only abandon him in the face of Lu Xiaoshuan's threat. Rather than being held hostage by Lu Xiaoxian, it was better to take the risk. Otherwise, even if he made it back alive, he would never be able to raise his head again. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ran arrived with 2 cups of flower tea. He couldn't help but look over, curious as to what new recipe Zhao Ran had come up with. When he looked over, his brows rose. How should he put it? Zhao Ran's path of brewing flower tea was getting more and more crooked. In the past, she would only make people think that she was brewing poison tea, but now, it wasn't just poison tea. This cup of flower tea was like a swamp, bubbling and bubbling. It didn't look like something to drink. Zhao Ran placed the tea in front of Lu Yin and Bai Teng. Your Highness, try it. Does it taste good? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Bai Teng was far less of a threat to him than this cup of flower tea. They weren't even on the same level. Bai Teng, who had been contemplating whether or not to make a move, was also attracted by the flower tea in front of him. He subconsciously looked at Zhao Ran and then back at Lu Yin, his eyes full of questions. Didn't Lu Shaoxian want to use them as hostages? Why did he want to poison them? He had the same thoughts as Elder Green Apricot. Anyone who saw Zhao Ran's flower tea for the first time would think that they would be poisoned, but why did Lu Shaoxian also have a cup in front of him? Zhao Ran had no idea, so she blinked and looked on expectantly. Lu Yin looked up and stared at Bai Teng. Drink up, sect master Bai. Bai Teng stared back at Lu Yin. You don't want me as a hostage. You wanted to make a move just now, right? That means that you don't have the confidence to be a suitable hostage. I'm curious, you have such an outstanding daughter. Lu Yin looked at Bai Teng with interest. He didn't mind listening to his story. Bai Teng's expression darkened at the mention of Bai Xianer, and he sneered, outstanding daughter. So what? He looked at Lu Yin, some people aren't born human. That girl didn't have any family ties since she was young, but she's good at pretending. She can pretend that she respects me as her father, that she's filial and respectful, but I know that she's never acknowledged me or anyone else in her heart, including you, Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Bai Teng continued, you think she really loved you back then, but you're wrong. She doesn't have feelings, and she won't fall in love with anyone. You're too naive, your Lu family is too naive, and so is the frigid immortal sect. She's different from normal people, she's not human at all. That's too much to say about your own daughter. Did she hurt you before? Lu Yin found it strange. Even though he hated Bai Xianer, he didn't expect Bai Teng to hate her even more than he did. Bai Teng closed his eyes, she and I are from two different worlds. I'm not her father, and she's not my daughter. The real reason Lu Yin had asked Bai Teng out was to find out more about Bai Xianer, but he wasn't satisfied. Bai Teng only had one attitude towards Bai Xianer, and that was hatred. There was nothing else. It seems like your threat about Bai Xianer finding me through a book to avenge you was a lie, Lu Yin said indifferently. Bai Teng replied, it wasn't a lie. I'm meaningless to her if I'm alive, but if I'm dead, she'll definitely avenge me. She wants to show everyone that I'm more valuable when I'm dead. Why do you hate Bai Xianer so much? Lu Yin asked. Bai Teng didn't say anything else and just stared silently at the flower tea in front of him. No matter how bad your relationship with Bai Xianer is, the frigid immortal sect doesn't know about it. If I use you as a hostage, I should be able to save a few of the remaining members of the Lu family. Bai Teng sneered, maybe. He didn't plan to make a move. Lu Yin had already seen through him, and there was no point in doing so. Lu Yin chatted with Bai Teng for a while, but he still didn't learn anything about Bai Xianer. Bai Teng hated Bai Xianer, and this strange hatred made Lu Yin curious. However, he also hated Lu Yin because Lu Yin had killed his only son. To Bai Teng, Bai Xianer was his pride to the outside world, but he hated her internally. The only person he cared about was Bai Xiaohong, so Bai Xiaohong's death was a hurdle that he would never be able to get over. No matter how much he hated Bai Xianer, he couldn't let Lu Yin take advantage of her. Bai Teng could see Lu Yin's goal clearly, he wanted to understand Bai Xianer, so he didn't say anything. Your Highness, the tea is cold, Zhao Ran pursed her lips and whispered, looking at Lu Yin anxiously. She had put in a lot of effort to make this tea. Lu Yin swallowed his saliva and looked at the tea in front of him, Sect Master Bai, please drink. Bai Teng looked deeply at Lu Yin before raising his teacup and downing it in one gulp. At this point, he had no choice but to follow Lu Yin's instructions. Lu Yin exhaled, picked up his teacup, and carefully took a sip. It was cool and sweet, with a soft and sticky texture to it. This was the first time he'd tasted tea with such a soft and sticky texture. It was new and delicious. Not bad. Zhao Ran was delighted. As long as your highness likes it, I'll make another cup. Lu Yin grinned as he watched her leave and couldn't help but take another sip. It's not bad. Bai Ting frowned. It's not poison. Lu Yin laughed. Of course not, why else would I drink it? Sect Master Bai, go back and think about your value. I'm an easy person to talk to, and as long as you have enough value, it's not impossible for me to let you go. Because of you. Lu Yin stared at Bai Ting. You'll never be a threat to me. Bai Ting's gaze turned cold as he was sent back into Mount Supreme. Lu Yin then released Long Shi, Elder Green Apricot, One First Rank, Lu Hao, Wang Deshuai, and the others. There was no need to trap them in Mount Supreme and they could be set free. The sapling also followed them out. The sapling immediately pounced towards Lu Yin when everyone appeared. Lu Yin hugged the sapling and laughed. Everyone else looked around. Long Shi and Elder Green Apricot weren't surprised, as they were occasionally released by Lu Yin. However, this was the first time when First Rank and Lu Hao had left Mount Supreme. They looked at each other bitterly. I'm sorry, it wasn't stable before, so I couldn't release you. You're free now, Lu Yin said as he hugged the sapling. Wang Deshuai heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that he would be trapped for a long time. When First Rank asked, how's the situation in the astral tree? Lu Yin gave them a simple explanation. When First Rank was shocked, you went to Yi Xian Academy and even became a teacher. Lu Yin nodded, but the current Yi Xian Academy is no longer the Yi Xian Academy of the past. Be prepared. When First Rank was helpless, we expected this ever since the Lu family was exiled. If you release us now, where can we go? Lu Hao muttered to himself. They didn't know anything about this region of space. Lu Yin looked at Lu Hao. I'll recommend you a place to stay. The sword sect was founded by the Lu family and has the 13 swords. When the sword sect had agreed to help Iron Blood weave, Lu Yin had said that he would hand Lu Hao over to them. He hadn't expected that things would drag on until now, and the sword sect didn't have the guts to ask for Lu Hao. Lu Hao looked in the direction of the inner verse and then left. Lu Yin looked at Wen First Rank. The Wen family has always welcomed you. When First Rank nodded, the war between you and the four cardinal scales should be over soon. I know that I don't have the right to comment on this matter with my status, but I still hope that the Eternals won't benefit. With Yi Xian Academy's strength, if we really want to fight to the death with the four cardinal scales, then we can join forces with the Lu family. The Lu family might have a chance. Lu Yin solemnly replied, that's how you see the big picture, not how I see it. When First Rank had no choice but to leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23:11. Wang Deshuai had nowhere else to go, so he decided to stay in the Above the Sky sect. As for Long Shi, she wanted to stay with the sapling. Lu Yin replied, the sapling will stay here to absorb the astral source. You can stay here if you want. He knew what she was thinking, but he wasn't Lu Shaoxian, he was Lu Yin. Where's my father? Long Shi asked. Lu Yin replied, he went back. He's safe. Long Shi nodded and didn't say anything else. The sapling was very close to her, and she had always been the one to take care of it in Mount Supreme. Not long after, a strand of astral source was pulled towards the Above the Sky sect. Many people noticed that the Daozi had started to steal the astral source again. Only a few knew that it was the sapling that was stealing the astral source. Lu Yin spent the next few days drinking tea in the sect while waiting for Big Sis to deliver the half-gold yen. Long she was the one who accompanied him. Half a month later, the half-gold yen was delivered. The moment Lu Yin grabbed it, the black and white karma in his heart spun wildly, and the remaining death energy in his body flowed towards it. He quickly let go. He didn't have much death energy in his body, and if this gold yen could absorb death energy, it might really be the death god's weapon. He left the Above the Sky sect and headed towards the strange sect on planet Aegis. He quickly reached Aegis and went underground to find the strange sect's stone. He touched it and entered a hidden space. He looked up and saw the black sun hanging high in the sky. It was much smaller than the first time he had seen it. The death energy wasn't limitless. Lu Yin didn't immediately take out the gold yen. Instead, he soared into the sky and began to absorb the death energy. Soon, the sky was split apart by a black torrent, forming a surging river of death energy. One end was in the black sun, while the other was in Lu Yin's heart. About a year ago, he had also come here to absorb the aura of death, and had also created a black torrent. However, this time, it was much more spectacular than the last time. Back then, he had seen the Grim Reaper and comprehended the Grim Reaper's midrash. This time, he had seen the Grim Reaper again. He sat there alone with the gold yen beside him. This time, Lu Yin focused on the gold yen. The more he looked, the more similar it seemed to him. The death god's gold yen and the half gold yen in his hand were almost identical. Were they really the same weapon? Who could destroy death god gold yen? The black torrent continued to pour into Lu Yin's heart, and the black and white karma had nearly doubled in size. This was something that Lu Yin hadn't expected. He hadn't cultivated much, so how could the karma have grown so large? Due to the expansion of the black and white karma, the power in his heart was able to contain more death energy. The black sun had shrunk visibly. It was about 1/5 smaller than the first time he saw it. Although it was only 1/5, it was still very exaggerated. This was one of the force fields left behind by the Grim Reaper. If he guessed correctly, any one of these force fields might be able to create an existence that used death energy to become an ancestor. 1/5 of the black sun he had absorbed was equivalent to a half-martial ancestor. Gradually, the black torrent receded. The black and white karmas in his body rotated, becoming more vivid and profound. Since his body couldn't absorb any more death energy, he took out the remaining half of gold yen. In that instant, the black sun shuddered, and then a torrent of death energy surged into gold yen. Lu Yin held on to gold yen, which not only absorbed the black sun's death energy, but it also absorbed the death energy within Lu Yin's body. Gold yen itself. Lu Yin couldn't figure out how a weapon could absorb so much death energy. As the death energy surged in, the holes on gold yen's surface actually healed. Lu Yin took out the weapon fragments he had obtained from the burial garden, and together with the one that Big Sis had given him, he now had a total of 8 fragments. The moment the weapon fragments appeared, they all floated up and were then guided by the death energy towards gold yen's blade. Finally, they turned into black streaks of light that merged into gold yen's body. Gold yen's blade extended slightly. Lu Yin's eyes widened. This gold yen could be restored. He was excited. This should be the Grim Reaper's weapon, which meant that he could use these fragments to restore the Grim Reaper's weapon. The Grim Reaper's weapon was definitely an ancestral weapon. A vast pressure swept through the void, almost sending Lu Yin flying. Half of gold yen flew out of his hand and floated high up in the air. At that moment, a blurry figure seemed to appear beside gold yen, and then it became clearer and clearer. It was the Grim Reaper. Lu Yin stared at the Grim Reaper, and the Grim Reaper stared back at him. The Grim Reaper opened his mouth and spoke, "Immemorial City." Immemorial City. Lu Yin's mind trembled. Immemorial City again. Mr. Mu had mentioned it before. Lu Yin stared at the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper was still speaking, but Lu Yin could not hear a single word. The Grim Reaper was definitely trying to express something by borrowing the Grim Reaper's weapon, but Lu Yin could not hear a single word. He grew anxious, but then he suddenly thought of something and retrieved the Grim Reaper's left arm from his cosmic ring. The moment he grasped the arm, the death energy within the black sun surged once more and transformed into a rainbow that surged into the arm. Lu Yin finally heard two words, the hanging coffin. The Grim Reaper's figure disappeared from beside the half of Go Lian, and Lu Yin stepped forward to grab it. There was no more Grim Reaper's figure around them. The Grim Reaper had spoken a few words from the moment it had appeared to the moment it had disappeared, but Lu Yin had only heard the beginning and the end, which were about Immemorial City and the hanging coffin. What a pity. Was the Grim Reaper dead or not? If he wasn't, then where was he? Was that an illusion left behind by history, or was the Grim Reaper using the half of Go Lian to speak to him across the distance? Lu Yin did not understand. He held the Grim Reaper's left arm in his left hand and the Go Lian in his right. In front of him, the black sun grew smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. The moment the black sun disappeared, the entire strange sect shattered and turned into specks that drifted away. Lu Yin looked around at the entire space. The strange sect was gone. The black sun was gone, and there was no more death energy here that he could replenish. There was none here, but there was in other places. With the half of Go Lian and the left arm, would he be able to hear the Grim Reaper's words again? Lu Yin thought about it and decided that it was not impossible. Immemorial City, the hanging coffin, and what exactly was the Grim Reaper trying to say? What was the connection between Immemorial City and the hanging coffin? What did the hanging coffin represent? Lu Yin left the strange sect and would never come back here again. He looked around and then headed towards Kuan's swamp. He wanted to see if he could use the half of Go Lian and the Grim Reaper's left arm to hear the Grim Reaper's words. The moment he stepped out of the strange sect, a pair of deep, dark eyes looked over at him. 3 pitch-black lines overlapped to form a star-shaped pattern, and at the same time, the void around Lu Yin was cut apart. The 3 black lines passed through each other, leaving only the empty triangle in the middle. Lu Yin was right in the middle of this triangle. He was shocked. He Wuxian. The person who had appeared in front of Lu Yin was He Wuxian, one of the 7 sky gods. This was also the first 7 sky gods that Lu Yin had come into contact with. He Wuxian walked out of the void and looked at Lu Yin with deep eyes. "We meet again, Your Excellency." Lu Yin looked at the familiar figure in front of him. "You dare to appear in front of me, He Wuxian." He Wuxian calmly looked at Lu Yin. "I have no intention of attacking Your Excellency. Would Your Excellency allow me to finish speaking?" "All right, go ahead," Lu Yin said. In the 5th mainland, unless one surpassed progenitor Qin, no one could be Lu Yin's opponent. Lu Yin did not know if the 7 sky gods' true cultivation could surpass progenitor Chen's, but their half-progenitor bodies definitely could not. Lu Yin was invincible in the 5th mainland. "Do you still remember the first time we met? At that time, Your Excellency was preparing to unify the Outerverse, and the condition we offered Your Excellency was to become one of the representatives of the Neo-Human Alliance in the universe. Do you still remember?" He Wuxian slowly spoke. Lu Yin laughed. "Why bring that up? Don't tell me you still want to cooperate with me." "Of course. With Your Excellency's status and cultivation, why wouldn't we cooperate?" He Wuxian replied matter-of-factly. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Interesting. Then, what conditions do you have that would attract me?" "It's still the same condition, but we can remove one of the conditions and make Your Excellency the Neo-Human Alliance's representative in the universe." Anyone who heard He Wuxian's words would think that he was crazy. Lu Yin controlled the 5th mainland and had many half-progenitors under his command. No one dared to disobey his orders, so why would he need the Neo-Human Alliance to make him the representative of the universe? However, Lu Yin did not think that He Wuxian was crazy. There was no one in this universe who was stupid, and even those who were mentally retarded had their own worldview. In their worldview, normal people were fools, and those who treated others as fools were the real fools themselves. He Wuxian's words meant that he had complete confidence in taking over this universe. This is just a condition, and it's one that only qualifies you to be able to take over this universe. However, what makes you so confident? Lu Yin retorted. He Wuxian calmly replied, during the era of the above heaven, the progenitor was in the sky and illuminated the human race. The 9 mountains and 8 seas were overseen, and progenitors were endless. Even so, the entire above heaven was defeated by us, and the human race was on the brink of extinction. If you had the ability, then the astral tree domain would not have lasted for so long, Lu Yin retorted. He Wuxian's deep eyes stared at Lu Yin. I do not agree with the sorcerer god's overt scheme. I told Your Excellency the first time we met that I hate people who kill for no reason. That only creates panic and does not help the situation. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23:12. Lu Yin stood in outer space and looked at the place where Blackless God had been torn apart. Preserve it for 100,000 years. A chance. A chance to transcend reincarnation. What did that mean? What was the truth of this universe? Lu Yin wanted to know more and more. He would only be able to find out once he reached the progenitor realm. He muttered to himself for a moment before heading towards Kuan's swamp again. Perhaps the death god was the only way for him to find out the truth. This time, Lu Yin moved very quickly and directly crossed through the void. With the speed of a void god, he quickly saw Kuan's swamp. Lu Yin rushed in and took out half of Go Lian and the death god's left arm, but there was no movement. He was disappointed, as it seemed that Go Lian's left arm was too full of death energy to summon the death god. A large figure walked over from the distance, and Lu Yin saw that it was the Hell Master. When the Hell Master saw Lu Yin, he bowed respectfully. Dozy. Lu Yin nodded. Back when Kuan's swamp had been occupied by Jui, the spectre race had submitted to him, and the Hell Master had been locked outside. It had been Lu Yin who had saved him and allowed him to leave. After Tiando's incident, Lu Yin had sent Jui to the astral beast domain, and Elder Chan had sent the Hell Master back to keep an eye on the spectre race members who had been declared innocent. Kuan's swamp was still under the control of the Hell Master, and Tiando had been appointed as a general. There were no experts in the astral tree domain who could surpass the Hell Master. Besides the Hell Master, Green Tea was also present. She had been transformed by Jue's death energy and could be considered a pure spectre. However, she was filled with disgust towards the spectre race and Jue, and she was willing to stay in Kuan's swamp to monitor them. There was also Lord Pig. When Lord Pig saw Lu Yin arrive, it dove into the swamp and did not dare to come out. Only its little tail wagged outside. Greetings, Daozi. The group of spectre race cultivators and the former Kuan swamp guards all bowed. No need for formalities, Lu Yin said as his gaze landed on the Hell Master. Has Jui returned during this time? The Hell Master respectfully replied, he hasn't. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the huge castle in the distance. He could not help but laugh. You've built it again. You really like this kind of building. He then took a step forward, passing the Hell Master and appearing inside the castle. The Hell Overlord had absolutely no idea how Lu Yin had managed to cross over. How long had it been since he had first met Lu Yin? It had only been a few decades at most, but Lu Yin had already disappeared so quickly that he couldn't even see his back. He recalled the first time Lu Yin had come to the Earth Swamp. At that time, Lu Yin had wanted to cultivate battle force, but he had casually flung him away. Now, the Hell Overlord no longer dared to think about Lu Yin's cultivation level because his mounts were all progenitor realm powerhouses. Progenitor realm was a term that caused one's heart to tremble. Even in their dreams, they did not dare to imagine that it was actually his mount. Once anyone thought of this, they would have a feeling that they could not go against it. Inside the castle, Lu Yin sat quietly with green tea by his side. No matter how she'd felt about him in the past, she was now extremely respectful. No one knew why the Hell Overlord had returned. Come, sit. He took out some wine. This is what I treated you to before. Back when the Hell Overlords had faced Lu Yin, they had laughed and cursed at each other. They had been rather carefree, and they had even casually sent Lu Yin flying. But now, in the same place, in the same pot of wine, they were no longer as casual as before. Lu Yin smiled and splashed the wine at the Hell Overlord. The Hell Master subconsciously opened his mouth and drank it. It's still the same as before, Lu Yin asked. The Hell Overlord nodded. He could not taste anything at all. Have you ever come into contact with the giant army? Lu Yin suddenly asked, looking up at the Hell Overlord. The Hell Overlord replied, no. Lu Yin did not ask why. Everyone had their own ambitions, and perhaps the Hell Overlord felt that he was the purest giant. Because of progenitor Chen's bloodline, you were the only person in the fifth mainland who had cultivated battle force to the warring states realm. But times have changed, and that realm is no longer the peak of battle force. You can no longer keep up with the times, Lu Yin pointed out bluntly. The Hell Overlord replied, the times are not important to me. I just want to guard Kuan Swamp. Lu Yin shook his head. Kuan Swamp, even you can't guard it. If you run into someone like Ju Yi again, how will you guard it? Green Tea replied, with a Daozi overseeing the heavens, that kind of thing will not happen again. Lu Yin laughed and looked at Green Tea. You've changed. You're not as cold as before. Green Tea fell silent. Lu Yin took out the bottle of progenitor Chen's blood from his cosmic ring and opened it. A formless pressure filled Kuan Swamp, and the Hell Overlord felt it the most. His blood was boiling, and he felt as if he could not control it. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and the blood flowed out of the bottle and flew towards the Hell Overlord. The Hell Overlord instinctively absorbed the blood, and his body turned red as steam rose from his body. An angry roar that seemed to come from ancient times caused a terrifying pressure to sweep out in all directions. It caused the cosmic sea to tremble as it swept towards the innerverse. Everyone in Kuan Swamp was shocked. Lu Yin had not expected the Hell Overlord to have such a huge reaction, but this was what he had hoped to see. He had not come to Kuan Swamp just for the death chi, but also for the Hell Overlord. He suddenly remembered that he did not necessarily need Ku Wei's bloodline to upgrade his blood. Anyone who had absorbed progenitor Chen's bloodline could do the same. He could forget about the giant legion since they were separated by a layer, but this Hell Overlord was different. He had absorbed progenitor Chen's bloodline from birth, and his bloodline was not necessarily any weaker than Ku Wei's. Ku Wei was so small that he could only produce a tiny amount of blood, but the Hell Overlord was different. He was a true giant, and his blood flowed like a river. This was Lu Yin's true goal. Lu Yin watched the Hell Overlord's transformation and then left the castle with Green Tea and the others. Once the Hell Overlord finished absorbing progenitor Chen's blood, his strength would soar. Lu Yin did not know what level he would reach, but he was looking forward to it. Green Tea did not understand. Daozi, what's going on? It's nothing, just increasing his strength, Lu Yin replied. In the distance, Lord Pig looked up at the castle and then buried himself again. This was too terrifying. That person had just arrived, but he had already caused the Hell Overlord to be in such a miserable state. This was too terrifying, too terrifying. Above Kuan swamp, a furious roar exploded, and a seething power tore through the void. The castle was instantly shattered, and the Hell Overlord's body continued to expand and grow. He had originally been 30,000 meters tall, but now, he was 50,000 meters tall, and he was still growing. 70,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 120,000 meters, until he reached 150,000 meters. His power level continued to rise as well. Unfortunately, the astral source universe had been devoured, so there was no origin tribulation. No matter how much the Hell Overlord's cultivation increased, he did not have the astral source, so he was not much different from before. Just as Luin thought that this was the end, the Hell Overlord's battle force surged and expanded, burning the void. This was the Warring States realm. Originally, the Warring States realm should have been 100 kilometers long, which was the Hell Overlord's limit. But now, the range continued to expand, 250 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 2,500 kilometers, and finally, it stopped at 10,000 kilometers. This was the Hell Overlord's current limit. The Hell Overlord's battle force had grown much stronger. The Hell Overlord was excited when he felt the battle force surge, and he could not help but look down at Luin. Luin was also looking back at him, and when their gazes met, the Hell Overlord's heart turned cold. He felt as if his life was no longer under his control. This person was clearly still a third tribulation cultivator, so why was he so terrifying? Congratulations, you've successfully broken through. Once the astral source universe recovers, you'll be a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, Luin praised. The Hell Overlord exhaled, and his body continued to shrink until it was the same size as before. He then bowed respectfully to Luin. Thank you, Daoist. Do you know whose blood that is? Luin asked. The Hell Overlord was solemn. Progenitor Chen's bloodline. That's right. I gave you Progenitor Chen's bloodline, which allowed your cultivation to soar. Shouldn't you repay me in kind? Luin asked calmly. The Hell Overlord did not understand. What does the Daoist like about me? Luin smiled. Not long after, Luin appeared outside Kuan swamp and left in satisfaction. The Hell Overlord had given him a considerable amount of blood, and with the giant size and bloodline, even if he used his Dai's 3 pips, there should still be a considerable amount left for him to use. He needed to accumulate enough Progenitor Chen's bloodline before cultivating his 9 clones. His next destination was the Astral River, where he wanted to see if he could dig up pyrolite. Of course, he could not do it by himself. If he wanted to dig up pyrolite, he would have to find something bigger. Luin directly returned to the above-the-sky sect, sat on the Hell Overlord's head, and kicked it awake. What are you sleeping for? Let's go. The Hell Overlord opened its eyes and was startled. It wanted to fly into a rage and threaten Luin, but when it realized that it was Luin, it shut its mouth and followed Lu Yin's instructions. On this day, the people who were mining pyrolite at the edge of the Astral River saw an unforgettable scene. A giant claw descended from the sky and reached into the Astral River, almost turning it upside down. The Hell Overlord's strength was naturally not used to search for the sand at the edge of the beach, as the pyrolite there had fused with the sand and was compressed to the extreme. It could only be picked up with the naked eye, and the Hell Overlord could not help with this. What Luin wanted to do was reach the bottom of the Astral River and see what was there. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23:13. A half-progenitor with no intelligence. Right, Luin suddenly recalled that Kuei Luo had been fishing at the easternmost border of the Innerverse to catch a fish that had slipped away from Lu Yin's hands. At the time, they had quarreled over that fish, and Luin remembered that Kuei Luo had promised to use Progenitor Chen's power to help Kuei Luo catch the fish. This couldn't be it, right? He didn't believe that there were many half-progenitors in the astral river. In the past, the astral river had surrounded the 6 continents and nourished the mother tree. There had to be many powerful creatures, but that might not be the case now. Lu Yin immediately contacted Kuei Luo. He couldn't get in touch with his gadget, but the wireless Gu did. What's up? When we went to the tree star, I promised to use progenitor Chen's power to help you catch a fish. Do you remember? Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. I didn't take it seriously. Using progenitor Chen's power to catch a fish. Only you could think of that. Then, what about the hellworm? Kuei Luo's eyes lit up. That's not bad. Its claws are so long that they're perfect for catching fish. Hurry over, I'm at the easternmost border of the astral river. You do it. I caught a fish that has the power of a half-progenitor. Let's see if it's the one that slipped away from your hands, Lu Yin said. Kuei Luo ended the call and rushed over. Kuei Luo stared at the fish in the hellworm's claws for a long time before confirming, that's the one. I remember its teeth. Now that I've caught it, I don't owe you anything, Lu Yin said. He then saw Kuei Luo staring at the fish. Why did you catch it? Kuei Luo was about to speak, but Lu Yin continued, don't try to brush me off by saying that the fish slipped away from your hands unless you never fish again. Kuei Luo opened his mouth, but after thinking about it, he rolled his eyes. I'm looking for something good. Something good? Lu Yin was curious. Kuei Luo leaned over. You know the origin of the astral river, right? Lu Yin nodded. The river that once flowed around the mother tree went around 6 continents. Since you know, you should also know that the creatures here have been around for a very long time. Let me tell you, in the astral river, the more powerful a creature is, the harder it is to die. For example, this fish's lifespan is more than 10 times that of a human half-ancestor. It can also bury itself in sand, which can nourish its mother tree. Its effect is similar to being sealed in ice, so it can live longer. Besides the fish, there are many other strange creatures here. Some of them. Kuei Luo paused for a moment before continuing, I reckon they've lived since the era of above heaven until now. That's impossible, Lu Yin said doubtfully. I don't believe it either, Kuei Luo said. It's all from the Lu family's records. Back then, your father, Lu Qi, even sought me out. He wanted to go deep into the Zhongping Sea to catch some fish, to see if we could catch any of those ancient creatures. What's the point of capturing those creatures? Lu Yin still didn't understand. Kuei Luo rolled his eyes. You're still not as smart as your father. Look at this fish. Does it have any intelligence? No. What does it mean to have no intelligence? Kuei Luo asked. Lu Yin thought about it. Tell me. It means that it eats everything, Kuei Luo said loudly. The less intelligent a creature is, the more it eats everything. That's the nature of living things, especially this huge one. Who knows what it eats in one bite? There might be treasures in its stomach that it can never digest. No matter how long it's lived, even if it's from the era of the Daosaur sect, there might still be treasures from the Daosaur sect, such as power vessels, carriers that record battle techniques, or even ancestral weapons. Lu Yin was stunned. Yuchen replied, legend has it that during the Daosaur sect era, there was a progenitor who specialized in creating weapons. The weapons that he created were all very strange, and not a single one could be used by an ordinary person. However, the materials used to create these weapons were extremely rare, and he used these rare materials to create weapons that ordinary people couldn't use. At the time, the Daosaur sect had a huge headache, but they couldn't do anything about him. The fiend ancestor left the word fiend on each of his weapons, and it's this word. Lu Yin looked at the weapon in his hand. It was very sturdy, and it should be infinitely close to an ancestral weapon, but it wasn't at the level of an ancestral weapon. Otherwise, this fish wouldn't have been able to digest it, and the weapon had already been slightly corroded. I heard that this fiend ancestor had an armory filled with weapons that he created. At the time, he constantly invited people to take a look, but no one was able to use the weapons inside, Kue Luo said. Yuchen replied, according to the records, there was indeed an armory, but after the fiend ancestor died, the armory disappeared as well. Apparently, all of the weapons that the fiend ancestor created were stored there. A lot. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Yuchen nodded. There should be a lot. According to the ancient records, the Daosaur sect sought out the fiend ancestor several times to ask him to smelt and reforge those weapons, even if they were just materials. However, the fiend ancestor refused. If there wasn't a lot, then the Daosaur sect wouldn't have done that. Is there a record of the location? No. Kid, what are you thinking about? If there was a spot, would it have been your turn? The 4 cardinal scales were taken away a long time ago, Kue Luo grumbled. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. It would have been difficult for others to smelt these weapons after obtaining the armory, but Lu Yin was different. He had thrown 2 pips on his die, and everything had been broken down for him. This was a material that even the Daosaur sect regretted, and it was a material that could be used to forge ancestral weapons. Lu Yin put Yuchen away, looked at the weapon in his hand, and then passed it to Kue Luo. Do you want it? Kue Luo was speechless. What for? To pick my teeth. Lu Yin grinned as he put it away, as he could break down materials. But how did this fish eat this thing? Do you think that the fiend ancestor's armory is at the bottom of the astral river? Lu Yin analyzed. Kue Luo replied, I don't know about that, but the astral river has existed for so many years, so who knows what else is out there. Now you know where this old man's interest in fishing comes from. Lu Yin looked at Kue Luo in admiration. Senior, fishing is a good hobby, very good. It can become your lifelong hobby. If you come across another fish like this, just contact me, and I'll catch it for you. Kue Luo bared his teeth. Anything good is mine. I'm not going to fight with you. Lu Yin smiled, and then had the hellworm continue to stir up the astral river to see if he could catch another big fish. However, after a few days, there was nothing. According to Kue Luo, no matter how many powerful creatures there were in the astral river, they wouldn't line up for him to catch. In the vast astral river, it was impossible for there to be so many half-progenitors that had survived since ancient times to be able to catch 2 in one place. Lu Yin felt that this made sense. Beep 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 beep. His gadget rang, and Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he accepted the call. You can go now. Qing Ping's voice came through. Lu Yin grunted and ended the call. He then said to Kue Luo, take your time fishing, I'm leaving. Kue Luo waved him off, as he wanted to find a new place to fish. After bidding farewell to Kue Luo, Lu Yin rode the hellworm to the outer verse and then headed towards Iron Blood Weave. Along the way, he constantly had the hellworm retract its aura until others could no longer sense its pressure. The hellworm arrived outside Iron Blood Weave, which was still being guarded by the cultivators of the 6th mainland. Lu Yin had unified the 5th mainland with the Overseer sect, and the situation had not changed much for the time being. There was no need for any changes, as he had not only unified the 5th mainland, but also the 6th mainland. Hellworm had hidden himself outside Iron Blood Weave, and Lu Yin had disguised himself and entered Iron Blood Weave by himself. Then, without attracting anyone's attention, he had passed through Iron Blood Weave to enter the Primal Zone, and then through the Primal Zone to enter the Astral Beast Domain. This was his first time in the Astral Beast Domain. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23:14. The moment he stepped into the astral beast domain, he was greeted by a feeling that was completely different from the human domain. This place was much more desolate than the human domain, and there was almost no trace of technology. It was almost like the astral wilderness. His destination was the path of despair. Back then, during the astral beast domain's founding ceremony, the astral beast domain had threatened Luin, forcing him to not act against the celestial beast empire no matter how many half-martial ancestors he had. It was time to remove this threat, as he could not be threatened by the astral beast domain for the rest of his life. A few days ago, he had contacted his senior brother Qin Ping and asked the people he had planted in the astral beast domain to take him to the path of despair. Naturally, he was going there in disguise. His death mask could deceive even a half-martial ancestor. What else could he not go to? There was no one in the astral beast domain who could discover him. The only variable was Imperial Tutor Butian. The book in his hand might be able to predict something. Luin was prepared for this. In the human domain's inner verse, Fate Lady opened her eyes and saw Starsabil standing in front of her. You may begin. Yes. Back when the Imperial Tutor had used the Book of Destiny to make Luin believe in his divination, Luin had threatened to tell the Lady of Fate. At the time, the Imperial Tutor had been very confident that Luin would not tell her because he was afraid of the Lady of Fate. In reality, he had been overconfident. The reason why he had not told the Lady of Fate at that time was not because he was afraid of her, but rather because it was not the right time. Unless he wanted to use the Lady of Fate to cause trouble for the Imperial Tutor. And now, it was time. He had already told the Lady of Fate about this when he had left for the astral beast domain. Using the Lady of Fate to cause trouble for the Imperial Tutor had been part of his plan. He didn't care if these people's books of destiny could cause him any trouble. He would let them fight among themselves first. Both the Imperial Tutor and the Lady of Fate were very smart, and it was almost impossible for Luin to use them. Thus, he had clearly ordered the Lady of Fate to cause trouble for the Imperial Tutor. Otherwise, even if the Lady of Fate knew that the Imperial Tutor had the Book of Destiny, she might not have acted so quickly. Astral Beast Domain, Celestial Beast Empire. The moment Luin stepped into the Astral Beast Domain, Imperial Tutor Skymander opened his eyes and felt his heart palpitate. Someone who grasped the Book of Destiny's divination techniques wouldn't palpitate for no reason. There was something wrong. He hurriedly opened the Book of Destiny. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. He clutched his head and stared at the Book of Destiny. He saw a white cloud. This was the Daughter of Destiny. The Lady of Fate was attacking him through the laws of fate. The Lady of Fate would not attack him for no reason. Did she know that the Book of Fate was in his hands? Did she calculate it herself or did Luin tell her? Because he was being targeted by the Lady of Fate, heaven-mending Imperial Advisor was unable to clear his thoughts. He could only use the laws of fate to resist. He believed that the palpitations came from this. At the same time, in the astral beast domain, Luin met the person who had come to pick him up. No, it should be considered a creature, Yin Guai. The Hall of Honor's greatest spy in the astral beast domain was the Yin Guai, and it was a Yin Guai that was second only to the leader of the Yin Guai tribe. Before he had gone to Planet Tree, Luin had asked the Hall of Honor to contact the Yin Guai and search for the location of the human-shaped source box. Unfortunately, the Yin Guai had died in an inexplicable manner, causing the Hall of Honor to suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, there was more than one traitor. There was also a Yin Guai that was a traitor. Luin met up with the Yin Guai and followed it to the path of despair. The path of despair was an extremely fragile void passage that would be torn open if it was affected by any external force. The other end of the passage was the sixth mainland. The sixth mainland had long since been occupied by the Everlasting Tribe. This was why heaven-mending imperial advisor could threaten Lu Yin. The path of despair was guarded by either the imperial advisor or the Yao Emperor. Only a half-step ancestor could maintain control of the path of despair under the supervision of Hen Xan and Jui. Even though the astral beast domain had threatened Lu Yin because of the path of despair, they were not doing well either. The Yao Emperor was personally overseeing the path of despair, which had caused the Celestial Beast Empire's authority to shift towards the path of despair. However, if not for the path of despair, the astral beast domain would have been under Lu Yin's control, which would have been more beneficial to the astral beast domain. Today was a day that Lu Yin had carefully chosen because the beasts guarding the path of despair would be changing shifts. This was information he had received from Hen Xan, which was why he had chosen to come today. Under the cover of Death Face, he disguised himself as a beast that was close to the size of a human. Under the Yin Gui's guidance, he smoothly approached the path of despair. The closest beast to the path of despair was naturally the Yao Emperor. Aside from him, no other beasts could approach. There were humans in the astral beast domain, but they had all betrayed the human domain. However, there was not a single person guarding the path of despair. The Celestial Beast Empire placed too much importance on this place. Lu Yin calmly followed the Yin Gui to a spot not too far away from the Yao Emperor. The Yao Emperor had reverted to his celestial beast form, and his enormous body covered the entire path of despair. If Lu Yin wanted to take control of the path of despair, he would have to force it back, but that was almost impossible. The Yao Emperor's strength was comparable to Kuei Luo's, and his spiritual force was unshakable. Even Hen Xan and Jui, the two leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates, could not instantly take control of the path of despair while the Yao Emperor was guarding it. If they failed, the Yao Emperor would perish together with the path of despair, which would lead to the everlasting tribe and bring disaster to the fifth mainland. The Starfall Sea had been sealed off by the Realm Mountain, and Lu Yin did not know how to close the gap here. Should he leave the Hellworm here? There was only one chance, and it was very short. If he failed, the fifth mainland would suffer. Even Lu Yin did not dare act rashly, as he was calculating every step. The Yao Emperor did not know that Lu Yin was watching him from not too far away. He was confident in his ability to guard the path of despair, but he also felt aggrieved. The dignified Yao Emperor had been reduced to guarding the path of despair, which was no different from being imprisoned. Have you thought about what I said? You will never survive if you follow the humans, and the everlasting tribe has many methods to deal with them. Why do you follow that person? Come to the astral beast domain, and the everlasting tribe will not attack you, the Yao Emperor suddenly said, his voice shaking the heavens. Lu Yin followed his gaze and saw Hen Xan and Jui. The two did not know that he was coming, and they had only passed on all the information to Lu Yin. They did not tell him what he was going to do. The two calmly stood in outer space, not saying anything. The Yao Emperor shook his head helplessly. Ever since these two had arrived, he had told them countless times, but they had not responded at all. The pressure on the Yao Emperor grew. It was said that Lu Yin had subdued a progenitor mount, but he naturally did not believe it. However, even if Lu Yin was not a progenitor, he was at least a half-progenitor. How had he subdued a half-progenitor mount? The Yao Emperor could not see through Lu Yin. If they had known that the everlasting tribe would devour the astral source universe, they would have attacked together to destroy the human domain. They had always wanted balance, where the everlasting tribe and the humans kept each other in check. They did not want the humans to gain the upper hand and force the everlasting tribe out. With that thought in mind, the Yao Emperor closed his eyes. He still needed to cultivate and release his spiritual force. If anything happened, he would be able to react immediately. Lu Yin saw that the Yao Emperor had closed his eyes. He took out a handful of soil from his cosmic ring. It was the dragon saliva soil from the White Dragon tribe. It was a half-progenitor item that could force all living beings in the lower realms to retreat. Just in case, Lu Yin took out the dragon saliva soil and showed it to Long Shi to confirm its use. The ancestral Mang dragon saliva had an unusual oppressive effect on non-humans. Lu Yin wanted to use the dragon saliva soil to give the Yao Emperor an opportunity. It was time to act. Riddle, void transfer. The dragon saliva soil appeared directly below the Yao Emperor. Suddenly, the Yao Emperor opened his eyes, and they were filled with fear. He seemed to see a heaven-devouring ancestral Mang roaring and swallowing him whole. At that moment, he could not control himself and wanted to escape. It was not just the Yao Emperor, all the surrounding creatures from the astral beast domain were shocked. Now was the time. Lu Yin took a step forward and used the secret plan, scattered stars to teleport. He had grasped the domain void god realm, but at this moment, he trusted secret techniques that came from progenitors more. Lu Yin's body appeared directly below the Yao Emperor, right next to the dragon saliva soil. The Yao Emperor was instantly suppressed by the dragon saliva soil's aura, causing him to panic and unable to react. Lu Yin appeared at the same time, and the Yao Emperor saw Lu Yin take out a slipper and smack it on its body. There was a loud smack, and the Yao Emperor was stunned. The spiritual force released from its body dissipated, and its vision turned black as it fainted. The slipper could even stun the hellworm, let alone the Yao Emperor. After knocking the Yao Emperor unconscious, Lu Yin kicked it away. Behind him was the path of despair. Although Lu Yin had done a lot, it had all been done in an instant. Hen Xan and Ju Yi did not even have time to react, let alone the surrounding creatures. They were still immersed in their fear of the dragon saliva soil and had no idea that the path of despair had changed hands. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23:15. The Imperial Tutor sighed, as he had failed. The extinction path had only been delayed by a year. If he had known this would happen, he would have agreed to work with the Eternals to deal with the humans. The astral beast domain was about to have a new master. Lu Yin had faced the Helldrake and Xiaoxinji in the battle to the death in the astral tree domain. How could he allow a tiny astral beast domain to escape his control? He needed to unify the fifth mainland and deal with the four Libras. Outside the extinction path, the Yao Emperor was still unconscious. Lu Yin looked at him with Hen Xan and Jue behind him. He was waiting for the Yao Emperor to wake up. The astral beast domain would be his. Helldrake rushed over at top speed. Lu Yin had his hands behind his back as he controlled the extinction path. There was nothing in the astral beast domain that could threaten him. Behind him, Jue suddenly attacked, grabbing the back of Lu Yin's neck with one hand while controlling the deathly energy in his other hand to form a scythe. Jue was a half-ancestor, one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the above heavens era. He was extremely powerful, and Xia Ziheng and the others that Lu Yin had faced in the astral tree domain could not compare to him. Jue's sudden attack was enough to kill Lu Yin, so he instantly erupted with the power of a half-ancestor without holding back. After he attacked, his inner world exploded, and the death gate opened wide. Death was everywhere. Even Hen Xian would not be able to escape unscathed from Jue's sudden killing intent, let alone Lu Yin. Ju Yi had clearly seen Hen Xian's expression change from shock to shock. He also saw Lu Yin's smug expression as he stared at the Yao Emperor. In that moment, Ju Yi attacked without hesitation. His mind was filled with thoughts of the Death God's inheritance and the Death God's left arm. He needed to obtain these things, and these were the conditions that the Imperial Tutor had agreed to cooperate with him. Jue had not actually wanted to attack right away. He had been discussing with Imperial Tutor how to lure Lu Yin out of the human domain so that he would not be able to rely on progenitor Chen's strength. That way, they would be able to act freely, and he believed that Hen Xian would not help him. As long as Lu Yin came to the astral beast domain, Jue would be able to capture him, even if he brought a half-ancestor with him. Lu Yin had suddenly taken control of the astral beast domain, which meant that the astral beast domain had no way of threatening him. That progenitor was about to arrive, and when that time came, the entire astral beast domain would be under Lu Yin's control, including Imperial Tutor Skymender. He was not confident that Imperial Advisor Butian would not betray him. Once he revealed their plan, he would be finished. He could only give it a shot. There was no better opportunity than now. As long as he killed Lu Yin, as long as Lu Yin died, he did not believe that a progenitor would take revenge. How could a progenitor be willing to become a mount? It might even be grateful to him. Lu Yin had used his own methods to grasp the absolute path and had knocked the Yao Emperor unconscious. He was immersed in the joy of being able to control the astral beast domain, and the progenitor had yet to arrive. Zhu Yi believed that he was so close to Lu Yin, and if he did not act now, he would not have another chance. Thus, Zhu Yi had not hesitated to kill Lu Yin in a single strike. He believed that this attack would definitely succeed, and there would not be any accidents unless Lu Yin had truly reached the progenitor realm. Lu Yin had indeed not reached the progenitor realm. Even though he could fight against 4 half-ancestors, those 4 half-ancestors were far from being able to compare to Zhu Yi. However, even if his strength was insufficient, external items would be able to make up for it. Lu Yin had plenty of external items. Forget about Zhu Yi, even Xia Xinji had not been able to break through. When Zhu attacked, Lu Yin immediately reacted. The fact that he had left these two in the astral beast domain meant that he did not trust them. Since he did not trust them, how could he allow them to get so close to him? Since he dared to turn his back on them, it meant that he was confident in being able to protect himself. The moment Zhu Yi attacked, Lu Yin's heart erupted with power, and the various Sirius stars flickered. Zhu Yi's attack was extremely fast, and even ordinary half-ancestors would not be able to react in time. However, the power in Lu Yin's heart was able to detect everything. In that instant, Lu Yin took out the corpse and used it to block behind him. Zhu Yi's hand was blocked by the corpse, and the sickle formed from the deathly qi in his left hand slashed at the corpse, but it did not leave a single mark. Zhu Yi's eyes narrowed. In front of him, Lu Yin turned around, and a small person had appeared on his shoulder at some point. It was the candle god. "You've finally made your move," Lu Yin said indifferently. The candle god released a terrifying amount of rune lines that were comparable to a half-ancestor's and pushed Zhu Yi away. Zhu Yi's expression turned sinister. Since his sneak attack had failed, he could only use force. As he thought about it, his inner world extended out and enveloped Lu Yin. "You have nowhere to run within the death domain." Zhu Yi unreservedly displayed the battle prowess of a peak half-ancestor as the leader of the Elysium Gate. The death domain extended out endlessly, enveloping the surrounding regions. Within the death domain, not even a blade of grass grew. It was filled with a deathly stillness and an oppressive aura. Anyone who stepped into the death domain would be devoured, and not even their bones would be left behind. This was Zhu Yi's domain. Even Han Axian felt apprehensive when being enveloped by the death domain. He hurriedly retreated, not caring about Lu Yin. Perhaps in his heart, he did not need to care about Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. He had fought against Xia Ziheng and the other half-ancestors, but not a single one of them had given him a sense of despair that made it difficult to breathe. Regardless of whether it was Xia Ziheng's inner worlds that were proficient in attacking or half-ancestor Chai's inner world that enveloped an entire region, none of them had been able to give Lu Yin true despair. However, Zhu Yi had given him this feeling. When the death domain completely enveloped him, Lu Yin knew that he was no match for Zhu Yi. Even if the power in his heart could break through the death domain, it would be consumed very quickly, much faster than breaking through half-ancestor Chai's inner world. But why did he have to break through it? This was the death domain, and Ju Yi cultivated the power of the death god, which was death energy. Lu Yin was the true successor of the death god and could control death energy. No matter how high Ju Yi's cultivation was, as long as he had not become an ancestor, he would not be able to become the true controller of death energy. However, Lu Yin was different. Within the death domain, there were very few people in the same realm who could fight against Ju Yi. Even Hen Xayan, who was also a leader of the Elysium, had no choice but to retreat. Ju Yi wanted to eliminate Lu Yin in the shortest amount of time possible and replace him in controlling the death energy. Lu Yin looked up, and the formless black and white wind around him transformed into a tornado that swept out. In an instant, he transformed into the death god transformation. He held the giant Go Lian in his hand, and the death domain that had been suppressing him began to tremble. Following that, the death energy continued to rise and converge within his body. The moment the death god transformation appeared, not only did Ju Yi's power not harm him, it even became his strength. Lu Yin's body flickered with black and white energy as he forcefully absorbed the death domain's power. I'm the successor of the death god. Using my own power against me. What a joke. Ju Yi's eyes narrowed. He hadn't even visualized the death god, and the Go Lian in his hand slashed down. This technique didn't use the power of death energy, and Lu Yin was trying to control the death domain so that Ju Yi wouldn't dare to casually use the death energy. Lu Yin turned to look at Hen Xayan. He had no intention of resisting. Hen Xayan saw Lu Yin staring at him and hesitated for a moment. When he saw Ju Yi's heaven slash coming down, he gritted his teeth and raised his hand, slicing through the void and destroying heaven slash. Ju Yi looked at Hen Xayan, his eyes filled with anger. Hen Xayan frowned. His thoughts were much deeper than Ju Yi's. Lu Yin's attitude was difficult to grasp. That look just now was clearly forcing him to make a decision. If he didn't make a move and Lu Yin returned safely, he would be finished. If you and I work together, he won't be able to return. Hen Xayan, do you really want to submit to this brat? Ju Yi rebuked. Hen Xayan didn't know either. His attack just now had been subconscious. Now that he thought about it, should he have made a move? Lu Yin's lips curled up, but he didn't say anything. It was as if he was watching a show. He wasn't in the mood to fight with Ju Yi. He wasn't Ju Yi's match in terms of death energy, but most of Ju Yi's power came from death energy. It was impossible for Ju Yi to kill him. Lu Yin wanted to see what Ju Yi had up his sleeves. Ju Yi ignored Hen Xayan and stared at Lu Yin. The death aura suddenly disappeared, and he took a step forward. His figure appeared beside Lu Yin and pressed down with his palm. It looked like a palm imprint, but it was filled with strange murmurs. This was a power that was completely different from death energy. Ju Yi was one of the 12 Elysium sect leaders and was known as a peerless half-ancestor. Even without death energy, he was still a peerless existence. Lu Yin was astonished. He stared at Ju Yi's palm. The number of rune lines contained in this palm was enormous, and it wasn't inferior to the power of death energy that he had used. This palm could surpass Xia Ziheng and the others. As expected of an Elysium sect leader. However, no matter how strong this palm was, it had nothing to do with Lu Yin. Behind Ju Yi, Hen Xayan walked out and struck out with his palm. A purplish-black substance condensed and collided with Ju Yi's palm. The void exploded, and the shock waves swept towards Lu Yin. However, Hen Xayan forcefully blocked them, so Lu Yin's clothes didn't even move. Ju Yi was forced back by the palm, and his arm was shattered. He looked at Hen Xayan in shock. You! Ju Yi was no match for Hen Xayan in terms of palm strength. Hen Xayan had 3 ultimates, and his battle force had been cultivated to the peak. The only thing Ju Yi could use against him was death energy. Other than that, there was nothing else he could do. With me here, you won't be able to harm a single hair on the Daoist's head, Han Xian shouted. Ju Yi didn't understand. Why? Han Xian shouted. When the above heaven was established, the Daoist walked on behalf of the heavens. This is something that you and I both agree on. Yet you joined forces with this group of beasts to attack the Daoist. This is a betrayal of humanity. Ju Yi was about to speak when his expression suddenly froze. He slowly turned around and saw a shocking scene. The hellworm bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it stared at Ju Yi. It didn't make the slightest sound, nor did it release any progenitor's power. However, just staring at it caused Ju Yi's heart to turn cold. This was a progenitor. Han Xian's eyelids twitched. He had acted so decisively because he had sensed the hellworm's appearance. With this progenitor's strength, it was impossible for Ju Yi to harm Lu Yin, which was why Lu Yin had been so fearless. Fortunately, he had cultivated his domain to the void god realm and could sense space. Otherwise, he might not have been able to act so decisively. These thoughts flashed through Han Xian's mind, and he retreated a few steps to give way to Lu Yin. Daoist, how should we deal with Ju Yi? Lu Yin smiled at him. Thank you, Sect Master Han Xian. If it weren't for you, I might have died. Han Xian seriously replied, with your strength, how could Ju Yi possibly deal with you? You're exaggerating. Lu Yin looked deeply at Han Xian and then at Ju Yi. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. When he heard Lu Yin's words, Han Xian's gaze trembled. A chance. Right, this kid had purposely turned his back on them to give them a chance. He wanted to see what they would do, and he had even purposely chosen to do it in the astral beast domain. This was a trap that was too ruthless. He had used Han Xian as bait. Was he confident or arrogant? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23:16. Jue turned around and faced Lu Yin. His expression was ugly and desolate. You knew that I would attack you. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Let's see. There aren't many places in the fifth mainland that can attack me. Jue closed his eyes. You're the death god's successor. Kill me if you want. Coincidentally, the Yao Emperor woke up at this moment. Lu Yin turned around and looked at the Yao Emperor with interest. Han Xian, Jue, and the Hellworm all looked at the Yao Emperor. It was huge, and it attracted the Hellworm's attention. Space was silent as everyone looked at the Yao Emperor. The Yao Emperor woke up and opened its eyes. The first thing it saw was the Hellworm, but it was confused at first. It thought that it had seen wrong, but then it stared at the Hellworm. The Hellworm glared and raised its claws, letting out an earth-shattering roar. At that moment, progenitor power erupted from its body and swept through space. Han Xian and Jue had come from the above heaven era and had seen more than one progenitor before. They were no strangers to progenitor power, but the Yao Emperor was different. He had never experienced the baptism of a progenitor's power, and when the progenitor power swept over him, his entire body trembled and he subconsciously curled up. His might as the ruler of the celestial beast empire completely disappeared. As for the other beasts in the area, they didn't even dare to raise their heads. This was a biological instinct that not even the Yao Emperor could avoid. The Hellworm was satisfied, as this was the effect that it had wanted. The beasts that it had tried to intimidate were all abnormal and unafraid of it. The more it thought about it, the more pleased it became, and its roars grew louder and louder. It even forgot about Lu Yin's existence. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, and he barked, "Shut up." The Hellworm was furious. Who would dare interrupt its might? It glanced around and saw Lu Yin and the slipper. It then shut up, not daring to make a single sound. The lesson from before had been engraved in its heart, and Lu Yin had purposely placed the broken blade above its head to make it feel threatened at all times. Coupled with its fear of the slipper, the hellworm was now completely obedient to Lu Yin. The Yao Emperor trembled, not even daring to raise its head due to its fear of a progenitor. Lu Yin realized that he had overestimated the astral beast domain. No matter how intelligent the imperial tutor was or how powerful the Yao Emperor was, they were still beasts with instincts that were different from humans. The Eternals believed that humans had a deep-rooted weakness and that their emotions were their weaknesses. However, weren't these also human strengths? Giant beasts also had emotions, but their emotions were far less rich than that of humans and were easily suppressed by their instincts. If it were a human, even when facing an ancestor realm creature, they might not necessarily perform so badly under certain circumstances. Yao Emperor, Lu Yin said. The enormous celestial demon trembled and slowly raised its head. It did not look at Lu Yin, but rather at the caged WIRM. The prison flood dragon continued to stare at it. Although it did not release the power of the progenitor realm, the suppression that came from the depths of its soul made it difficult for the demon emperor to breathe. "This is my mount," Lu Yin's voice rang out. It was only then that the Yao Emperor noticed Lu Yin, and he was shocked. "Lu Yin. We meet again," Lu Yin said indifferently. The Yao Emperor stared at Lu Yin, and then he couldn't help but look at the caged WIRM. "The legends are true. Did you really subdue a progenitor?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Do you want to try and see if you can escape from its mouth?" These words caused the Yao Emperor's hair to stand on end. He could not help but look at the hellworm again, suppressing his fear and despair. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Yin laughed. "Me? The humans established the Tianzong sect, but the gift they received during the opening ceremony was your threat. What do you think I'm trying to do?" The Yao Emperor's heart sank, as he recalled what had happened before. He had lost the absolute path, and there was nothing left in the astral beast domain that could threaten Lu Yin. At that moment, he suddenly realized that Zhu Yi was directly behind Lu Yin, and he subconsciously looked over. "You want Zhu Yi to attack me?" Lu Yin asked. The Yao Emperor was shocked. How did he know? Zhu Yi bitterly sighed. As expected, even if he had not attacked earlier, he would have been forced to do so by the Yao Emperor. Otherwise, he would have been exposed and would not have even had a chance to attack. The Yao Emperor had just fainted and did not know what had happened. However, with Lu Yin's words and the fact that the caged WIRM was behind Zhu Yi, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. Zhu Yi had already attacked, but had failed. Zhu Yi was a powerhouse that the Skymender Imperial Tutor had lobbied for over a year, and he had already formulated a plan to lure Lu Yin to the astral beast domain to kill him. However, the plan had failed before it had even begun. Most importantly, the absolute path had been lost, and there was no way for them to make a comeback. "All right, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he appeared above the caged WIRM's head. The caged WIRM's progenitor power crashed down, one wave attacking Zhu Yi while the other wave attacking the Yao Emperor. The Yao Emperor instinctively felt fear, and he did not have the will to resist. Zhu Yi wanted to resist, but Hen Axayan was staring at him. With the caged WIRM around, he had no chance. In the end, Zhu Yi was heavily injured and tossed into Mount Supreme while the Yao Emperor was captured by Lu Yin and brought to the Celestial Beast Empire. As for the Absolute Path, he left it to Hen Axayan. Hen Axayan might not be reliable, but he was a human, and there was no point in using the Absolute Path to threaten Lu Yin. As he watched the caged WIRM leave, Hen Axayan knew that from this moment on, the Fifth Mainland was completely under Lu Yin's rule, and no one could resist. The astral beast domain welcomed the baptism of progenitor power. The caged WIRM unleashed his progenitor power without restraint, shaking the astral beast domain and forcing countless creatures to submit to him. Lu Yin sat on the caged WIRM's head and traversed the astral beast domain. He saw various regions and strange astral beast tribes. The caged WIRM did not move very quickly, as Lu Yin wanted to see the astral beast domain clearly. From now on, this place belonged to him as well. The great realm of nothingness is up ahead. It's where the void wanderers live, the Yao Emperor said weakly. He had been heavily injured by the caged WIRM's attack, and he did not even have the strength to fight back against Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw many void wanderers floating about. The further he went, the more void wanderers there were. There was also a void wind in outer space that not even enlighters could withstand. The void wind was unique to the great realm of nothingness. Ghost Monkey had told Lu Yin about it, and Lu Yin had used his understanding of the great realm of nothingness to trick the Day-Night clan. If he remembered correctly, Ghost Monkey had said that the third Night King was in the great realm of nothingness. Since he was already here, he might as well take a look and see if the third Night King was there. The caged WIRM raised its claw and tore the great realm of nothingness apart with its progenitor's power. Within the great realm of nothingness, the void wanderer ancestor was overwhelmed with shock as boundless fear descended upon it. It knew that this was the power of a progenitor, and it was something that it could not withstand. However, it did not flee. As the great realm of nothingness was torn apart, the void wanderer ancestor appeared, and Lu Yin saw its enormous body once more. When he saw the void wanderer ancestor, Lu Yin recalled the scenes from the battlefield. If not for the void wanderer ancestor wearing progenitor Wushang's hide, the astral beast domain would not have been able to withstand Lan Xian's attack. However, Lu Yin did not need it now. Even if the void wanderer ancestor was wearing progenitor Wushang's hide, it would not be able to affect the caged WIRM too much. The void wanderer ancestor's enormous body was not much smaller than the caged WIRM's. The caged WIRM looked at the void wanderer ancestor and subconsciously raised its claw to threaten it. Its eyes were filled with disdain. A creature that was not even a half-progenitor had no right to compete with it. The void wanderer ancestor fully displayed its submission. It's just a bit bigger, but it doesn't have much attack power. What a pity. At this point, Lu Yin had already seen through the void wanderer ancestor's true nature. It was just a humongous void wanderer that looked intimidating, but was actually useless. The void wanderers are one of the top 10 races in the astral beast domain because of their large numbers. Other than that, they are useless. Lu Yin looked at the great realm of nothingness that had been torn apart and released his domain. All he could see were void wanderers, an endless number of them. His heart skipped a beat. These void wanderers were good stuff. Even sentinels who had just started cultivating could use them to travel through the void and increase their chances of survival. Wasn't this a living power vessel? Lu Yin's eyes lit up at this thought. These void wanderers could definitely revolutionize the cultivation world. He suddenly thought of another question and looked at the Emperor. Can these void wanderers travel through any space? Yes, the Emperor replied. What if that space requires an emissary to tear it apart? Lu Yin asked. The Emperor replied, void wanderers don't need to tear apart space. Their essence is to wander about in the void. Although it looks like they can travel through the void, it's actually just a form. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he thought of the astral tree domain. In that domain, only emissaries could tear through the void and travel through it. Even enlighters couldn't do that. However, if these void wanderers could help cultivators travel through the void, did that mean that whoever controlled the void wanderers would be able to control the void as well? Once an enlighter from the fifth mainland used the void wanderers, they could use their advantage of traveling through the void to escape even if they couldn't defeat an enlighter from the astral tree domain. With the help of the void wanderers, it would be easier to defeat an enlighter from the astral tree domain. This was just one aspect of the situation. If the humans had more void wanderers on the battlefield, their chances of survival would increase by more than 10 to 20%. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he sent a message to Lu Bujing. He wanted to use these void wanderers to protect the cultivators on the battlefield. There were many strange creatures in the astral beast domain, such as sound monsters, yin monsters, dimensional beasts, and so on. In the past, the astral beast domain had only thought of resisting, but now, if these astral beasts cooperated with humans, how great would the changes be? On the other side, in the heavenly sect, Lu Bujing immediately contacted Lu Yin through a wireless GU. Lu Yin accepted the call. I thought you already knew, but humans and astral beasts have been working together since the heavenly sect's era. During that era, the humans from the 5 mainlands liked to go to the 4th mainland to find suitable astral beasts to nurture. For example, the celestial demons could make up for some people's lack of spiritual force, while the void thunder beasts could make up for the lack of speed. There were also void wanderers, celestial ice phoenixes, and so on. They were all suitable for cooperating with humans, Lu Bujing explained. In that era, it was enslavement, Lu Yin said in a low voice. He had heard the word enslavement many times. Aside from the Eternals using it to describe humans, it was also used by Hen Xayan, Zhu Yi, and the others. The heavenly sect had enslaved all races. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23:17. In the eyes of the above-the-sky sect, both the Eternals and astral beasts were nothing more than objects to be enslaved. This was especially true for the astral beasts, whose arrogance came from their bones. Even Lu Bujing was the same. This arrogance originated from the era of the above-sky sect. That's right. To put it nicely, it's cooperation, but to put it bluntly, it's enslavement, Lu Bujing said. In our era, countless astral beasts were driven to the 4th mainland to make it easier for humans to find them. Some people liked to research and cultivate new astral beasts, so there were many types of astral beasts in that era. It was also easy for strange creatures to appear. As Lu Yin listened to Lu Bujing, the scene of the 4th mainland appeared in his mind. Lu Bujing was proud of being born in the era of the above-sky sect, but to Lu Yin, this scene was very similar to when the Eternals wanted to enslave humans. The above-sky sect enslaved astral beasts and the Eternals enslaved humans. They were essentially the same. Lu Bujing and the others could not feel the sorrow of the astral beasts of that era, but Lu Yin could. He had been to the Eternal Kingdom and seen enslaved humans. Astral beasts had their own thoughts and emotions, and in their eyes, humans and the Eternals were probably the same. Lu Yin's boiling blood instantly cooled down. He looked at the Yao Emperor, who had also heard Lu Bujing's words. Even with its head lowered, Lu Yin could see its unwillingness, anger, and helplessness. We haven't left that era for long, so we know a lot about this. If you need anything, I'll list it for you. Actually, our Lu family. Lu Bujing continued, but Lu Yin suddenly interrupted him. Third uncle, I need cooperation, not enslavement. The Yao Emperor suddenly looked up and stared at Lu Yin in shock. On the other end, Lu Bujing was also surprised. Is there a difference? Lu Yin did not know what to say, and he felt a little depressed. We'll talk about it later. He ended the call. Lu Yin saw the Yao Emperor looking at him, but he did not say anything. A figure appeared in front of him. It was unkempt, as if it had not taken care of itself for many years. The person stumbled through space aimlessly. Even from a distance, Lu Yin could see the hesitation and confusion in this person's eyes. Looking at the person's black and white hair, Lu Yin guessed that this was the Third Night King. In the distance, the third Night King looked around blankly. Where was the void wind? Where was the void wanderer? Where did it go? Why was the great realm of void gone? He had a blank look on his face. He didn't know where he should go. Memories kept surging into his mind. He had been asleep for so long that he couldn't remember many things. At this moment, he saw the prison flood dragon. His mouth was wide open as he stared in shock. What was this thing? So huge. Not only was it enormous, but it also contained unimaginable power. Only now did he realize that this power made him feel fear that he had not felt for a long time. It was not a power that he could resist. His memories were clear, and his understanding of the universe was also gradually becoming clearer. He looked at the prison flood dragon and wondered if it was a half-martial ancestor creature. The third Night King. Lu Yin's voice sounded. The third Night King was just about to flee when he heard Lu Yin's voice and looked over in confusion. Who's there? Lu Yin looked at the figure in front of him with a complicated expression. It really was the third Night King. Ever since the first time the ghost monkey had told him this name, how many times had he said it? If not for this person, the third Night King would have long since been captured by the Day-Night clan. If not for using this person as bait, the third Night King would not have been able to reach this point. He was a stranger that Lu Yin had never met in his entire life of cultivation, yet he was the most familiar with. Ever since he had dealt with the Day-Night clan, Lu Yin had completely forgotten about this person. He had not expected to see this person while passing by the great realm of nothingness. Come here, Lu Yin said. The third Night King did not dare to approach the prison flood dragon, but Lu Yin's words made it so that he did not dare to leave. More importantly, how did this creature know him? He had thought that it was the prison flood dragon who had spoken to him. He thought about it and then braced himself as he walked over. He stopped not too far away from the prison flood dragon. He bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior. The prison flood dragon stared at him with wide eyes, and it subconsciously wanted to bare its fangs and claws. Lu Yin walked over. Third Night King, long time no see. The third Night King looked at Lu Yin in shock. You're human. Lu Yin smiled. That's right. The third Night King was at a loss. How could this person appear in the astral beast domain? Unless... Who are you? Why do you know me? Did you betray humanity? Lu Yin looked around. I'm Lu Yin. You don't know me, but I'm very familiar with you. You've helped me a lot. The third Night King was even more confused. You're an old friend of the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin calmly looked at the third Night King. I conquered the Night King bloodline. The third Night King's eyes went wide, and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. What did you say? I said that I conquered the Night King bloodline because I wanted to save the Day King bloodline. The third Night King's face went pale as he stared at Lu Yin, not knowing how to react. Hatred. Or submission. If the prison flood dragon had not been there, he would have attacked immediately. However, the prison flood dragon's existence made him unable to move, and the fear that came from deep within his bones made him want to submit. Go back. You have a choice. You can follow the second Night King and join my sect, or you can become a wandering cultivator. With that, Lu Yin returned to the prison flood dragon's head and rode it back to the celestial beast empire. The third Night King kept thinking about the second Night King's name. The second Night King wasn't dead. When they had been forced by the Hall of Honor to enter the astral beast domain and fight to the death with the celestial beast empire, the first Night King had died and the third Night King had been trapped in the great realm of nothingness. But the second Night King was still alive. And had even submitted to this person. He looked in the direction of the human domain, and his memories grew clearer. He had to return to the human domain immediately to find out what had happened. The third Night King's appearance had put an end to Lu Yin's past self. This person was like a mirror that reflected his weak and helpless self, but when he truly looked into the mirror, he realized that he had become incomparably powerful. The third Night King had missed an era where Lu Yin's legend was born. A few decades ago, Lu Yin had stepped onto the path of cultivation. The fifth mainland situation had gradually unfolded before his eyes like a magnificent painting. At first, he had only seen the weaves, then the outerverse, the astral river, the innerverse, the starfall sea, and so on. At that time, he had also learned about Iron Blood Weave and the astral beast domain, which had been at war with the human domain for countless years. During the astral combat tournament, he had participated in his first border war as a student. At that time, he had never dreamed that he would one day conquer the entire astral beast domain. How many cultivators were there in the human domain? How many experts were there? There were too many to count. Even with Lu Yin's extraordinary talent, he had never imagined that he would one day be the one to conquer the astral beast domain, and he would be the only one to do so. The path of cultivation was long, and he had experienced many life and death situations. He had fought against the astral beast domain several times, and he was no stranger to the powerhouses of the astral beast domain. However, he was unfamiliar with the celestial beast empire, as he had never been to this place before. Could astral beasts build cities? This was a question that Lu Yin had only answered when he saw the celestial beast empire. The celestial beast empire was located at the center of the astral beast domain, and it was also known as the celestial beast weave. The entire weave was surrounded by tributaries, and each tributary had mountains, plains, and even cities. Astral beasts could take human form, so it was not difficult to understand why these cities had appeared. What surprised Lu Yin was that these tributaries were exactly the same as the Starsibyl sects, except that they were many times larger. If not for his domain, he would not have been able to discover them. When the caged WIRM descended, countless astral beasts throughout the celestial beast weave roared at the sky. The demon emperor was in pain, as this was the sound of submission to an outsider. The entire celestial beast empire was expressing its submission to Lu Yin. In the face of a progenitor's strength and a dozen or so half-progenitors, the celestial beast empire was powerless to resist. The tributaries had all sorts of astral beasts that lived in the water, and all of them floated to the surface and bowed in the caged WIRM's direction. There were numerous mountains and plains, and there were enormous astral beasts as well as tiny ones. All of them bowed in the caged WIRM's direction. There was a huge city on each of the circular tributaries. They were like the links of the tributaries. The cities were filled with giant beasts or people who lived in human form. These people had all betrayed the human domain. However, at this moment, they also looked terrified and bowed in the direction of the caged dragon. The entire celestial beast weave converged into a single voice. Greetings, Lord Lu Yin. Greetings, Lord Lu Yin. Greetings, Lord Lu Yin. Throughout human history, who had been able to make the astral beast domain submit? Who had been able to make countless astral beasts submit? No one had been able to do so outside of the era of the astral beast domain, and even then, the astral beast domain had been ruled by a progenitor. The astral beast domain had suppressed the fourth mainland, and since then, the humans had never been able to subdue these astral beasts, not even during the era of the Daosaur sect. Lu Yin had ridden the progenitor caged WIRM and held the demon emperor hostage. He had descended upon the astral beast domain with an unparalleled might, opening a new chapter in the astral beast domain's history. Even though he had experienced the founding ceremony of the New Heaven sect, personally executed Wang Xi, and faced Xiaoxinji, he couldn't help but feel proud at this moment. He had suppressed the astral beast domain, an old enemy that had been at war with the human domain for countless years. Now, they had lowered their heads in front of him. No need for formalities, Lu Yin said. His voice spread through the entire celestial beast weave with the help of his domain, reaching every astral beast and every person's ears. Not all astral beasts had interacted with Luin before, but they had all heard of his legends. These 2 words made their hearts tremble, as they truly felt that Luin had conquered this place. A group of people approached from the front, led by Imperial Tutor Skymender. Behind him were Yao Xian, Su Qing, Feng Lin, and the rest of the astral beasts in human form. These astral beasts represented the top echelons of the astral beast domain. 6 patriarchs of the top 10 races on the heavenly beast list had come. The patriarch of the death insect race was a very short old man, less than half a meter tall. His eyebrows were white and hung down to the soles of his feet. The patriarch of the Na Yuan beast race was a man who was only a meter tall and looked unremarkable. The patriarch of the flying flames race was a person with long tricolored hair. It was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. The patriarch of the Yin Guai race was a thin but tall man in a semi-invisible state. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23:18. Greetings, Lord Luin. Skymender, Imperial Tutor, and the rest appeared in front of the Hellworm and bowed when they felt its terrifying pressure. The prison flood dragon was arrogant. It raised its claws and bent them, looking rather mighty. Luin grabbed the Yao Emperor and threw him down. Yao Xian hurriedly caught it and angrily glared at Luin. Luin happened to be looking at Yao Xian at the same time, and when he saw Yao Xian's unfriendly gaze, his eyes turned cold. The next moment, the caged Wyrm roared, and a progenitor's power swept through the celestial demon weave. The ring-shaped tributaries boiled, the mountains collapsed, and the cities collapsed. Countless starry sky behemoths trembled in fear and despair. The Imperial Tutor was shocked. Please calm down, Lord Luin. Yao Xian's eyes were filled with terror, and he slowly lowered his head under Lu Yin's gaze. The Yao Emperor panted heavily and sorrowfully stood up. He faced Luin and bowed as well. Please calm down, Lord Luin. Please calm down, Lord Luin. Many of the beasts bowed and pleaded. As far as he could see, none of the beasts dared to raise their heads to meet his gaze. He was above all of the beasts, and this was a very satisfying feeling. The Lu family must have felt this way back then. Who set up the celestial demon weave? Luin asked. Imperial Tutor Butian's eyes flashed, and he stepped forward. Reporting to the Daoist, I did it. Luin looked at the Imperial Tutor. I understand now. It's been so many years, but no one from the human domain has come to the Sky Demon Weave. Has no one noticed that the layout here is exactly the same as the Starsabil sects? Imperial Tutor Skymender said respectfully, no one cares about the Celestial Demon Weave's arrangements. Luin looked at the Imperial Tutor. His meaning was clear, even if humans had come to the Celestial Beast Empire before, they wouldn't care about the layout here. Humans look down on astral beasts from the bottom of their hearts. Let's go, Lord Shifter Emperor. Show me your throne, Luin said with interest. Not long after, Luin appeared in an ancient and domineering palace. Regardless of whether it was humans or beasts, they all relied on external objects to threaten him. The Shifter Emperor's palace was filled with dominance and majesty, enough to deter anyone who came here. Luin was currently sitting on the Yao Emperor's throne, and below him were Skymender, Imperial Tutor, and the others. Reporting to the Daoist, the Astral Beast Domain Celestial Beast Empire has submitted. There are a total of 26 alliances in the Astral Beast Domain that have submitted. The Imperial Tutor respectfully reported everything that had happened in the Astral Beast Domain. Luin listened quietly. Now that he had taken control of the Astral Beast Domain, he had gained a considerable number of troops and experts under his command. Within the Astral Beast Domain, there were no less than 30 envoys, and there were more than 300 enlighters. As for cultivators ranging from explorers to hunters, there were several thousand of them, and this was the result of several major battles. It was no wonder why the astral beast domain had been able to fight against the human domain for so many years. Aside from the powerful astral beasts, what Luin cared about the most was resources. He had heard that the astral beast domain's resources were barren, and the sixth mainland had also invaded the astral beast domain in the past, but they had not gained anything. The lack of resources referred to the entire astral beast domain, and Luin did not believe that those astral beasts were lacking in resources. Everything else aside, the celestial beast clan should have quite a large collection of star essence. Lu Yin's eyes lit up at the thought of this. Even if it meant sacrificing his last astral beast, he would have taken Lu Yin down with him. Violet Snow, who had led her team to the human domain to participate in the tournament of the strongest, would have been able to crush Lu Yin with a single finger. Feng Zhou, Monster Loach, the Void Wanderer ancestor, and so on and so forth. Countless astral beasts in the astral beast domain who had crossed paths with Lu Yin were now filled with regret. Lu Yin naturally knew about this. He was currently relying on the Hellworm to suppress the astral beast domain. Rather than relying on the Hellworm, he was relying more on instinct, the primal instincts of these astral beasts. However, as time passed, this instinctive fear would fade, and he would not truly control the astral beast domain. Thus, the next step was to completely merge the astral beast domain and the human domain. The Yao Emperor and Imperial Tutor Skyminder definitely could not remain here. Lu Yin had to arrange for someone else to come to the astral beast domain, but who should he arrange? Hingxin could not possibly leave such an unruly person here, as that would be the same as giving Lu Yin a chance to escape his control. Thus, there were only a few suitable candidates. Unfortunately, Progenitor Chen's power could not extend to the astral beast domain. Otherwise, anyone would have been able to oversee the astral beast domain. A single thought from Progenitor Chen would be able to eliminate all unstable factors. Lu Yin's suppression of the astral beast domain had caused huge waves in the human domain. Countless people looked towards the east in excitement. Once the astral beast domain was conquered, the human domain would double in size. At that time, the humans would truly unify the fifth mainland. Within the Above the Sky sect, the ghost monkey had fallen silent after learning that Lu Yin had used the Hellworm to sweep through the astral beast domain. No one could find him. A series of events. Over the next few days, Lu Yin listened to Imperial Tutor Skyminder's reports on the astral beast domain. He now had a clearer understanding of the astral beast domain. In general, the astral beast domain was controlled by the Celestial Beast Empire, but that did not mean that they completely ruled over the astral beast domain. It was just like how the human domain obeyed the Hall of Honor on the surface, but that did not mean that the Hall of Honor ruled over the entire human domain. There were all sorts of alliances in the astral beast domain. When Lu Yin had participated in the border war for the first time, he had encountered the Desolate Beast Alliance. It was an alliance of 7 enlighter astral beasts, and their leader was known as the Soaring Flamer Emperor. He was originally from the Soaring Flamer clan, but he was a traitor and called himself the Soaring Flamer Emperor. There were 26 such alliances in the astral beast domain, but all of them had submitted to Lu Yin. The threat and despair that the caged WIRM brought was too great. Stop! Lu Yin interrupted Imperial Tutor Skyminder. Imperial Tutor Skyminder looked at him in confusion. Lu Yin leaned forward. Imperial Tutor, are you interested in becoming a teacher in the Above the Sky sect? Imperial Tutor Skyminder calmly looked at Lu Yin. I will obey your orders. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he looked at the Beast Emperor. Jui betrayed me and will never appear again. The Above the Sky sect has 8 heavenly gates, and I do not wish to change them. Are you willing to oversee one of them? Change the undying gate to the heavenly beast gate. The other astral beasts looked at each other. Lu Yin wanted to take away 2 of the astral beast domain's strongest powerhouses. This way, no matter what the astral beast domain did, no one would be able to resist Lu Yin. The beast emperor knew that he had no other choice, and that Jue would never appear again. The meaning behind Lu Yin's words was simple: if he did not agree, then he would never appear again. "I'll leave it to you, Daozi," the beast emperor said dejectedly. Lu Yin was satisfied. "Don't worry, the leaders of the heavenly gates and the teachers hold the highest positions in the above-the-sky sect. With your cultivations, you will definitely have a place in the above-the-sky sect." After saying that, Lu Yin looked at the others. "I plan to form another army in the above-the-sky sect, and it will be called the Astral Beast Army. There will be 20 envoys, 200 enlighters, 5,000 explorers and hunters, and 10 million astral beasts. I hope that everyone will support me." The astral beasts did not object. When the hellworm had unleashed his progenitor's power and swept through the astral beast domain, this outcome had already been decided. If the astral beast domain ruled over the human domain, they would have done the same. "We will follow your instructions, Dozi," the group of astral beasts replied respectfully. Yao Xian was unwilling to accept this, and he couldn't help but look at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin smiled. "Right, there are also many astral beasts that are difficult to tame. The 26 alliances are an example. They might have submitted now, but that doesn't mean that they will submit in the future. Thus, there must always be someone overseeing this place. What do you think of the Skyblade sect?" Imperial Tutor Skymender asked. "Daozi, are you talking about sect Master Ling Qing?" Lu Yin nodded. Imperial Tutor Skymender respectfully replied, "Sect Master Ling Qing is a half-ancestor from the era of the above-the-sky sect. He is one of the leaders of the 12 heavenly gates and has a certain chance of becoming a progenitor. If he suppresses the astral beast domain, then no one will dare to oppose him." "It's good that you agree, Imperial Tutor. It's decided then. Aside from these matters, there are still many other matters that need to be taken care of, but I won't leave them to anyone else. There's a place that I hope you can take me to," Lu Yin said with a calm gaze. "It's where the human-shaped source box is stored." Imperial Tutor Skymender and the Beast Emperor were shocked, and they both looked at Lu Yin. "How did you know?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23:19. Lu Yin smiled when he saw the Imperial Tutor and the Yao Emperor's shocked expressions. "How would I know that I needed to report this to you? We wouldn't dare." "Of course, you can go if you want." Imperial Tutor suppressed his shock and answered. The Emperor lowered his head, but his eyes flickered. Only a few people in the astral beast domain knew about that place, and most of them were guarding it. Only he and Imperial Tutor Skymender were outside. How did Lu Yin know about it? Feng Lin and the other astral beasts were puzzled, as they had no idea where the human-shaped source box was hidden. The Emperor and Imperial Tutor were hiding something from them, but how did Lu Yin know? Lu Yin told the other astral beasts to wait here while he followed Imperial Tutor Skymender and the Emperor to the location of the human-shaped source box. The hellworm naturally followed. Truthfully, Lu Yin was quite wary of Imperial Tutor Skymender, especially since he had the Book of Destiny. "Where's your Book of Destiny?" Lu Yin asked. Imperial Tutor Skymender respectfully replied, "I left it where I'm staying. My lady has been attacking me with the power of destiny, so it's inconvenient to have it with me." "Let me take a look," Lu Yin said. After Imperial Tutor Skymender left, he contacted Starsabil with a wireless goo and asked her to tell her not to attack. In the inner verse, Fate Daughter frowned, as this was a rather uncomfortable feeling. Lu Yin had told her not to attack, and she would not attack. Even during the above sky sect era, ordinary progenitors would not have been able to order her to do so. She was Fate daughter, the successor of destiny. Unfortunately, she had to listen to Lu Yin in this era, or no one would help her. During the above sky sect era, she could rely on her power as a Fate daughter to intimidate progenitors. Now, Lu Yin could easily kill her with progenitor Chen's power, so she did not want to fight him. However, the Book of Destiny belonged to Destiny, and it could not be controlled by an outsider. Skymender. This astral beast had to hand over the Book of Destiny. Lu Yin did not care what Fate daughter thought, he was the absolute ruler of this region. Imperial tutor Skymender carried a huge book over. Lu Yin looked at it and saw that it was exactly the same as Xiaoshir's book. Open it. Imperial tutor Skymender opened the book and looked at Lu Yin. Can you see the words? Lu Yin shook his head. What do you mean? Imperial tutor Skymender, no living being other than me can see the words. Lu Yin was puzzled. There's such a thing. The Imperial tutor hurriedly said, Daozi, if you don't believe me, you can ask the Fate Maiden. Lu Yin was skeptical. I'll ask the Fate Maiden. Let me see. The Imperial tutor handed the book over to Lu Yin. He wasn't worried that Lu Yin would snatch it away from him. With the current situation, if Lu Yin wanted it, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Caged Wirm followed Skymender Imperial tutor in a certain direction. Lu Yin flipped through the pages on his head, his eyes flickering. He could not see the words, but that did not mean that Xiaoshir could not. Imperial tutor Butian didn't know about Xiaoshir's existence. He purposely didn't believe that he couldn't see the words so that he wouldn't be suspicious. Right now, he knew where the 3 books of fate were. One was here, one was with Xiaoshir, and the last one was with Bai Xiener. As the successor of Fate, Lady of Fate did not have a single book. Now that she knew about the heaven-mending Imperial Advisor's book, she would definitely think of a way to steal it. State Preceptor, can you give this book to me? He kept his head down as he flipped through the pages, not even looking at the Imperial tutor. Imperial tutor Butian's expression did not change. If you like it, then just take it. Lu Yin looked at him. He smiled. You don't feel bad about it? Imperial tutor Butian smiled. There's no difference whether it's in your hands or mine. Just take it. Lu Yin placed the book at his feet. If that's the case, then it would be impolite for me to refuse. He had only wanted to test Imperial tutor Butian and see how the Imperial tutor would refuse, but the Imperial tutor Butian had agreed too quickly. It must be because he was sure that Lu Yin couldn't see the words, and there was no point in giving the book to Lu Yin. Wait, if the Imperial tutor knew about Lady of Fate, then why was he so willing? Lu Yin looked at Imperial tutor Butian, suppressing his doubts. Imperial tutor Butian's expression did not change, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. It's here, the Imperial tutor reminded. Lu Yin hurriedly had caged Wirm stop and look ahead. His domain spread out, and he sensed a hidden space. Imperial tutor Butian stepped forward and arrived in the void. He raised a hand, causing the void to ripple as a dark spatial crack appeared. Lu Yin was not unfamiliar with this crack, as he had seen it when he had first entered the Yin Guai's body. At that time, the Yin Guai and the Sound Guai had come out to kill the astral beasts that had accidentally wandered into this place. What had left the deepest impression on Lu Yin were the giant statue and the human-shaped source box, as well as the Sound Guai's words. Imperial tutor Butian had warned them that if this place was exposed, 2 tribes would be wiped out. The 2 tribes were the Yin Guai and the Sound Guai. These 2 tribes had quite a high status in the astral beast domain, but they would be wiped out just because this place was exposed. One could imagine how important this place was to Imperial tutor Butian. Daozi, please, the imperial tutor said respectfully. Luyin frowned, and Imperial Tutor Butian thought that Luyin was still worried. He hurriedly stepped into the spatial crack and waited for Luyin inside. Luyin was not worried at all. He had only hesitated because Imperial Tutor Butian had been too straightforward. He had thought that Imperial Tutor Butian would create a fake place to fool him, but this place was real. It was the same place that Luyin had learned about when he had first entered the Yin Gui's body. With that in mind, Luyin no longer hesitated and stepped into the spatial crack. There were a total of 5 envoy-level astral beasts in the spatial crack, and one of them was the Yin Gui that Luyin had merged with. Aside from these 5, Luyin also saw many human-shaped source boxes. There were so many of them that they filled the entire space. Finally, he looked in another direction, where there was a giant statue. Even when he had merged with the Yin Gui's body, he had only been able to see the statue's 4 limbs. Now, he could see it with his own eyes. Behind Luyin, Imperial Tutor Butian was even more shocked when he saw Luyin look directly at the statue. Not only did he know about this place, but he also knew the statue's location. How? How did he know? Ever since this place had been established, no astral beast that had entered to guard this place had been allowed to leave alive. Any astral beast that tried to investigate or approach this place had been immediately executed. Only Imperial Tutor Butian and each generation of Yao emperors were allowed to enter. In other words, aside from Imperial Tutor Butian and each generation of Yao emperors, no one else could have known about the layout of this place. How did this person know? Imperial Tutor Butian did not believe that this was a coincidence. He was more inclined to believe that Luyin already knew about this place. He could not accept this conjecture, but he had to accept it. Luyin did not know that his subconscious actions had caused Imperial Tutor Butian to notice a problem. Imperial Tutor, why are you collecting these human-shaped source boxes? Imperial Tutor Butian respectfully replied, since you know about this place, I will not hide it from you. The purpose of collecting these human-shaped source boxes is to unlock source boxes. Luyin laughed and looked at Imperial Tutor Butian. Imperial Tutor, are you joking with me? These source boxes are naturally used to unlock source boxes. Imperial Tutor Butian replied, it's not just about unlocking them. It's that simple. Imperial Tutor Butian hesitated for a moment and then slowly asked, does Dao Child know where these human-shaped source boxes came from? Luyin shook his head. He had seen these source boxes when he had traveled through spacetime, and most of them had come from the 4th mainland. Many of them had appeared after the 4th mainland had been destroyed. Of course, they might not have come from the 4th mainland, as Luyin had only seen the 4th mainland shatter. These human-shaped source boxes are humans who cultivate a unique technique, Imperial Tutor Butian solemnly explained. Luyin was astonished. A unique technique. Imperial Tutor Butian nodded. That technique is called the Origin Stone Technique. Cultivating the Origin Stone Technique will not increase one's battle prowess, nor will it increase one's cultivation. Its only use is to protect oneself. These people are powerhouses who had no choice but to cultivate the Origin Stone Technique in order to protect themselves after their mainlands were destroyed. Luyin looked at the human-shaped source boxes and honestly did not believe it. They're all humans. Yes. If they're humans, then why are you collecting them? Imperial Tutor Butian replied, I won't hide it from you, Dao Child. My astral beast domain is much weaker than the human domain, so I plan to unlock these people and use their strength to deal with the human domain. Luyin blinked and looked at Imperial Tutor Butian. Imperial Tutor Skymander continued, these are humans, and if they try to unlock the source box rashly, they won't be able to help the astral beast domain. However, the creator of the Origin Stone Technique left behind a matching source box array known as the Inverse Origin Array. Whoever uses the inverse origin array to unlock the sourcebox, cultivators of the origin stone technique will be able to place a controlling brand in their body. The creator of the origin stone technique had ill intentions, so he was killed. However, the origin stone technique has been passed down. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to cultivate it, but in a situation of certain death, the origin stone technique is the only way to survive. Lu Yin recalled the human-shaped sourceboxes that had flown out when the fourth mainland had been destroyed. What Imperial Tutor Butian had said didn't seem to be too far off. Those human-shaped sourceboxes had appeared when the mainland had been destroyed, so it made sense that they had wanted to survive. "You have the inverse origin array?" Lu Yin asked. This was the only reason why Imperial Tutor Butian was collecting these sourceboxes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2320. The Imperial Tutor replied, "Human-shaped sourceboxes are very difficult to unlock. They aren't true sourceboxes, but they use the origin stone technique to transform themselves into sourceboxes. Thus, they can't be unlocked normally and require a reverse origin formation. However, the reverse origin formation isn't simple either, as it needs to be adjusted according to the celestial bodies, time of day, position, blood energy, and so on. I've had 2 chances to set it up over the years, but it was delayed due to various reasons." The Imperial Tutor's explanation was reasonable. Lu Yin took out the wireless goo and asked Lu Bujing in front of the Imperial Tutor if he had heard of the origin stone technique. Lu Bujing's answer was similar to what the Imperial Tutor had said, but he didn't mention the reverse origin formation. Only a few Ancestor Realm experts know about the existence of the inverse origin formation, because the one who created the origin stone technique was an Ancestor Realm expert, and the one who killed him could only be an Ancestor Realm expert. I only obtained it by chance, and the others only know about the origin stone technique and that something bad will happen if one cultivates it. However, no one knows the specifics. Heaven-mending Imperial Advisor explained. With the Imperial Tutor's intelligence, even if this was a lie, he wouldn't be able to expose it so easily. Lu Yin didn't believe him, but he couldn't find any loopholes. "Show me the reverse origin formation." The Imperial Tutor carved the reverse origin formation into a jade stone and handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin would definitely study it when he returned. With the Imperial Tutor's abilities, he had only been able to set it up twice over the years, which showed how difficult it was. Right, Heavenly Master Gu Yan had been in seclusion all these years. Could it be that he had been studying the human-shaped sourceboxes? With his abilities, if human-shaped sourceboxes could be unlocked normally, then he wouldn't have needed to study them. Furthermore, Heavenly Inscriptionists and Supreme Sage Heavenly Masters all had human-shaped sourceboxes, but he had never heard of them being unlocked. This was similar to what the Imperial Tutor had said, human-shaped sourceboxes couldn't be unlocked normally. There was one way to verify the Imperial Tutor's words, Littleshire's book. Lu Yin could use that book to investigate the origin stone technique and the reverse origin formation and see if he could find anything. The Imperial Tutor didn't know about this, but Lu Yin could verify it. The two of them walked through this space, and Lu Yin deliberately approached the Yin Guai until he was 5 meters away from it. He then fused with the Yin Guai and read its memories. The Yin Guai's memories hadn't changed much over the past few years, and even when he had moved the humanoid sourcebox, nothing had changed. Lu Yin was disappointed, as Skymender Imperial Tutor had been too straightforward in bringing him here. He was actually thinking that this space had been rearranged or that something had happened in the past that he could use the Yin Guai's memories to find out. Unfortunately, there was nothing, everything was normal. On the surface, it looked like Imperial Advisor Butian had completely submitted. Not only had he led the Celestial Beast Empire's countless beasts to bow and submit, but he had also given Lu Yin the Book of Destiny. He had also brought Lu Yin to this space and told Lu Yin everything about the human-shaped source box. Logically, abnormal. What is that statue in front of us? Lu Yin was puzzled. The imperial tutor's expression was solemn as he knelt before Lu Yin, his eyes filled with reverence and fanaticism. Lu Yin had seen this scene many times in the Yin Gui's memories, and it was exactly the same. Junior disciple Butian pays his respects to the Tao Master. Butian imperial tutor respectfully called out. Lu Yin raised a brow. Tao Lord. Only the masters of the 6 continents had the qualifications to be called Tao Lords. Who was this creature? Tao Lord, this is the 4th mainland's Tao Lord, the desolate god, the imperial tutor solemnly introduced. Lu Yin's expression froze, and he slowly looked up. The desolate god was the 4th mainland's Tao Lord, and it was on par with the Tao Lords of the other 5 continents. It was a powerhouse that was second only to the primogenitors of that era, and it was on the same level as the death god. Lu Yin had previously guessed the statue's identity, but now that he had heard it firsthand, the shock caused his mind to rumble. At this moment, he finally saw the desolate god's true appearance. The desolate god was not a human, but an astral beast that had once ruled over the 4th mainland. Lu Yin did not know what race this beast belonged to, but when he first saw it, he felt that it was very ordinary. It did not have any awe-inspiring aura, and compared to the words, desolate god, it seemed too ordinary. Lu Yin took a deep breath and bowed. Junior Lu Yin pays his respects to the desolate god. Seeing Lu Yin pay his respects, the imperial tutor had a complicated expression. During the above heaven era, even though the desolate god had protected the 4th mainland, it had not been able to prevent the humans from enslaving, plundering, and even cultivating the countless creatures of the 4th mainland. This was something that the desolate god could not change. As a descendant of the Lu family, Lu Yin was already showing enough respect by paying his respects to the desolate god. Thank you, Tao Lord, the imperial tutor said gratefully. Lu Yin earnestly said, as the ruler of the 4th mainland, it is only right for me to be respected by the descendants. Besides, I believe that the desolate god fought to the death with the Eternals for that era. Its death is a loss to everyone. The imperial tutor nodded. The desolate god and the 4th mainland perished together. What we're stepping on might be its blood. Aside from the desolate god, the 4th mainland should have produced more than one progenitor, right? The imperial tutor replied, of course. The closest one to the present is progenitor Wushang. Unfortunately, he was also sacrificed on the battlefield against the 6th mainland. Is that so? Lu Yin had heard of progenitor Wushang far too many times. If not for progenitor Wushang's hide, the imperial tutor would not have been able to survive until now. Both the hide and the 3rd Night King had protected him during his time of weakness. After leaving the space, the imperial tutor asked, Tao Lord, do you have any plans for this place? Lu Yin replied, let's leave it at that for now. The imperial tutor nodded and followed Lu Yin back to the celestial beast empire. Imperial tutor, aren't you afraid that I'll give the Book of Destiny to the Fate Daughter? On the way back, Lu Yin suddenly asked. The imperial tutor calmly replied, this book already belongs to you, Tao Lord. If you wish, you can give it to anyone. Lu Yin looked at the boundless sky and kept thinking about what had just happened. The imperial tutor had submitted too easily, and he had been too submissive. The imperial tutor was willing to give Lu Yin anything, which made Lu Yin feel uneasy. But what exactly was that uneasy? He could not figure it out. Should he kill him? This question suddenly appeared in Lu Yin's mind, and he unconsciously revealed a trace of killing intent. The imperial tutor's sharp senses detected this killing intent, and his expression changed. But even if you give the Book of Destiny to the Fate Daughter, she should not be able to use it. Why is that? Lu Yin retracted his killing intent and asked in confusion. The imperial tutor explained, although the Book of Destiny is a power vessel created by destiny, it is different from ordinary treasures and requires time to nurture. What do you mean? When I first obtained the Book of Destiny, I could not see the words, but as time passed and I cultivated the power of destiny, I gradually began to see the words. This process takes 10,000 years. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. 10,000 years. Xiao Shi could not have lived for 10,000 years, so how could he see the words? Bai Xian'er had not lived for 10,000 years, so how could she use the Book of Destiny? Either the imperial tutor was lying, or there was another way. He remembered that Xiao Shi had said that he could see the words when he obtained the book from the Hall of Honor, but no one else could. He had never nurtured the Book of Destiny before. If what the imperial tutor said was true, then what was the difference between him and Xiao Shi? Why could he see the words directly? What about Bai Xian'er? The Fate Daughter is a direct descendant of destiny. You can show it to the Fate Daughter, Tao Lord. Lu Yin thought about it. If someone can see the words directly, what does that mean? The imperial tutor suddenly looked up and stared at Lu Yin, not avoiding the question, destiny. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What did you say? Imperial tutor Batian said in a low voice, if someone is able to see the words of the Book of Destiny without going through any nurturing, there can only be one reason: they are destiny. Lu Yin lowered his head and looked at the Book of Destiny. Destiny. Xiao Shi. Bai Xian'er. Destiny. How was that possible? But why was that not possible? If Big Sis could be the netherworld ancestor, then it was not impossible for destiny to appear as well. However, there was only one destiny, and Xiao Shi and Bai Xian'er were two different people. He returned to the Celestial Beast Empire in deep thought. Lu Yin had only one goal in mind when he returned, and that was to gather resources. He had suppressed the matter of destiny, but he would only know the truth after he showed the Book of Destiny to the Fate Daughter. He didn't know if the imperial tutor was right. If Xiao Shi was destiny, then so be it, but if Bai Xian'er was destiny, then Lu Yin found it hard to accept. Destiny was a peak existence that was on par with the death god. Big Sis had obtained the Yo secret, and her cultivation had skyrocketed. Right, if Bai Xian'er really was destiny, then wouldn't her cultivation have skyrocketed after she obtained the Book of Destiny? Would that explain her unfathomable cultivation? Lu Yin shook his head. The more he thought about it, the easier it was. He sighed and changed the topic. You should know me well. Since the astral beast domain is willing to join the above heaven sect, then what about the resources? As he spoke, the imperial tutor, the Yao Emperor, and a group of astral beasts appeared below him. Lu Yin didn't need to hide anything, as there was nothing on the fifth mainland that was worth hiding. The Yao Emperor and the other astral beasts weren't surprised. Are you referring to star essence? Lu Yin answered, correct. The Yao Emperor replied, the total star essence in the celestial beast domain is more than 50 billion cubes. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. That was only that much. Within the imperial palace, there's a collection of resources over countless years, and there are more than 600 billion star essence, the Yao Emperor continued. Lu Yin's expression softened a little. This was the entire Celestial Beast Empire's resources, so having this much was already quite good. The 26 alliances have a good understanding of you, Dao Child, and they've already contacted me to transport star essence over. They're on the way, and there's close to 1 trillion star essence in total. If you need it, I can have all the astral beasts in the astral beast domain hand over star essence. Lu Yin raised a brow. What did the Yao Emperor mean by having a good understanding of him? This sounded uncomfortable, but he still asked expectantly, how much do you have? The Yao Emperor thought about it. It shouldn't be less than 5 trillion. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23-21. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. 5 trillion star essence was more than the total amount of star essence on Junior Progenitor Planet, and it was enough to crush the entire 4 cardinal scales. He believed that none of the 4 cardinal scales would have so many star essence. Although this seemed like a lot, it was actually not that much when compared to the entire star domain. Some astral beasts also relied on star essence for their cultivation. Otherwise, Yao Gu would not have been able to obtain a crystal card from the Mavis Bank. If the astral beast domain did not use star essence to cultivate like the technocracy, then this amount of resources would definitely be much greater. After all, the resources that the Yao Emperor could gather were only the resources that the astral beasts were willing to hand over. Lu Yin believed that if all of the star essence in the astral beast domain were gathered together, then there would be no less than 20 trillion star essence, which was about 20 times that of the technocracy. As for the 5th mainland, the human domain was the one with the most star essence, and it was impossible for Lu Yin to estimate how many star essence the entire human domain had. If he were to include the 6th mainland and the astral tree domain, then he would be able to get his hands on all the star essence and upgrade the slipper to the point where it would be able to kill the Eternal's only true God. But then again, who did the slippers belong to? Following this, Lu Yin had the Yao Emperor announce to the entire astral beast domain that the astral beast army would be formed as soon as possible and then set up camp in the human domain's heaven sect. At the same time, he would leave with the Yao Emperor and Imperial Tutor Skymender while leaving the astral beast domain to the Sky Blade sect. The Sky Blade sect only had Ling Qing and no other cultivators, so Lu Yin had the giant army follow them to the astral beast domain. The astral beast domain's violent winds could only be suppressed by the giants. In Heaven's sect, Ku Wei received some bad news. Go to the astral beast domain. Ling Qing looked down at him. Get ready. It's the Daozi's order, and we'll leave immediately. He was not obeying Lu Yin or his status as the Daozi, but rather the progenitor's sword. Only Lu Yin had the sword, and in his eyes, Lu Yin was no different from the progenitor. Of the 8 Heavenly Gates leaders, he was the most loyal to Lu Yin besides Lu Bujing. Ku Wei was sorrowful. Can I not go? Ling Qing was indifferent. Discuss this with the Daozi. Ku Wei's hands trembled as he contacted Lu Yin. Not long after that, he gave up and reorganized the giant army as he prepared to head to the astral beast domain. To him, going to the astral beast domain was torture. Being in the above heavens sect was much better, and he could act like a tyrant in the human domain with the title of Lu Yin's disciple. The beauties, the resources, and the power he wielded were all too wonderful. When he had nothing to do, he could even go to the Ku family and show off his might. However, reality was cruel. Lu Yin was suppressing the astral beast domain, and the astral beast domain was organizing the astral beast army to head to the human domain. Meanwhile, in the astral tree domain, Yi Xian Academy was in a bad situation. Lu Tu, Lu Nong Xinyang, Lu Ke, and the other heirs of large families had been brought back to their families from the top realm. They did not even go to Yi Xian Academy. There were only 7 people left in Yi Xian Academy. 7 people. It was impossible to build an academy, and no more students would come. The Yi Xian district had been sealed off by the 4-way scales. Hey, the 4-way scales shouldn't have been so aggressive. Mr. Zhang was furious. Why did Lu Shaoxian come to our academy? Half-ancestor Su Donglai, who was guarding the library, said, even without Lu Shaoxian, our academy wouldn't have lasted much longer. Dean Wen looked into the distance. He still could not accept the fact that Yu Hao was Lu Shaoxian. How had he disguised himself? How had a 3rd origin tribulation cultivator managed to deceive half-ancestors like them? How had he caused trouble for the 4-way scales? He had caused chaos in the top realm, and he had even fought his way out of the divine martial plane, causing the divine martial heavenly prison flood dragon to disappear. Even Xiaoshenji, who had used his ancestral world, had been able to escape. Everything had happened. Even if the three half-ancestors worked together, they would not have been able to do it. Lu Shaoxian is truly a genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 genius since ancient times, Dean Wen sighed. Mr. Tang sighed in admiration. That's right. Since ancient times, who could fight against 4 half-ancestors with only 3 origin tribulations? He even managed to kill one and escape from a progenitor? This has never happened before. Even during the Lu family's golden age, no one was able to do it. Mr. Wei replied, if it was the Lu Shaoxian of that era, he wouldn't have been able to do it either. The trajectory of history is always inexplicably fixed. Everything that the Lu family did in the past, Lu Shaoxian is accelerating. Mr. Huai quietly listened to their conversation. Did this have anything to do with him? No, he was just a very ordinary and lighter cultivator. No one listened to him in class, and he had no presence among the students. A mentor like him should have left already, as the 4-way scales had given him pretty good conditions that he would never be able to obtain in his entire life. However, he did not want to leave. It was not that he was stubborn, but rather that he had been a step too late. Just as he was about to agree to leave Yi Academy, something had happened to his body. His cultivation technique had caused his meridians to become chaotic, and by the time he had recovered, a few days had passed. When he reappeared, the 4-way scales could no longer be contacted, and all he saw were the 6 people in front of him. These 6 people were also rather surprised that he had appeared. Lu Shaoxian was not stupid, and he naturally said that he had willingly stayed behind to show off in front of the 3 half-ancestors. However, in reality, it was useless. He had heard Lu Shaoxuan's name too many times over the past few days, and he was truly a ruthless person. He had never expected that the smiling and likable Mr. Haoyu was actually Lu Shaoxian, the 4-way scale's greatest enemy. He had even caused a huge ruckus in the top realm and fought his way out of Shenwu Plain. This was simply unimaginable. Lu Shaoxian did not even dare to dream of such a thing. The 4-way scales has given us a deadline. If we don't hand over the mountains and seas, then we'll wipe out the academy. It seems like these old bones of mine will have to take a gamble. The culinary god stood up and rubbed his shoulders. Su Donglai looked at him. Are you preparing to break through? The culinary god nodded. If I hadn't blocked that attack for Lu Shaoxian in Shenwu Plain, then the academy wouldn't have been in such a miserable state, and the 4-way scales wouldn't have been so aggressive. The academy has only been able to remain stable for so many years because of you. If you want the mountains and seas, then we'll just hand them over, Su Donglai said. The culinary god's gaze darkened. We can't stop them. Without students, the academy will no longer be the academy, and there's no point in holding on. Even if progenitor Wen sourcebox array can hold them off for a while, it won't last forever, Mr. Tang said. Actually, it's not like we don't have a chance, Mr. Wei suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. The culinary god was stunned. A chance. Mr. Wei smiled. We've always been thinking about how Lu Shaoxian would cause trouble in the top realm. He fought his way out of Shenwu Plain in the top realm, but have you ever wondered how he ended up in this part of the universe? They all looked at each other, deep in thought. The 4-way balance clearly sent an expeditionary force to the abandoned land to hunt him down, but he still came. Moreover, his cultivation has increased greatly, and he even has the help of a half-martial ancestor. How did he manage to escape from ancestor Xiaoshenji in the Battle of the Upper Realm? Impossible. There's only one explanation: a progenitor helped him, and that progenitor might have also come from the abandoned lands, Mr. Wei said. No one knew the details of how Lu Yin had fought against Xiaoxinji in the battle at the top realm, as Xiaoxinji had not allowed news of it to spread. Only progenitors knew about Mu Xie's help, and everyone else could only guess. What do you mean? Dean Wen asked. Mr. Wei said, the new void corridor is about to be repaired, and it won't take long. When the time comes, our region will be reconnected to the abandoned lands, and the four-way scales will still focus on Lu Shaoxian. If he dares to come to the top realm, then he'll have the confidence to fight against the four-way scales. That's the feeling he's been giving me lately. So you want to delay until the four-way scales have no time to pay attention to us? Su Donglai asked. Mr. Wei replied, it's just a matter of time. She looked at the food god. The longer we delay, the higher the chances of Senior breaking through, right? The food god felt bitter. Breaking through? If he didn't kill that traitor, how could he break through? Dean Wen looked at the food god. You are the only hope of the academy. Once you break through, the four-way scales won't be able to do anything. Do your best. The food god took a deep breath. Then I'll go into seclusion. How long you can delay this will depend on yourselves. If you really can't, just call me out. Even if I fail to break through, I'll give them a scare. Everyone was speechless. Above East Xian Academy was the top realm, which was within the Wang family's territory. Above that was the sovereign's realm. There was an area in the sovereign's realm where an enormous tree branch that stretched as far as the eye could see had been torn apart. Broken branches floated in the air, and although they were broken, they were still incredibly large, large enough to support a planet. This was the front line of the sovereign's realm, and it was also where the four-way scale's forefather faced the Eternals. Atop a broken branch, 4 figures sat around a mirror. They were Xiaoxinji, Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, and the Dragon Ancestor. That mirror was the Fog Ancestor's mirror. The 4 figures touched the mirror at the same time and then disappeared, entering the mirror's space. Without saying a word, they looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Not long after, the mirror exploded, and the 4 forefathers walked out. They looked toward the center, where a white fog was swirling around and sweeping across the boundless starry sky. A majestic aura erupted, and the fog shook the sovereign's realm and the battlefield below. Countless people looked up, feeling the power of a progenitor. The half-martial ancestors looked up. Was this an unfamiliar progenitor's aura? Where had this progenitor come from? Bai Wang Yuan and the others were at the center of the fog. As the fog dissipated, the Fog Ancestor's true body was revealed. The Dragon Ancestor looked on excitedly, and the moment the Fog Ancestor appeared, he bowed deeply. Senior Fog Ancestor, Junior Dragon 2 greets you. Bai Wang Yuan looked at the Fog Ancestor with a complicated expression. So many years had passed, and his old friends had disappeared one by one. Only the forefathers had survived, and now, there was one more old friend. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23-22. Wang Fan's eyes narrowed. Another person had appeared in 9 mountains and 8 seas. Were Xiaoshang, Huiwen, and the others still alive? Xiaoxinji's eyes were filled with killing intent. If not for this woman, he would have already killed Lu Shaoxian. What would her attitude be now? If she still wanted to protect Lu Shaoxian, then a huge battle would be unavoidable. He was already considering how to banish this woman, just like the Lu family. Each of them had their own thoughts and plans. However, none of them had expected that the Fog Ancestor would attack without saying anything after appearing. His target was Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan instinctively blocked the Mist Ancestor's attack and berated, "Shiwei, are you crazy? Why are you attacking me? The other three ancestors were equally confused. Even if the mist ancestor wanted to attack, he should have attacked Xiaoshenji. Why would he attack Bai Wangyuan? The mist ancestor stared at Bai Wangyuan and suppressed his anger. What's going on with the astral origin liquid? Explain it to me. Bai Wangyuan frowned. Are you attacking me because of the astral origin liquid? That has nothing to do with you. Even in our era, Lu Tianyi was in charge of who used the astral origin liquid. The mist ancestor barked, it has nothing to do with me. I only know that the astral origin liquid is related to the mother tree. If the mother tree becomes unstable after absorbing too much astral origin liquid, who will bear the responsibility? I've been with Lu Yin for some time now, and I understand this region well. Not only did you selfishly banish the Lu family, but you even wanted to steal the astral origin liquid. Without the Lu family, you can rely on Huiwen's sourcebox array and the mother tree to stop the everlasting tribe. Once the mother tree becomes unstable, what will you use to stop the everlasting tribe? Do you really want to cause the extinction of humanity? Shiwei, you're exaggerating, Wang Fan said. The mist ancestor snorted and stared at Wang Fan. All four scales have a share of the astral origin liquid. If you don't give me an explanation, don't think that you'll have an easy time. We were the ones who let you out. I told you that you would repay kindness with enmity. We shouldn't have let you out. Xiaoshenji was unhappy. Bai Qi said, no matter what, it's always good to have another progenitor. Shiwei, if you want to consider the bigger picture, then don't go against us. That won't be good for humanity. Senior. The dragon ancestor called out. The fog ancestor turned around and glanced at the dragon ancestor. If I had known that helping you become an ancestral patriarch would cause the Lu clan to be exiled, I wouldn't have helped you, you greedy, ungrateful wretch. The dragon ancestor sighed. Senior, there are some things that I'm forced to do. In truth, he was of the same generation as the mist ancestor, Bai Wangyuan, and the others. However, because of his limited talent, he had been unable to reach the patriarch realm. It was all thanks to the mist ancestors' inheritance of the mountains and seas, and the mountain and sea battle techniques that he had been able to break through that bottleneck. Otherwise, he would have long since turned to dust. That was why he treated Bai Wangyuan and the others as equals. However, in front of the mist ancestor, he had to respectfully refer to him as senior. What's your purpose in letting me out? If it was the Lu family that let me out, I believe that they would consider the interests of the human race, but you? Humph. The fog ancestor looked down on these people. Wang Fan's expression was solemn. Shiwei, I don't care what you think of us in the past or in the present, but our standpoints are different now. Back then, the Lu family was supporting us, and everyone had their own thoughts. But now, we are the ones supporting them. As long as we don't want the human race to go extinct, we need to unite against the Eternals. The fog ancestor blinked. That's right. You're right. She paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. It was a mocking laugh. Xiaoshenji's expression turned ugly. What are you laughing at? Is that so? The fog ancestor laughed so hard that she could barely breathe. Don't you think that you're being ridiculous? You worked so hard to exile the Lu family. Yes, you became the four cardinal scales and controlled this region of space, but what's the point of that? You can't even reach the sovereign realm, but a puny Lu Yin with 3 origin tribulations can reach the divine martial plane. If the Lu family was still around, then even I would have a hard time reaching the divine martial plane, let alone a kid with 3 origin tribulations. Ha 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 ha. These words made Xiaoshenji, Wang Fan, and the others' expressions turn ugly. Although these words were harsh, they were the truth. If the Lu family had been exiled, then they would have to replace them. To the entire human race, the 4 cardinal scales had replaced the Lu family. However, this didn't benefit them, and they couldn't even leave the sovereign realm. The sovereign realm was like a cage for them. If this was in the past, then why would you let me out? It's already good enough that you didn't hide the mirror to death. Now, ha 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 ha, you're actually forcing me to come out. How laughable. Ha 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 ha. The fog ancestor laughed. Enough, Shiwei. We didn't let you out to laugh. In any case, you'll have to stay in the sovereign realm and deal with the Eternals in the future, Bai Wang Yuan said coldly. Senior, what's done is done. We can only look forward. In any case, it's my honor to be able to fight alongside Senior, the dragon ancestor said. The fog ancestor sighed. Alright, no matter what, you're the ones who let me out. I owe you a favor, and I'll stay in the sovereign realm. However, you must give me an explanation about the astral liquid. I won't take any more astral liquid, Wang Fan said. The fog ancestor looked at him, then at Xiaoshenji, then at Bai Wang Yuan, and finally at the dragon ancestor. I hope so. At this moment, Wang Fan received a report from the Wang family. The new sky corridor will be repaired in at most a month. We need to find someone to oversee it. Otherwise, the corridor will be destroyed and we won't be able to connect. I'll go. Xiaoshenji's expression was gloomy. Bai Wang Yuan's gaze was cold. Lu Shaoxian was able to come here from the abandoned lands. The situation in the abandoned lands might not be good for the expeditionary army. You need to be careful. Xiaoshenji said, I have a clone that entered the abandoned lands, but I lost contact with it. Don't worry, as long as the new sky corridor is reconnected, I'll definitely be able to contact it. Then, I'll immediately know the situation in the abandoned lands. You still want to deal with Luin? The fog ancestor asked. Xiaoshenji stared at her. You still want to help him? You've already repaid your debt to the Lu family. What we do now has nothing to do with you. Just stay in the sovereign's realm. Shiwei, we didn't ask you about the abandoned lands because we didn't want to make things difficult for you. We hope that you won't stop us from dealing with the remnants of the Lu family. The Lu family is irresponsible to the entire human race. I'll tell you clearly that when that brat was exposed at Dragon Mountain, it was the 7 sky gods that helped him escape. This time, it was the 7 sky gods that helped us stay in the sovereign's realm. Otherwise, that brat wouldn't have been able to escape. That brat is either Redback or a pawn that the Eternals are using to destroy the human race. The fog ancestor had a complicated expression. He's not Redback. I'm sure of it. Then he's a pawn of the Eternals. With him around, the remaining members of the Lu family and the families that support them will cause chaos in the universe, Wang Fan said. The fog ancestor sighed. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Was it really that easy to kill Luin? That brat could borrow Xia Shang's strength from the 5th mainland, and even if they entered the 5th mainland, they might not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, that brat had countless strange items, and she didn't even know how many he had. He even had methods that could use resources to upgrade these items. It was simply unimaginable. She didn't say any of this. Bai Wang Yuan and the others didn't ask because they were certain that she wouldn't say anything. That was indeed the case. Since she wouldn't say anything, they would just let these people run into a wall. From what she understood, since the brat dared to cause trouble in the cosmic tree realm, he had already made preparations to fall out with them. The entire 5th mainland was his backing, and with the help of others in the cosmic tree realm, the 4 scales might not be able to do anything to him. I have something to say. The fog ancestor looked up at the 4. Humans are not allowed to fight amongst themselves. I'll fight whoever starts it. With that, she left. Her last sentence caused Bai Wang Yuan and the others' expressions to darken. It wasn't because of the fog ancestor's attitude, but because she had actually said fight. Her meaning was clear: Lu Shaoxian had the strength to fight against the four scales. This was equivalent to confirming the failure of the expeditionary army and Lu Xiaoshuan's status in the abandoned lands. Brother Xia, the moment the new void corridor is repaired, immediately head to the abandoned lands and kill Lu Shaoxian. If anything happens, act immediately. I don't want to give him any time to react, Bai Wangyuan said. Xia Xinji replied, I know, but he might not have a chance. My clone brought the hellworm into the abandoned lands. Do you think he has the ability to escape? He was very confident. Although that clone was weak in the progenitor realm, it had the power of time. If it really wanted to kill someone, even a progenitor might not be able to save that person, as long as that person couldn't break through the power of time. The power of time wasn't something that could be found anywhere. Not everyone had it. No matter what, we have to go in immediately. Even if Lu Shaoxian dies, we have to find his corpse, Wang Fan said with a cold expression. On the fifth mainland, Lu Yin also received news from the technocracy that the new void corridor was about to be repaired in about a month. He walked out of the Celestial Emperor Palace and looked at the hellworm, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws to scare the beasts around him. Sovereign, sovereign, Lu Yin called out. The two stepped forward. Dozy. The astral beast army must be formed within half a month, and we can head straight for the above-the-sky sect. We can't be late for even a day. Bring a large number of void wanderers there and equip the army, Lu Yin said. We understand. The sovereign left and personally urged the astral beast army to be formed. Lu Yin also contacted Lu Bujing and the others and ordered the above-sky sect to prepare for war. All of the armies were to be organized, and cultivators were not allowed to go into seclusion. They were to be on standby at any time, including the cultivators from the sixth mainland. He wanted to gather all of the fifth mainland's power and face the four scales. In the Innerverse, when Zizai received news that the above-sky sect was preparing for war and immediately contacted Shanshin, Lu Qianjue, Spirit Taizu, and the others. The above-sky sect is preparing for war. Who is their target? Hasn't the astral beast domain already been conquered by the Daozi? We don't know who the target is, but the order to prepare for war came from the Daozi. All of the sects and organizations must go all out to participate. From the looks of it, it won't be any worse than when we faced the sixth mainland's invasion. There's going to be another war. It shouldn't be the Eternals, or else the above-sky sect would have spread the news. Prepare for war. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23-23. The leaders of the seven courts, the Hall of Honor, and the Cosmic Sea were all discussing this, but no one knew who their target was. However, Lu Yin had given the highest order to prepare for this war, and he had also asked Shui Chuanshao and the others to draw up the most detailed battle contributions. The entire fifth mainland was mobilized, and the sixth mainland was no exception. Even the Blood Ancestor came out of seclusion. Lu Yin contacted the Blood Ancestor and asked him to mobilize the entire sixth mainland. It was rare for continents to work together in human history, but now, under Lu Yin's orders, all of the sixth and fifth mainland's cultivators were gathered together to face the four scales. Lu Yin would have to wait and see how strong this force would be, but he was confident that it would give the four scales a surprise. While preparing for the war, the Blood Ancestor raised his suspicions. He wanted to know who their target was. Lu Yin didn't hide anything and told him about the situation in the Cosmic Tree domain. This was an unresolvable conflict, and even if he gave up on avenging the Lu family, the four scales wouldn't let him off. In the end, the Blood Ancestor sighed and hoped that the humans wouldn't suffer too many losses in this war. Lu Yin didn't know if a war would break out. Perhaps it would, and perhaps it wouldn't. He also didn't know how the four scales would react to him, so he decided to let nature take its course. If it really didn't work out, he still had one last move. Of course, he wouldn't use it if he could. Imperial Tutor, does your Book of Destiny represent the present? Luwine asked. Yes, the Imperial Tutor respectfully replied. Then help me take a look and see if there's anything in the fifth mainland that can threaten me. The Imperial Tutor was helpless. Daozi, the Book of Destiny is a power vessel, but it's only a support. It can't cover the entire fifth mainland. What can your Book of Destiny divine about me? Luwine asked. It can't be divined. It can't be divined. Luwine stared at the Imperial Tutor. Yes, it can't be divined, or else. He didn't finish his sentence, but Luwine knew what he wanted to say. If it really could be divined, then the astral beast domain wouldn't have allowed him to rise. From the moment a human cultivator stepped on the path of cultivation, any achievement would be noticed by these great figures. Butian Imperial Tutor must have divined many people, and Yifutian's cultivation path could be considered legendary. If he had divined to this day, the Demon Emperor would have risked his life to kill his way into the human domain just to prevent Yifutian from rising. What about Undying Yushan? Luwine asked. Imperial Preceptor Skyminder said, I can't divine the Daozi, but I can divine the people around him. Through certain things, I can analyze what the Daozi wants to do and what he wants to achieve. Then, I can directly divine Undying Yushan. However, I really can't divine the Daozi. Otherwise, my celestial beast empire wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Ghost Monkey, do you still remember? Luwine suddenly changed the topic. Imperial Advisor Butian's gaze turned cold. I do. Why do you want it? Luwine asked. Back during the Supreme Astral Tournament, Imperial Tutor Skyminder had given the order to think of a way to snatch Ghost Monkey away from Luwine. When Luwine had accepted the offer to join the battle against the Astral Beast domain, Feng Lin had also asked for Ghost Monkey. The Astral Beast domain cared too much about Ghost Monkey. Imperial Advisor Butian sighed. I don't know how much the Daozi knows about Ghost Monkey. It was born from progenitor Wushang's blood. Lu Yin's expression did not change. He had learned about this during the Mountain and Sea Realm Star Tower competition. At that time, Ghost Monkey had directly swallowed the blood of a progenitor and jumped from the Explorer realm to the Hunter realm. Because of this, Ghost Monkey had confessed. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have killed it. Seeing Lu Yin's calm expression, Imperial Advisor Butian understood. Ghost Monkey has progenitor Wushang's blood, and it's very valuable to the Astral Beast domain. More importantly, it might know where progenitor Wushang's tomb is. Progenitor Wushang's tomb. Lu Yin was surprised. Imperial Advisor Butian was astonished. You know about it? Lu Yin pondered this. Ghost Monkey had mentioned progenitor Wushang's tomb more than once. It had wanted to use progenitor Wushang's tomb to attract Lu Yin, but progenitor Wushang's tomb had been too far away back then. Lu Yin had never even considered conquering the Astral Beast domain. It was impossible for a human to go to the Astral Beast domain to search for progenitor Wushang's tomb. Even when Lu Yin had become an emissary, he had not thought of coming to the Astral Beast domain to search for progenitor Wushang's tomb. But things were different now. Does Ghost Monkey really know where progenitor Wushang's tomb is? We don't know, but it's the only place that we might know. It's not a tomb, but rather a burial ground. Rumor has it that progenitor Wushang was heavily injured in a battle with the Sixth Mainland, and he found a place to bury himself. It's not a grand tomb, but if we can find that place, we'll be able to find progenitor Wushang's corpse and perhaps even obtain progenitor Wushang's blood. To our Astral Beast domain, progenitor Wushang's blood is a supreme treasure, Imperial Advisor Butian said. Lu Yin laughed. Progenitor Wushang's blood was as tempting to the astral beast domain as Progenitor Chen's blood was to humans. He had never thought that the damned monkey would have such a secret. Did it really know where Progenitor Wushang's tomb was, or had it been lying all along? Half a month later, Ling Qing arrived with an army of giants. When the army arrived, Ku Wei's anguished wails could be heard. Master! Master, you have to help me. I didn't want to come to this broken place. I only want to stay by your side for the rest of my life, serve you, and revere you. I really don't want to stay here. The Yao Emperor and Imperial Advisor Butian looked at Ku Wei strangely. It was said that humans were full of emotions, but there really were people who were this shameless. No one could see Ku Wei's wails, not even the Yao Emperor or Imperial Advisor Butian. Even if a progenitor was present, it had nothing to do with Ku Wei. He was an existence that could scold even a fish, and he was invincible when it came to flattery. Lu Yin kicked Ku Wei aside. Without you, the army of giants won't be stable. You can stay here. Ku Wei crawled over and hugged Lu Yin's leg tightly. Master, please take me away. I just want to help you overcome all obstacles. If I can't see you, I'll have nightmares. Lu Yin sneered. That's fine. Ku Wei was delighted, and he looked up at Lu Yin excitedly. Really? Lu Yin bent down. The astral sect is preparing for war. Do you understand? Ku Wei nodded blankly. Yes. Do you know who the enemy is? Ku Wei shook his head. Lu Yin said, the astral tree. Ku Wei clenched his fists. Don't worry, Master. Once the war starts, I'll definitely lead the army of giants to the front and tear apart those treacherous people who betrayed your family. They had gradually learned about the astral tree, as well as how the four-way scales had betrayed the Lu family. They also knew about Lu Yin's origins. Lu Yin said, good. That's the attitude I want. Ku Wei was excited, but just as he was about to say something more, Lu Yin's next words caused his hair to stand on end. Once the war starts, the four-way scales will definitely send out one or two progenitors. You can lead the army of giants to block them, and with your size, you should be able to withstand one or two attacks. At that time, I'll have the space to show my abilities. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's right. Why didn't I think of this before? Ku Wei paled. Withstand one or two attacks. That was a progenitor, not an emissary who could destroy space with a wave of their hand. Even if he filled the universe with giants, it would be useless, let alone an army of giants. Master, I understand. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you protect the astral beast domain and not let these beasts act recklessly. The Yao Emperor's dangerous gaze swept over Ku Wei. This brat was asking for a beating. Lu Yin snorted and kicked Ku Wei away again. He then led Skymender and the Yao Emperor up onto the back of the Hellworm. At this moment, the entire astral beast army was gathered on the back of the Hellworm. There were 20 envoys, 300 enlighters, and 5,000 explorers to hunters. There were also no less than 1 million ordinary astral beasts. These astral beasts had all taken human form and were trembling on the back of the Hellworm. The commander of the astral beast army was Su Qing, Lu Yin's old rival. Lu Yin climbed onto the Hellworm's back and gestured. The Hellworm opened its mouth and roared at the sky, unleashing its progenitor's power without restraint. Countless astral beasts trembled in fear before disappearing. This departure took away almost all of the astral beast domain's powerhouses, including the 26 alliances. During this half a month, besides the Yao Emperor personally supervising the astral beasts to join the astral beast army, the Yao Emperor would also ask the Hellworm to step in whenever they encountered any difficulties. The Hellworm's roar was enough to scare the astral beasts into wetting themselves. This allowed the astral beast army to be completed in just half a month. Of course, this was only the completion of the army, and it had not undergone any training. However, this was Su Qing's problem. Aside from the astral beast army, Lu Yin also took away at least half of the void wanderers, which amounted to about 10 million. These void wanderers were enough to serve as life-saving treasures for the lower-level cultivators, especially if the battlefield was held in the astral tree domain. News came from the technocracy once again. It was estimated that the astral corridor would be repaired in about 13 days. The closer it was to the deadline, the more accurate the numbers were. Lu Yin watched as the days passed, and he continued to urge the above-the-sky sect to reorganize the army. All of the cultivators from the 5th and 6th mainlands continuously surged towards the above-the-sky sect. Everyone knew that a great battle was imminent, but the majority still did not know who their enemy was. Lu Yin returned to the above-the-sky sect. The hellworm was still outside the solar system, and he had been keeping an eye on the ancestral turtle ever since he returned. As for the astral beast army, it was arranged to be stationed in the above-the-sky sect. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23-24. As usual, Su Qing looked at the strange tea in front of him without any fear. Is this a punishment for the war in the Eastern Weaves? That's good as well, it'll put an end to that incident. He downed the entire cup of tea without hesitation. Zhao Ran blinked. You can't taste it like this. Su Qing frowned. Taste? Why would he want to taste when he was about to die? But why did Lu Yin have a cup in front of him as well? Everyone would misunderstand, and Lu Yin was beginning to enjoy seeing these people misunderstand. Everyone had a different mentality when facing death. Elder Green Apricot was afraid, Bai Ting was unwilling, and Su Qing was both unwilling and afraid. Of course, he was also pretending to be calm. In the entire astral beast domain, Su Qing was one of the creatures that Lu Yin admired the most. He was also the most suitable to lead the astral beast army, comparable to Shui Chuanshao. Lu Yin picked up the cup and took a sip. It's not bad, Zhao Ran. You've improved again. Zhao Ran liked hearing Lu Yin praise her tea, as it was even better than being praised. She refilled Lu Yin's cup as well as Su Qing's. Drink slowly, it's very good. Su Qing was confused. It's not poison. Zhao Ran was displeased. It's tea, and I made it myself. You're so rude. When he saw Lu Yin's sardonic expression, Su Qing knew that he had misunderstood. He coughed dryly. Sorry, I misunderstood. Lu Yin picked up the cup and took another sip. On the battlefield, there's only a difference between factions, there's no hatred. Commander Su Qing is doing his best to get rid of me, and I'm doing my best to get rid of you. We're even. Su Qing looked at Lu Yin. Do you have any instructions for me today? Lu Yin put down his cup. Let's be clear. You're suitable to lead the astral beast army, but I'm not at ease. Su Qing nodded. I know, so what do you plan to do? Tell me what to do, Lu Yin retorted. Su Qing did not understand. Me? Lu Yin looked at him. It's very difficult for a human to command an astral beast army. They're of different races, so they won't have much of an effect unless the hellworm is in charge. But do you think that thing looks like a commander? Su Qing could not help but look into the distance and see the gigantic prison flood dragon picking at its nose. It accidentally scratched its nose and became furious. It opened its mouth and roared, but then it guiltily looked in Su Qing's direction. He was speechless. But I can't make Dao Child feel at ease. How about this? Let's equate the astral beast army with the Yao Emperor and Imperial Tutor Skymender. That means His expression grew solemn as he continued, "If I find out that you're not fighting with your full strength, they'll all die." Su Qing's expression changed, and his gaze became furious. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Yin suddenly smiled and said, "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Su Qing's expression changed, and he stared blankly at Lu Yin, not understanding what he meant. "Since I'm handing it over to you, of course I trust you. I was just joking, don't be so serious." Su Qing frowned. Lu Yin's attitude had changed too quickly, and he didn't know how to respond. Not long after, Su Qing drank another cup of flower tea and left. Lu Yin watched him leave. Sometimes, one's state of mind had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Some half-martial ancestors were deathly afraid of death, but Su Qing was a commander who could face death head-on. Many ordinary people could do the same. Lu Yin had wanted to drink tea with Su Qing to probe his thoughts, but unfortunately, it was useless. "Reporting to the Taoist, I've brought it." The voice rang out. Lu Yin nodded and walked in a certain direction. As he passed by the second Night King, he asked, "Did the third Night King contact you?" The second Night King bowed deeply. "Yes." Lu Yin didn't say anything else and quickly disappeared. The second Night King looked up and stared at the stone table with a complicated expression. He hadn't expected the third Night King to still be alive. When he saw the third Night King, he recalled the peak of the Day-Night clan. The three Night Kings had all tried to enter the Neoverse, but they had all been thrown into the astral beast domain by the Hall of Honor. The third Night King couldn't accept it and had wandered the universe. The second Night King, on the other hand, still wanted to stay in the Sky Sect. He knew that no matter where he went, the Sky Sect would be his home, and he wouldn't be able to escape Lu Yin's grasp. There were 6 people standing in the Sky Sect's training grounds, and they all looked at each other uneasily. They wanted to say something but didn't dare to. When Lu Yin arrived, the 6 hurriedly bowed. There were old and young people among the 6, and their cultivations weren't weak. One of the youths was even a member of the Universe Youth Council. Aside from not having the title of one of the 10 arbiters, his status was no different from the 10 arbiters of the past. "Greetings, Taoist." The 6 bowed. Lu Yin glanced at them. "I called you here for the Fate San." The 6 remained calm, and one of the elders respectfully said, "The second Night King has already told us that if Taoist needs it, you can take it. We're willing to give up everything for you." Lu Yin smiled. "You don't need to give up everything. Just the Fate San is enough. Don't worry, I'll give you something even better after I take your things." He then raised a hand, and the 6 released their Fate San. The Fate San would take different forms once it entered a person's body. Lu Yin didn't care what form they took and just took it away. The first Fate San that he had absorbed had come from the 6th mainland's Hong Ying, and from then on, he had learned that he could absorb other people's Fate San. Originally, he hadn't been too enthusiastic about the Fate San, especially when Xianzhou had mentioned that it could trigger fate, which had made his hair stand on end. However, the power in his heart required the Fate San, and the more Fate San there was, the greater the core of power in his heart would be. As the 6 grains of Fate San entered his body, an invisible vibration exploded in the ears of all the above the Sky Sect's cultivators. In an instant, all 6 of them fainted, including quite a few cultivators who were within the above the Sky Sect's territory. The black and white fog formed the shape of Lu Yin's heart, and the Fate San acted as the core. It was as if a continent was being supported by a star, and it formed an all-encompassing tyrannical power. On the continent formed by the Fate San, the time-withering tree had taken root, and it flowed with a grayish color. Everything seemed harmonious. The 6 grains of Fate San had caused the continent to grow slightly larger. Lu Yin had absorbed a total of 50 grains of Fate San, so there were only 58 left. He didn't know where to find these 58 grains of fate sand. These 6 people had come from the 5th and 6th mainlands, and Luin had ordered them to search for them. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, the 5th mainland probably wouldn't be able to find all of the grains of fate sand. Right, he remembered Skymender Imperial Tutor. Using the Book of Destiny to divine the fate sand should be possible. Take care of them and compensate them according to my instructions, Luin said as he glanced at the 6 people who had fainted on the ground. Not too far away, the second Night King bowed respectfully. Yes, Daozi. The sooner the new sky corridor was repaired, the closer it would be. Luin wanted to resolve any unstable factors as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the Above the Sky sect continued to gather cultivators from all over. The back garden was constantly producing weapons, and the Void Wanderers were constantly being sent out to improve their coordination with the cultivators. All of this required time, and it definitely wouldn't be completed in a few days. It would take at least a few years. However, what Luin needed was power and influence, a power that would cause the 4 heavens to feel apprehensive. He wanted to see how magnificent it would be to gather the entire 5th mainland's power. The 5th mainland hadn't even been fully assembled during the battle with the Eternals. A shadow approached from the ground and then appeared behind Luin. 7th bro, Luin paused. I thought that you didn't want to appear. This shadow was the ghost monkey. Ever since Luin had suppressed the astral beast domain, it had gone into hiding, and no one had been able to find it. Congratulations on unifying the 5th mainland, 7th bro, the ghost monkey said, but its tone was different from before. It was less jumpy and more steady. Luin turned around and looked at the monkey. Speak. The monkey looked up and solemnly stared at Luin. What else is there to say? Luin frowned. So you went into hiding. Then why did you appear again? There has to be a conclusion, the ghost monkey said. Luin looked at the monkey. Conclusion. What big words. Even Skymender wouldn't dare to say such a thing. This damned monkey seemed to be hiding a lot. Did it think that Luin knew something? If it thought so, then it meant that Luin knew something. But where would he find out? The Yao Emperor. Skymender Imperial Tutor. Lu Yin's face sank when he thought about this. They were still hiding something from him. How do you want to conclude this? Luin asked. He didn't believe that this damned monkey could do anything on the 5th mainland, even if it was born from progenitor Wushang's blood. The monkey stared at Luin, and Luin stared back. After a while, the monkey closed its eyes. Throughout the entire history of the universe, there aren't many people that I admire. Even the 9 mountains and 8 seas have nothing to do with me, and I don't admire them. But 7th bro, you are an exception. You are the only human that I admire, so... It paused, as if making some sort of decision. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he didn't say anything. So, I give you my blessings. 7th bro, I give up, the monkey said solemnly. Its entire body relaxed, but there was also bitterness and sorrow in its expression. Luin blinked. What blessings? The monkey was melancholy. 7th bro, you've suppressed the astral beast domain, so the celestial ice phoenix clan is now yours. He gritted his teeth and said with great reluctance, congratulations, 7th bro. Lu Yin's eyes widened. You're talking about the celestial ice phoenix clan. The monkey replied, of course, they are yours. Although the celestial ice phoenix clan is a harem that progenitor Wushang bestowed upon me, if it's yours, then I'll accept it. Congratulations, 7th bro, for obtaining a harem. You're hiding because of this. Luin was stunned. Ghost monkey blinked. Why else would it be? Lu Yin's face twitched. What the hell? This guy was actually hiding because of this. How could he possibly do anything to the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan? They weren't even from the same clan. Furthermore, the monkey had acted as if it was about to fight a decisive battle, which had made Lu Yin think that the damned monkey was hiding something and that he might be able to use progenitor Wushang's power. The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more annoyed he became. His expression had been wasted. Scram! He kicked out and sent the monkey flying with practiced movements. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23-25. The monkey flew away, confused. It had clearly given up, and it had even given Lu Yin a blessing through sheer willpower. Why had Seventh Bro still hit it? Lu Yin was furious. Damn monkey. Wait, I forgot to ask you about progenitor Wushang's tomb. He waved his hand, causing the monkey to fly back and crash onto the ground, wailing in pain. Seventh Bro, why did you hit me? The monkey rubbed its head and looked at Lu Yin with an aggrieved expression. It had thought that it had acted like a man today and had generously let go of its relationship with the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan, but instead of being praised, it had been beaten up. It could not understand. Lu Yin was still angry, and he wanted to kick the monkey again when he saw it like this. However, he did not, as he was afraid that he would accidentally kill the monkey. The Celestial Ice Phoenix clan is yours. No one will fight with you over it, Lu Yin said unhappily. The monkey was stunned at first, but then it was overjoyed. Really? Seventh Bro, you won't fight with me over it. Scram, I don't have time to fight with you over it. Lu Yin was annoyed. The monkey laughed. Thank you, Seventh Bro. Ha 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 ha. Seventh Bro, you're too great. I'll repay your kindness in this lifetime. Seventh Bro, you're too great. Seventh Bro. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Let me ask you, where is progenitor Wushang's tomb? The monkey's eyes lit up. The bottom of the astral river. More accurately, it's at the border of the erudite flow zone. The bottom of the astral river. Lu Yin looked over. The monkey explained, back then, progenitor Wushang buried himself at the bottom of the astral river at the border of the erudite flow zone. I also walked out from there and headed to the astral beast domain. I remember telling Seventh Bro that I was born from progenitor Wushang's shadow and was formed from his blood. That's why I can bring Seventh Bro to progenitor Wushang's corpse, but you've never been interested. Do you want to go now? I'll take you there. There's a large tomb at the bottom of the astral river. Lu Yin asked. The monkey replied, it's not a large tomb, just a burial ground. Why did progenitor Wushang bury himself at the bottom of the astral river? Lu Yin was curious. The monkey shook its head. I don't know. You transformed into ancestor Wushang before he died. Yes, I transformed a long time before I died. I personally saw progenitor Wushang fight a progenitor from the sixth mainland to the death. That progenitor was directly devoured by progenitor Wushang, and because progenitor Wushang's injuries were too severe, half of his body was gone. In the end, he could only bury his bones and die, the monkey said in a gloomy voice. The progenitor realm was not too far away from him. While progenitor Wushang was powerful, he would not surpass Yaxinji and the others. As such, Lu Yin was not very interested in progenitor Wushang's corpse. Aside from the corpse, did progenitor Wushang leave behind any resources? The ghost monkey bitterly replied, no. Progenitor Wushang had a cosmic ring, but half of his body was destroyed. There was nothing left when he was buried. Lu Yin shook his head as he lost interest. Progenitor Wushang's corpse was of great value to the astral beast domain, but not to him. If he was good at studying the blood of powerhouses, he could still look for it. However, he was not good at making a fuss about dead people. Seventh bro, although progenitor Wuxian did not leave behind any resources, his body was huge, so his bones and blood should be useful. Even his fur should be useful. Do you want to look for them? The ghost monkey urged. It had been urging Lu Yin to look for progenitor Wuxiang's tomb, but Lu Yin had never gone. Now, he was not interested, or rather, he was not interested for the time being. The threat of the four-way scales was about to arrive, so he had to deal with this matter first. What else do you want? Lu Yin glanced at the monkey and asked in disdain. This damned monkey was getting more and more irritated. It had even tried to push Lu Yin down in the past. The monkey did not sense Lu Yin's irritation, and it licked its lips as it smiled. There's one more thing. Seventh bro, do you think you can make the celestial ice phoenix clan my harem in front of everyone in the above the sky sect? As soon as it finished speaking, it was sent flying by Lu Yin's kick. This damned monkey was pushing its luck. Just as the monkey was sent flying, Destiny's daughter came from that direction. She strangely glanced at the wailing monkey as it flew further and further away until it finally arrived in front of Lu Yin. Dozy. Lu Yin exhaled and suppressed his annoyance at the monkey's disturbance. Come with me. After changing locations, Lu Yin directly said, I still have to thank you for the astral beast domain. If you hadn't interfered with mending Tian, things might not have gone so smoothly. Destiny's daughter replied, it's what I should do. Lu Yin looked at her. How do you want me to thank you? Destiny's daughter's eyes flashed. Daozi, please do not interfere with my matters with mending Tian. You want to steal his book of destiny? Lu Yin countered. Destiny's daughter replied, the book of destiny belongs to destiny, and I'm the only inheritor of destiny. It should be mine. Lu Yin smiled. Mending Tian had willingly handed over the book of destiny to him, and even though he was certain that Lu Yin would not be able to read it, Lu Yin was satisfied with this attitude. On the other hand, Destiny's daughter was determined to obtain the book of destiny. If he could not borrow progenitor Chen's power, then these powerhouses from the above the sky sect would only treat him worse. I won't interfere with your matters, but mending Tian's book of destiny is with me, Lu Yin said. Destiny's daughter was astonished. It's with you. You can't calculate it. Lu Yin mocked. Destiny's daughter shook her head. I can't divine Daozi. He wields the progenitor's sword and transcends destiny. He's not someone we can divine, not even with the help of the book of destiny. According to the Fate Maiden's knowledge, the only reason she could not divine Lu Yin was because of the progenitor's sword. However, Skymender and Starsibyl knew that even without the progenitor's sword, they still could not divine Lu Yin. Daozi, the book of destiny. Destiny's daughter hesitated for a moment. Lu Yin looked at her and casually waved his hand, activating the Use secret art. The book of destiny appeared in his hand. Destiny's daughter's eyes flashed with rare excitement. In her era, only destiny could control the book of destiny. Even as destiny's disciple, she could not touch it. Now, however, the book of destiny was so close to her that she could touch it. She wanted to take it away, but that would depend on this person's attitude. When had Destiny's inheritor ever been so sullen? Lu Yin looked at Destiny's daughter with interest. She clearly looked like a little girl, but she was more mature and steady than anyone else. At this moment, he saw her anxious expression. The book of destiny floated and flew towards Destiny's daughter. Destiny's daughter excitedly received it and flipped it open. Her expression turned ugly as she saw that there were no words. She kept flipping through the book, but she could not see a single word. She frowned and unconsciously used Destiny's mysterious sky mirror. Words appeared on the book, but they were faintly discernible and almost impossible to read. Lu Yin kept looking at her, and he knew the answer from her expression. "What, you can't see any words?" Luwin asked. Destiny's daughter closed the book disappointedly. "I can't see anything for now. It needs time to nurture." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and it was just as Mending Tian had said. "How long?" "I haven't tried, but at least 1,000 years, she replied. Lu Yin asked, "What does it mean if someone can directly see the words after flipping open the book?" Destiny's daughter's expression changed slightly. "People. What if there is?" Lu Yin asked. Destiny's daughter looked deeply at Lu Yin. "Whoever owns the Book of Destiny will naturally be able to see the words." Lu Yin looked away. This was the same answer. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin looked at her. "What, you don't plan on returning the book to me?" Destiny's daughter replied seriously, "This is the Book of Destiny, and it belongs to you." "It belongs to me," Lu Yin said. Destiny's daughter's gaze trembled. Lu Yin stared at her. "I'm the one who gave you the chance to read it. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even know its whereabouts. But this is the Book of Destiny. Fate Zan is also an item of destiny, and I have it in my body. Do you want to take it as well?" Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Destiny's daughter and Lu Yin looked at each other with unwillingness, but in the end, she still passed the book to him. Lu Yin took it. "Daozi, Mending Tian is still a beast, and he understands the situation of the Fourth Mainland during the above heaven era. He has a deep hatred for us humans, so you should be careful if you want to use him to divine some things for you." Lu Yin was puzzled. Why does Mending Tian have the mysterious sky mirror? Why does he have the Book of Destiny? Destiny's daughter was also puzzled. "I didn't have any impression of him when I was here. I'll investigate this matter." Lu Yin looked at the Book of Destiny. "It's so heavy, and it said that this book represents the present. Do you really want it?" Destiny's daughter replied seriously, "This is an item of destiny. Don't mention that to me. I'm asking you if you really want it." Lu Yin looked at Destiny's daughter and rudely interrupted her. Ever since she had stepped onto the path of cultivation, Destiny's daughter had never been interrupted so rudely before. She was not used to it, but she still replied, "Yes." "Then give me something in exchange." "What thing?" "Fate Zan," Lu Yin said. Destiny's daughter was astonished. "You want Fate Zan? That will deepen your involvement with destiny." "It doesn't matter." Lu Yin looked at Destiny's daughter. "I've already told Mending Tian to search for Fate Zan. Whoever finds the most will get this book in the end." Destiny's daughter's gaze landed on the Book of Destiny, and then she looked at Lu Yin. "I understand." After Destiny's daughter left, Lu Yin left the above heaven and headed to the Neoverse. He did not trust either Mending Tian or Destiny's daughter, and only Xiao Shi could make him feel at ease. However, the two's words made him feel uneasy. Xiao Shi could directly see the words in the Book of Destiny, and he had not cultivated it or even cultivated the Shantian mirror. How could he see them? The only explanation was that he was Destiny, but wasn't Destiny female. Lu Yin stepped onto the stars and quickly arrived in the Neoverse to find Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi was still in the library, sitting in a corner and reading. However, he was not alone this time. There was a woman sitting next to him with a calm expression and a faint smile. Lu Yin was astonished. Where had this woman come from? Lu Yin's appearance did not attract Xiao Shi's attention, as he was still immersed in his book. However, the woman had noticed him. When she saw Lu Yin, her expression froze, and then she was overjoyed. Her eyes lit up, as if she had seen someone she respected. Lu Yin looked at her, and the first thing he considered was her identity and purpose. Xiao Shi was just a narcissistic mushroom head in the eyes of most people, but in Lu Yin's eyes, he was the controller of the Book of Destiny. Anyone who approached Xiao Shi was someone he cared about. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23-26. Just as Lu Yin was about to ask about her identity, she spoke up. Brother Lu. Lu Yin was stunned and stared at her blankly. Did he know her? Brother Lu. No one had addressed him that way before. You are. Xiao Shi heard the girl's voice and looked up. She was pleasantly surprised. Brother Lu, you're here. Lu Yin looked at her. Her face was rosy, and she was both happy and nervous. I am Yaya. Lu Yin was confused. Yaya? What a familiar name. Right, he suddenly remembered and was shocked. Starlight Island's Yaya. She was delighted. That's me. Brother Lu, you still remember me? Lu Yin took a few steps forward and sized her up. Are you really Yaya? That Yaya from Starlight Island? She nodded. Brother Lu, you know each other. Xiao Shi was surprised. Lu Yin was surprised as well. Yaya was the little girl from Starlight Island. When the Sixth Mainland had invaded, Lu Yin, Starsabil, and Ku Wei had gone to the Cosmic Sea to fight. When they had passed by Starlight Island, they had met a little girl who had pretended to be strong and had filled her house with adult clothes to protect herself. That little girl was Yaya, and she was a very pitiful girl. At the time, Lu Yin had even thought of taking Yaya away after defeating the Sixth Mainland, as that little girl was too pitiful. However, he had forgotten about her after that incident, and he had only remembered her today. Yaya looked at Lu Yin in pleasant surprise. Brother Lu, I knew I would meet you here. Lu Yin was astonished. I never thought that the little girl from back then would have grown up so much. Yaya, why are you here? Yaya slowly recounted her experiences. It was not complicated, but it could be considered an opportunity. After the Sixth Mainland had retreated, the Hall of Honor had sent many people to the Fifth Mainland to assist those who had been affected by the war as much as possible. Coincidentally, one of the cultivators had gone to Starlight Island and met Yaya. He had been shocked that the little girl had managed to survive, and he had also asked Yaya about Starsabil and Lu Yin's appearance. After confirming her identity, he had brought her to the Hall of Honor. However, the Hall of Honor was too large, and Yaya had been cultivating all this time. She had not had the chance to meet Lu Yin and the others. Fortunately, her innate gift was not bad, and she could be considered an elite among her peers. The last time I saw Brother Lu outside the library, I guessed that Brother Lu would come again, so I stayed here to help Little Shi organize the books, Yaya said. Lu Yin nodded and praised. To be able to stand out from the Hall of Honor, you must have trained very hard. Yaya grew even more excited at his praise. Over the years that she had been training in the Hall of Honor, she had heard too many legends about Lu Yin. Lu Yin had long since transformed from that big brother of hers into a legend. He was someone who could command the entire Fifth Mainland and had even saved the entire continent. Lu Yin was very happy to be reunited with Yaya, as they had missed this little girl in the past. Big brother Lu, Yaya is very hardworking in her cultivation. There are very few people who can compare to her. If it wasn't for the lack of resources, there would have been a way long ago, Little Shi said. Xiao Shi, don't spout nonsense. Yaya glared at him and Xiao Shi laughed. Lu Yin replied, aside from hard work, resources are also very important when it comes to cultivation. Yaya, have you acknowledged a master? Yaya shook her head. I had masters back then, but they all died in battle, so no one was willing to accept me as a disciple. What do you mean? Lu Yin did not answer. Xiao Shi explained, Yaya had a total of 3 masters, and all 3 of them died in battle. Some people say that Yaya is a jinx, so no one was willing to accept her as a disciple. It's also very difficult for her to obtain resources. Yaya lowered her head, her face flushed red and her gaze dim. Luin was shocked. All three of your masters died. How did they die? Yaya pursed her lips. The first master went berserk during cultivation and self-detonated. The second master chased after an enemy but was killed instead. The third master died at the hands of a corpse king. Luin sympathized with her. It's very normal for people to die in the universe. Even if 3 masters died, you shouldn't be called a jinx, right? Is someone targeting you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with a cold light. If someone was targeting Yaya, then he would have to investigate thoroughly. Yaya's face paled, and she bit her lip. Suddenly, she bowed to Lu Yin. Brother Lu, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. We'll meet again in the future. Lu Yin was flabbergasted and looked at Xiao Shi. Xiao Shi sighed. No one is targeting her. It's mainly because she blames herself. The words jinx came from her own mouth, and she even said that her parents had died because of her. Over time, no one was willing to accept her as a disciple. Even if everything had nothing to do with her, if she continues to blame herself like this, her cultivation achievements won't be great. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Was that the case? That was understandable. When they had first met Yaya, her parents had already died. She had lived on alone and did not want to trouble anyone. Even though she had developed a tenacious personality, there were still flaws in her personality that had been present since she was young, and it was very difficult to change. Are you close to Yaya? Lu Yin asked. Xiao Shi scratched his mushroom head. I've known her for half a year, and she's always been here. I thought that she was admiring my mushroom hair, but I didn't expect that she was waiting for you. Right, Brother Lu, are you here to find me? He then noticed the Book of Destiny in Lu Yin's hand and was shocked. What's this? Lu Yin passed the book to Xiao Shi. Take a look. Xiao Shi took it and looked at it in amazement. It's exactly the same as mine. He then opened it and flipped through it page by page. Finally, he looked up in confusion. There's no word. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You can't see the words. Xiao Shi nodded. Lu Yin looked at Xiao Shi's Book of Destiny and saw that it was exactly the same. You can see the words in that book, but not this one. Xiao Shi nodded again, but after some thought, he looked at Lu Yin suspiciously as if he were looking at a fake. Lu Yin took the Book of Destiny. Since you can't see it, then I won't look at it. Help me find a few words from your book. Xiao Shi turned around and picked up the Book of Destiny, asking expectantly, what words? Only Lu Yin could see the words in this book, but he could only see what he wanted to see or what he wanted to see. It was different from normal books. The reason why he spent every day reading in the library was to find inspiration from these normal books and search for that mysterious book. He was actually looking forward to someone asking him questions. In particular, Lu Yin had specifically pointed out that he should look for it in that book. Origin Stone Technique. Lu Yin said 3 words. Xiao Shi hurriedly flipped through the pages. Found it, the Origin Stone Technique. It's a very strange technique, and after cultivating it, you'll be controlled by the person who created it. Its only use is to protect yourself, and no matter what kind of disaster you encounter, as long as you use the Origin Stone Technique, you'll be able to transform into a human-shaped rock. Only. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Is this a human-shaped source box? Lu Yin stared at him. Is this the origin of the human-shaped source box? Xiao Shi nodded blankly. A human-shaped rock. Isn't that a human-shaped source box? It's from the Origin Stone Technique. That's what it says here. Lu Yin straightened up. It seemed that Skymender had not been lying, and the sourcebox had indeed transformed into a human-shaped sourcebox by cultivating the origin stone technique. What else is there? Nothing else. That's all that's written. Xiao Shi deliberately turned the page towards Lu Yin as if he wanted him to see it. Lu Yin was speechless as he stared at the blank page. Help me check the inverse origin formation again. Little Shi acknowledged Lu Yin's words and flipped through the book once more. He quickly explained, the inverse origin formation is a very difficult sourcebox array that can rescue someone who cultivates the origin stone technique. It corresponds to the origin stone technique. Brother Lu, you should know about this, right? I do. I just wanted you to verify it, Lu Yin said. Xiao Shi continued to read through the book. There's another record about the inverse origin formation, which is that the people who were rescued by the inverse origin formation who cultivated the origin stone technique would all be controlled. No wonder it was mentioned when we were investigating the origin stone technique. It's related to the inverse origin formation. Everything was correct. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Skymender had not been lying. The origin stone technique and the inverse origin formation both matched up. Skymender wanted to use the inverse origin formation to revive those who had cultivated the origin stone technique to protect themselves when the continent had been destroyed. He wanted to use those people to fight against the human domain. It had to be said that the possibility was very high. Those who had the time and ability to cultivate the origin stone technique when the continent had been destroyed were not simple people, and they were at least envoys. In other words, if he succeeded, the number of envoys under his control would far exceed that of the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance had a huge influence in the astral tree realm. If not for the four cardinal scales control, the combined Star Alliance would be terrifying. However, even the Star Alliance could not compare to the number of human-shaped sourceboxes. Back in the burial garden, Lu Yin had obtained a string of human-shaped sourceboxes, which were all powerhouses who were stronger than envoys. Only the heavens knew how many half-ancestors there were. If the Skymender Imperial Tutor could plan something like this, then how many people in the universe were scheming in secret? The universe was too vast, and there were too many cultivators and various cultivation civilizations. Shamrock Enterprises had tried to use pills to control cultivators, and Undying Yushan had tried to use the Undying Manual to control cultivators. Later, Han Axian had tried to use battle force and domains to control cultivators. Too many things had happened in the universe, and Lu Yin was glad that he had discovered them in time. Otherwise, some things would have been irreversible. This was the universe that he saw at his current level. Then, how did the progenitor realm experts, who were above him, see this starry sky? Were there other existences above the progenitor realm? The higher one's level, the more they saw. Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring. There were only a few days left until the new void corridor was repaired, so it was time to have a chat with Xiaoshenji. If Lu Yin's guess was correct, once the new void corridor was repaired, the first person to cause trouble for him would be Xiaoshenji. Lu Yin left for the solar system, but he did not return to the above heavens sect. Instead, he went to Earth to retrieve the general appointment platform. Before leaving, he left behind some resources for Yaya. To him, these resources were very ordinary, but to Yaya, it was different. These resources were enough for her to bridge the gap between her and some people. After returning to Earth, Lu Yin appeared above the ocean. He raised a hand, and the general appointment platform shot up and floated in front of him. He looked at the simple platform and said, "I'll be counting on you for the first battle." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23-27. 10 days later, at the border between the human domain and technocracy, Lu Yin sat cross-legged on a planet in what was once the endless weave. A giant hellworm crawled behind him, its aura causing space to tremble. The wireless goo vibrated, and Lu Yin picked it up. Repair at any time. These words came from the Genesis Academy. Lu Yin put away the wireless goo and took out Mount Supreme, releasing Xiaoshenji. Ever since he had imprisoned Xiaoshenji, he hadn't let him out or spoken a single word. Now was the time. Xiaoshenji fell out of Mount Supreme and landed on the ground. He had been heavily injured by Lu Yin, and his progenitor's strength had dissipated to the point that he could barely feel it. He had also been crushed by the hellworm, and now, he couldn't even compare to a half-ancestor. Lu Yin sat there quietly as he looked at the miserable Xiaoshenji clone. Beside him was the general appointment platform while behind him was the hellworm. He was alone. Xiaoshenji struggled to stand up, swaying as he looked at Lu Yin without saying a word. Lu Yin looked at him. "Aren't you curious why I let you out?" Xiaoshenji sneered and looked around. "What's your goal? Just say it. But let me tell you something, I'm a clone." Lu Yin rubbed his head in distress. "I know. Clones aren't afraid of death. I've met more than one clone like you. The first one teamed up with me to destroy the main body and take over the main body." Xiaoshenji's gaze turned cold. "The second one teamed up with me to destroy the main body," Lu Yin continued. Xiaoshenji's gaze turned even colder. Whether it was the first or the second, the clone had replaced the main body, which meant that the clone was working with this person. Those who cultivated the 9 clones technique were all direct descendants of Shenwu Plain, and those who worked with Lu Shaoxian deserved to die. "You're the third clone I've met." Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at Xiaoshenji with interest. "Do you want to work with me to destroy the main body and take over the main body?" Xiaoshenji's clone angrily rebuked, "Lu Shaoxian, do you think I'll believe you? Clones can't replace the main body, this is a restriction of the 9 clones technique. Otherwise, Shenwu Plain would have been in chaos." Lu Yin smiled. "But I did let my clone replace my main body. The first one was the one who sought me out, and since we're friends, I helped him out. As for the second one..." He leaned forward. "I was the one who gave him the will to resist the main body." Xiaoshenji's clone's eyes narrowed. "Impossible." Xiaoshenji's mind was clear, and he was a clone, but he could still say that a clone could not go against the main body. This meant that Xiaoshenji had complete autonomy, but it also showed Lu Yin just how tyrannical the 9 clones technique was. For a person with independent personality to be willing to fuse with the main body, what a terrifying cultivation technique. Nothing is impossible. "Do you want to know who that person is?" Lu Yin said slowly. Xiaoshenji's clone narrowed his eyes. "Clones can't resist the main body. This is an eternal truth. You can't trick me." "Lu Shaoxian, what are you trying to achieve?" Lu Yin let out a long sigh. "I just wanted to have a chat with you. I wanted to see what a progenitor like you thinks about this universe." Xiaoshenji was startled, but he soon burst into laughter. "Whatever you think it will be, whatever you want it to be." Lu Yin shook his head. "I don't understand." "If you do, then you're a progenitor." "Lu Shaoxian, you'll never become a progenitor," Xiaoshenji mocked. Lu Yin raised his brows. "I fought a half-ancestor as a third origin tribulation cultivator, and I even killed one. Progenitor." Xiaoshenji coldly replied, "You have a flaw, and I can see it." "There's a seal in your body, and I could sense it when I fought with you. This seal is not simple, and it's preventing you from becoming a progenitor. That's why you'll never become one." Lu Yin replied, "When I broke through to become a melder, I broke through one seal, and when I became an explorer, I also broke through another seal. How can you be so sure that the seal on my back can suppress me?" Xiaxinji disdainfully replied, so what if you can break through the seal? If you want to become a progenitor, why should it be you or Lu Shaoxian? What do you mean? Lu Yin did not understand. Xiaxinji looked deeply at Lu Yin. Let me tell you, breaking through to progenitor isn't just about one's cultivation, but also one's mental state. Lu Shaoxian used to be optimistic and kind, like a ray of sunshine, but now you're dark and gloomy. You're a completely different person from before. If you want to become a progenitor, is it Lu Shaoxian or the current you? Of course it's me, Lu Yin answered directly. He had already forgotten Lu Xiaoxuan's memories, so how could it be Lu Shaoxian who became a progenitor? Xiaxinji sneered. If you don't break the seal, you won't be able to become a progenitor. Once you break the seal, you'll recover Lu Xiaoxuan's memories, emotions, and personality. You'll inherit everything from Lu Shaoxian. When that happens, will you still be you? Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Will you still be you? These words echoed in his mind. Will you still be you? When that happens, who will I be? Lu Shaoxian or Lu Yin? At that moment, Lu Yin was at a loss. Xiaxinji burst into laughter. Your mental state will forever prevent you from breaking through to the ancestor realm. If you don't break the seal, you won't be able to become an ancestor. Once you break the seal, what about Lu Shaoxian? Kid, you're dead for sure. No matter how strong you are right now, even if you're an invincible half-step ancestor, you'll never be able to compare to an ancestor realm expert. Lu Yin's mind was still replaying those words. When that happens, will I still be me? He had never considered this question before, and for a moment, he was at a loss. Xiaxinji was shrewd and ruthless, and he had seen through Lu Yin's desire to become a progenitor. He had broken through Lu Yin's mental state with a single sentence, something that Lu Yin's former enemies had not been able to do. This was a progenitor, and even if his cultivation was no longer present, he was still a progenitor. Snort. There was a loud sound as the Helldrake sneezed, waking Lu Yin up. He slowly turned to look at it. The Helldrake blinked and subconsciously wanted to bare its fangs and claws, but it quickly restrained itself and bent its claws to show that it was admitting defeat. Lu Yin did not care about it as he stared at the top of the Helldrake's head. More accurately, he was staring at the 9 clones technique. Xiaxinji was right. When he became a progenitor, Lu Xiaoxuan's memories would return. Then, would he be Lu Shaoxian or Lu Yin? This question was very similar to the 9 clones technique. Between Xia Luo and Xia Jiuyo, who was the main body? Xia Jiuyo was the main body, but Xia Luo had resisted his will, which meant that Xia Luo was also the main body. The same person could be split into 2, and both were the main body. This was the drawback of the 9 clones technique. Then, could Lu Yin's mental state flaw be resolved with the help of the 9 clones technique? Lu Shaoxian was Lu Yin, and Lu Yin was Lu Yin. Regardless of whether Lu Shaoxian or Lu Yin won in the end, only one of them could become a progenitor. Or perhaps, just like progenitor Qin, all 9 clones could become progenitors. Lu Yin suddenly looked at Xiaxinji with a solemn expression. Thank you for reminding me. Xiaxinji frowned. Lu Shaoxian, the flaw in your mental state will prevent you from ever becoming a progenitor. So what if I reminded you? You won't be able to become a progenitor. Lu Yin smiled with pride and arrogance. Who says I won't be able to become a progenitor? My mental state has a flaw. Lu Shaoxian is here, and so is Lu Yin. Then we'll separate. Isn't that what your Xia family has always done? Xiaxinji's expression changed, as he had miscalculated. He had actually forgotten about the 9 clones technique. The flaw in Lu Yin's mental state was exactly the same as the 9 clones technique, and it could be resolved through the 9 clones technique. Progenitor Chen's 9 clones all became progenitors, so why can't I? If Lu Shaoxian and Lu Yin become progenitors, then I'll be a progenitor. Thank you, Xiaoxinji, Lu Yin said loudly. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly looked in the direction of the technocracy. The new void corridor had been repaired. Outside the Genesis court, in the technocracy, a distorted path of the void suddenly appeared. This was the former new void corridor. The Wang family side of the new void corridor had been destroyed by the everlasting tribe, but it had finally been repaired after so many years. The moment the new void corridor was repaired, a figure stepped out and descended upon the technocracy. The Genesis court was on the verge of collapse. Headmasterson knew that after the new void corridor was repaired, a powerhouse would definitely descend upon the astral trees. He had assumed that it would be a half-ancestor, but he had never imagined that a progenitor would appear. Furthermore, it was the ancestor of the Xia family, Xiaoxinji. When Xiaoxinji walked out of the new void corridor, the entire Genesis court, including the main city, and countless planets in the technocracy trembled. Regardless of whether they were humans, beasts, or androids, they all felt an unimaginable pressure from a progenitor. The lost Voyager army, the gigantic mechanical giant, and the Third Fleet that had once terrorized the battlefield all froze in shock, not daring to move at all. The half-androids were shocked by the progenitor's aura. This was a power that they had never imagined existed. How could it be so terrifying? Could a living being release such a power? Xiaoxinji walked out of the new void corridor and looked around. There was a familiar aura. Huiwen had left behind some power here. The technocracy had been created by the Hui ancestor, and it had been created specifically to collect materials to create mechanical ants to deal with the Eternal's corpse kings. The Hui ancestor had also left behind a physical consciousness that could easily trap a half-ancestor, but it had been used up in the previous battle. Even if it had not been used up, unless the Hui ancestor personally appeared, it would be impossible to stop Xiaoxinji. After all, they were of the same generation. Xiaoxinji did not care about the Hui ancestor's power, and he immediately looked in a certain direction. His lips curled up. Found it. The entire universe trembled, and the void tore apart as the divine martial sword region descended. The fifth mainland had produced progenitors before, and the sixth mainland's 3 ancestors had fought here before. However, compared to Xiaoxinji's progenitor's world, they were too weak. When the divine martial sword region appeared, not only the technocracy, but the fifth mainland and the astral beast domain also sensed it. The blood ancestor was the first to sense it, and his face turned pale. Such a terrifying progenitor's world reminded him of the 9 mountains and 8 seas that he had faced during the Daosaur sex era. All of the half-ancestors looked up in shock. The Astral Beast Army and the Astral Beast Army felt uneasy, and they all prostrated themselves. Even the Yao Emperor was trembling. An extreme progenitor's power had descended upon the fifth mainland, and it had brought about a revolution in the fifth mainland's strength. It had refreshed the fifth mainland's understanding of power. At this moment, even Lu Bujing and the others, who had seen many progenitors during the Astral Beast era, were shocked. This progenitor's world's power was extremely rare even during their era. Fate's direct descendant, Fate's daughter, frowned. An extreme progenitor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23-28. Wendy Yushan, Zhua Dainite, the ghost monkey, and Ku Wei all paled as they felt an inviolable heavenly might. No one could remain calm in the face of a progenitor's might. Even Lu Yin, who had fought with Xiaoxinji before, felt the divine martial sword domain again. That extreme sense of despair still remained, and he found it difficult to breathe. How terrifying! Lu Yin looked up in the direction of the technocracy. Behind him, the caged WIRM was uneasy. It growled and bared its fangs, but it couldn't find its target. It wanted to escape, as this power was too familiar. Xiaoxinji's clone was excited. Lu Xiaoxian, my main body is here. You can't escape. Who in the fifth mainland can help you? Mu Xiao won't appear. You're dead. Lu Yin stood up and stood beside the platform with his hands behind his back as he looked in the direction of the technocracy. Soon after, a figure appeared. The divine martial sword region caused the surrounding space to completely change. One starry sky replaced the other, and under this starry sky, even breathing was controlled by Xiaoxinji. He could easily crush Lu Yin. Fortunately, Lu Yin had the caged WIRM behind him, which made it difficult for Xiaoxinji to act. Xiaoxinji walked out of the void and saw the enormous caged WIRM, but he didn't see his clone. He had clearly sensed the existence of his clone. Also, what was going on with this abandoned land? Why was there no astral source? Lu Yin had already taken his clone away, but he had released it to lure Xiaoxinji here. The technocracy was not protected by progenitor Chen's power, and it was not safe there. Lu Yin would not go there, so he had to lure Xiaoxinji to the human domain. Since he had achieved his goal, he would not let Xiaoxinji's clone go so easily. After all, this was a progenitor's clone. Xiaoxinji stopped thinking about the astral source and focused on dealing with Lu Xiaoxian. He looked at Lu Yin. You don't seem to be afraid. Lu Yin replied, why should I be? What can you do to me? Xiaoxinji's eyes suddenly turned cold. Without Shiwei and Mu Xie, you're nothing. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared in the starry sky. It doesn't matter how you captured my clone or how you subdued the prison flood dragon. Today, you will die. Xiaoxinji's blade slashed out in all directions, giving Lu Yin no hope of escaping. Since the descent of the ancestral world, he was sure that there were no other ancestor realm experts in the surroundings other than the prison flood dragon. What right did a mere prison flood dragon have to stop him? Although he knew that Lu Xiaoxian would not fight a battle that he was not confident in, Xiaoxinji had his own confidence. Xiaoxinji was Xiaoxinji, someone who had been on the same level as 9 mountains and 8 seas during the era of the Tao Source sect. The prison flood dragon roared and waved its claws, shattering the blade. Xiaoxinji didn't care about the prison flood dragon at all. Although the prison flood dragon was hard to subdue, its brain wasn't good, and it couldn't unleash the true progenitor's power. It only had a huge amount of progenitor's power, and it didn't even have an ancestral world. How could it fight against Xiaoxinji? Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The divine martial sword region was so powerful that it could shake the entire continent. No one in the fifth mainland could stand up to it. Xiaoxinji, do you believe in karma? Xiaoxinji frowned and stared at Lu Yin, especially at the stage. He'd noticed it when he'd first arrived, but he'd assumed that it was Lu Yin's own. Now, however, it seemed like that wasn't the case. If it wasn't Lu Yin's, then why would there be a stage? There could only be one explanation: someone from the Lu family was present. However, there were no powerhouses within the divine martial sword region, so Xiaoxinji would not have missed it. This was the ancestral world, and even the 9 mountains and 8 seas could not conceal themselves unless it was Lu Tianyi. However, this possibility was immediately rejected. If Lu Tianyi was here, then there was no need to fight, as Xiaoxinji was definitely not his match. Everything else aside, the moment the divine seal catalog appeared, Xiaoxinji would be finished. Xiaoxinji ignored Lu Yin and raised his hand. An incomparably large blade appeared in outer space, distorting the sky between the technocracy and the human domain. Chains formed from divine martial swords' astral energy coiled around the blade, and each collision caused countless people's hearts to stop. Even though it was above Lu Yin's head, the entire fifth mainland could see the phantom blade, and it was a shocking scene. Lu Yin grabbed the stage with one hand, and his eyes turned into runes that caused the stage to become illusory. He released power from his heart that surrounded the various Sirius stars. Black and white mist flickered as he stepped onto the land formed from his fate sand. He raised his head and said, "With my blood, I summon the general." As soon as he spoke, the stage trembled, and an indescribably thick stench of blood spread out, causing the sky, earth, and stars to turn red. Lu Yin's face was heavy, and his mind was dizzy. It felt as if all the blood in his body had been sucked dry. He had summoned the most terrifying creature on the stage, and it could be considered a forced summon. He had only wanted to test it out, and if it really did not work, he would have to borrow progenitor Chen's power. However, it seemed that he had succeeded. But the moment he summoned the general, the astral source within his body was completely sucked dry. Not only that, but his spiritual force was also weakened. The most obvious change was that the black and white mist in his heart was constantly being consumed. This rate of consumption shocked him, and he hurriedly took out half of his scythe and used the death energy within it to replenish his body. He was basically a vessel for this energy. The scythe had absorbed the Chi Sek's black sun, and he did not know how much death energy it contained. His astral source would not be able to support it, so he could only rely on death energy. Death energy could also be used to summon generals. The caged WIRM stared at the stage and took a few deep breaths, his gaze vigilant. Xiaoshenji suddenly stopped as well. This stench of blood made even him apprehensive. How could there be such an enormous stench of blood? How many creatures had been killed to produce such a stench? Lu Yin gripped the scythe tightly. His body was rather weak, and his vision was blurry. He was sure that the creature he had summoned was definitely a progenitor. However, this stench of blood was truly unsettling. As the stench of blood grew thicker, a blurry figure took shape and stood in the center of the blood. It was a muscular man who was 3 meters tall, and his upper body was naked. Black tattoos covered almost all of his body, and his hair was disheveled. His muscles were bulging, and his veins were bulging all over his body like dragons. He held a huge, sharp-toothed weapon in his hand, and the most eye-catching thing about him was the deep gully at the back of his neck. It looked like someone had cut off his neck and then forcibly reattached it. This was a ruthless person, one who was filled with a bloodthirsty and murderous aura. The stench of blood grew thicker and thicker, and it even evaporated the divine martial force within the divine martial sword domain, causing the surroundings to grow redder and redder. That person stood in the center of this bloody stench, quietly standing there. When this person appeared, the caged WIRM growled, looking somewhat fearful. Xiaoshenji's expression was extremely ugly. "Yi Qi, it's Yi Qi. Your Lu family has summoned Yi Qi." Lu Yin did not understand. What Yi Qi? Was that person's name? No wonder Yi Qi disappeared. Who does this stage belong to? Lu Feng? Or Lu Tianyi? Xiaoshenji glared at Lu Yin as he barked. Lu Yin's face paled, but he did not have time to waste words with the man. He immediately ordered Yi Qi, who had just been summoned, to attack. If not for the support of the scythe's death energy, Lu Yin would not have been able to summon a progenitor. Upon receiving Lu Yin's order, the muscular man spread out his arms and roared at the sky. An indescribable bloody stench spread out, forcefully pushing away the divine martial sword domain. This was the ancestral world. At this moment, Lu Yin felt as if he was soaked in blood, and all he could see was a sea of blood. Was this person's ancestral world? Xiaoshenji snorted coldly. He's a human devil from the burial garden, and he once devoured an entire region. He was chosen by the Lu clan without anyone noticing. The Lu clan will pay the price for those who died tragically at Yi Qi's hands. Yi Qi raised the giant blade in his hand, which looked like sharp teeth, and slashed upwards. Bang! Ripples spread out, spreading into the distance like a tsunami in the universe. Countless planets were crushed, and a corner of the fifth mainland was torn apart. Luin felt as if his brain had been hammered, and he almost fell over. There was a crack as the giant blade was sliced apart, and the blade pierced half an inch into Yi Qi's body. Xiaoshenji coldly replied, "If that human demon hadn't been so fast, how could he have survived until he was summoned by your Lu family? We weren't even progenitors when he committed his sins. Once we become progenitors, he'll be nothing." He then clenched his fist, and several giant chains appeared in the void and wrapped around Yi Qi. Luin felt dizzy. Yi Qi seemed powerful and had appeared with a powerful aura, but in reality, he was probably about the same level as the sixth mainland's three progenitors. Perhaps he was a bit stronger, but he wasn't Xiaoshenji's match at all. Luin had been overjoyed, but it made sense. If Yi Qi had the strength of 9 mountains and 8 seas, then Luin wouldn't have been able to summon the Grim Reaper's left arm. "Hellworm, bite him," Luin ordered. There was no other way, as Yi Qi couldn't stop Xiaoshenji. Hellworm roared, baring its fangs as it charged towards Xiaoshenji. To Xiaoshenji, the Hellworm was even more of a threat than Yi Qi. Even when Yi Qi had been alive, he had only been an ordinary progenitor. He had only been able to commit his sins because he could run fast and had the protection of the Eternals. After they had become progenitors, Yi Qi had gone into hiding. The 9 mountains and 8 seas covered the sky, and a progenitor like Yi Qi didn't even dare to show his face. The reason why Xiaoshenji had been surprised at first was because of Yi Qi's reputation before they had become progenitors. However, the Hellworm was different. Although it wasn't very smart and didn't have an ancestral world, its skin was thick and tough, and it could take a beating. When it cooperated with Yi Qi, it could cause trouble for Xiaoshenji. The Hellworm was not biting Xiaoshenji just because of Lu Yin's orders. The Hellworm had been suppressed in the divine martial plane for a long time, and it hated and feared Xiaoshenji. It definitely wouldn't have dared to attack alone, but when it cooperated with Yi Qi, its bite became more and more ferocious. Its claws and tail lashed out, and it would sometimes even slam its body against Xiaoshenji's blade. Yi Qi relied on his bloodthirsty ancestral world to continuously resist the divine martial sword region, and then he used his giant blade to attack Xiaoshenji. For a time, even Xiaoshenji found it difficult to deal with the Hellworm, and he was surrounded. Luin panted heavily, as this couldn't go on. He wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Once the death aura ran out, Yi Qi would be gone, and the Hellworm would definitely flee. It seemed that he would have to rely on progenitor Chen's strength. Luin stared at the battlefield, thinking of a suitable time to deal a blow to Xiaoshenji. At that moment, the Blood Ancestor arrived and looked at the battlefield in shock. That must be 9 mountains and 8 seas. Luin was shocked. "Senior, why are you here?" The Blood Ancestor had ordered that no one should approach the battlefield. Even senior brother Qing Ping, who was confident that he could fight against a progenitor, had warned him that he would be facing Xiaoshenji himself, not a progenitor clone. "Thank you." Back in the cycle of reincarnation. Zhang Daming Tishanjul, please follow the wind. Update 4 times a day. Thanks for your support and rewards. I'll add more chapters. I've been too busy with the wedding recently, and I'm very tired. Thankfully, I have the support of my brothers. Thank you. The next volume is about to begin. Who will fight me? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 23-29. The Blood Ancestor watched the sky collapse. How could I not come when a progenitor is descending? He then looked at Luin. Although I've almost fallen from the progenitor realm, I can still delay him for a while. If anything happens, you must leave immediately. Senior, Lu Yin wanted to say something, but the blood ancestor raised a hand to stop him. You can borrow progenitor Chen's power, but you should know that even progenitor Chen would not have an easy time dealing with 9 mountains and 8 seas. You may be borrowing progenitor Chen's power, but that does not mean that you are progenitor Chen. Lu Yin, you are the most gifted human I've ever seen, and I firmly believe that you will not be weaker than progenitor Chen in the future. You might even reach the level of an ancient ancestor. If there is hope, then there is hope. I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing this for the sake of humanity. A half-crippled person like me should do whatever I can, and I also hope to leave some good karma for the 6th mainland. Lu Yin was impressed. Senior's breadth of mind is admirable, but I have prepared more than one move to deal with Xiaoshenji. The blood ancestor was astonished. Someone else is helping. Or is it a power vessel? Of course, it was not a power vessel, as Xiaoshenji had long since taken precautions against something like the slippers. If someone wanted to use the slippers to ambush Xiaoshenji, then the slippers would be stolen instead. That would not be worth it. There was a howl as caged Drake's body crashed to the ground. Several enormous chains bound him, preventing him from moving. Chi raised his blade and slashed upwards, bringing with it an indistinct blade shadow. It should be some sort of progenitor battle technique. White bones formed a staircase beneath his feet, and with each step he ascended, his power increased by a bit. Xiaoshenji's gaze turned cold, and he allowed Chi to attack. In an instant, Chi disappeared and reappeared where he had been a second ago. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Not good, this was the power of time. Xiaoshenji casually struck out with a palm, and his divine martial aura crushed Chi, causing half of his body to shatter. The blood ancestor's face twitched. So this is the power of a peak progenitor from that era. Kid, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, run first. He then prepared to go all out. It seemed that even caged Drake and that brute were no match. Lu Yin knew that Xiaoshenji was very strong, comparable to 9 mountains and 8 seas. However, Xiaoshenji's strength had still exceeded his expectations. At the same time, Lu Yin had gained a deeper understanding of Mu Xie's strength. In the astral tree domain, Xiaoshenji had not attacked that many times. At first, he had casually attacked, but he had been stopped by the fog ancestor and Lu Yin's various methods. Later on, in order to show off his true strength and show off in front of the fog ancestor, Xiaoshenji had unleashed his ancestral world. That power was unparalleled, and Lu Yin could not comprehend it at all. The fog ancestor had not been able to stop it either. Senior Mu Xie's appearance had saved Lu Yin's life. At that time, Lu Yin had not been able to directly sense Xiaoshenji's strength, as there had been no other progenitor to compare him to. Now, he saw the comparison. Chi was a progenitor after all, yet he was suppressed by Xiaoshenji. He was helpless against the mighty power of time. How did senior brother Mu Xie deal with Xiaoshenji? I'm really going to have to go all out, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the stage. His eyes turned into runes as a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder. He had to think of a way to borrow the rune lines of the stage. The candle god had cultivated the creation realm's universe evolution scripture and had turned himself into a candle. Based on this stage should have been transformed by Lu Jian. Since the candle god could return to his miniature form and allow Lu Yin to borrow his strength, then this stage might be able to do the same. He had to try. Lu Jian and the candle god were not on the same level. The candle god was a peak envoy who had cultivated the universe evolution scripture and turned himself into a candle. He now had rune lines at the level of a half-progenitor. On the other hand, Lu Jian was a half-progenitor who cultivated the universe evolution scripture to break through to the progenitor realm. He was a cultivator of the universe evolution scripture that was second only to the symbol ancestor. If Lu Yin could borrow his strength, then wouldn't that mean that he could borrow the strength of a progenitor who cultivated the universe evolution scripture? Even though it was just a guess, Lu Yin had to try under these circumstances. Progenitor Chen's strength was his final trump card, and only Xiaoshenji had come. If Bai Wang Yuan or Wang Fan came as well, then how could Lu Yin resist after using all of his trump cards? Universe evolution scripture, infinite realm. Lu Yin grabbed the stage and used the candle god's rune lines to continuously draw out the rune lines from the stage. He did not know how to use the stage's rune lines, so he could only try. In the distance, Caged Drake and Yi Qi were constantly being suppressed, and Xiaoshenji grew impatient. A clone walked out and faced Lu Yin directly. The clone waved both hands, causing chains to form in the void and wrap around Lu Yin. The blood ancestor took a step forward and prepared to go all out. Lu Yin tossed the slipper to the blood ancestor. "Senior, use this." The blood ancestor subconsciously caught the slipper and swatted it at the chains. With the blood ancestor's half-crippled strength and without his progenitor's realm, he was probably not as powerful as senior brother Qing Ping. How could he block Lu Yin's identity? Even if it was just a clone, this clone was still a progenitor. It was not easy to reach the progenitor realm, but Xiaoshenji belonged to the era of the Dao Source sect. Back then, there had been many powerhouses, and he had been able to compete with those powerhouses. No matter which era he had been placed in, he would have been an absolute elite. If he had not been defeated by progenitor Qin, then Xiaoshenji's radiance would have been able to be traced back to the era of the above heaven sect. With a bang, the chains were shattered and turned back into divine martial qi. Xiaoshenji's clone looked at the slipper in the blood ancestor's hand with apprehension. At the same time, he stared at the blood ancestor. "It's you." He recognized Lu Yin. When Lu Yin had broken through to become an envoy, he had faced off against the astral tree. The blood ancestor was the progenitor behind him. If not for the blood ancestor, they would not have been afraid of the fifth mainland. After all, they had not been able to gauge the blood ancestor's strength. But now, it seemed that the blood ancestor was just a piece of trash. The blood ancestor was shocked by the power of the slipper in his hand. He had many questions that he wanted to ask, but he did not have the time. Lu Yin did not know how many progenitor clones Xiaoshenji could summon, as he could not be like progenitor Qin, who had 9 clones that were all progenitors. However, even if he only had 3 progenitor clones, he could still summon another one. Just as Lu Yin was thinking about this, the rune lines on the surface of the commander appointment platform suddenly increased to a terrifying degree. Others could not see it, but Lu Yin could. At the same time, in the Neoverse, home of the gods, the mirror god stared blankly in Lu Yin's direction. He saw boundless rune lines instantly cover the entire fifth mainland. Was this the power of the rune progenitor? The commander appointment platform was naturally not the rune progenitor's power, but Lu Yin's guess was correct. Lu Jian and the candle god had both cultivated their own innate gifts. The candle god had been a peak envoy, and after becoming a candle, he had gained the rune lines of a half-progenitor. Lu Jian had originally been a half-progenitor, but after becoming the commander appointment platform, he had gained the rune lines of a progenitor. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he laughed maniacally. On the other side, Xiaoshenji's main body was aghast. His divine martial sword domain had been pushed aside by another power. It was the power of a progenitor again. What was going on? He stared at the blood ancestor. Was it that person? No, he had not used his progenitor's world, and his body had already weakened to the point that he had fallen out of the progenitor realm. Where had this power come from? Xiaoshenji would never have dreamed that this power would come from the commander appointment platform. The fact that the commander appointment platform could summon General Yi Qi had already surprised him. How could a single commander appointment platform have 2 progenitors? Unless the commander appointment platform's master was a progenitor. But that was exactly what had happened. Lu Yin sensed the unimaginably majestic progenitor rune lines, and he suddenly looked at Xiaoshenji. Xiaoshenji's clone raised a hand and clenched his fist. Xiaoshenji's clone's expression changed drastically. He could not see the rune lines, but he could clearly sense a threatening power coming from all directions. This threat caused him to immediately vanish and fuse into his main body. With a roar, the caged Wyrm tumbled towards Xiaoshenji while Yi Qi frantically rushed forward. He had been summoned, and even if he was smashed to pieces, as long as Lu Yin had an endless supply of death energy, he would be able to continuously recover and become a monster that disgusted Xiaoshenji. Xiaoshenji's expression turned ugly. Although the caged Wyrm had no intelligence and did not have a progenitor's world, it was still very difficult to fight against as its defenses were extremely high. Yi Qi had made Xiaoshenji realize how troublesome and disgusting the Lu family was. Fighting against someone from the Lu family who had awakened the commander appointment platform's innate gift was a nightmare. Even the monsters from the everlasting race would not be able to withstand it, and those who had been summoned could not be killed. The Lu family also had a lot of power that could be used to summon generals. Xiaoshenji could not understand how Lu Yin had managed to summon a progenitor. Was it that half of Golian? Not only that, but Lu Yin had also borrowed the power of the commander appointment platform's rune lines to forcefully break open a space within the divine martial sword domain. Although this space was very small, it had still been broken open. Coupled with Yi Qi's blood sea, this made things even more troublesome for Xiaoshenji. The most troublesome thing for Xiaoshenji was the last power that had appeared. He could tell that it was Old Fu's power. In the 9 mountains and 8 seas, Huiwen was astute, Xiaoshang was a battle maniac, Shi Wei was good at thinking, and Xiaoshenji was lazy. Old Fu was unfathomable. In the face of Old Fu's power, caged Wyrm, Qi, and the strangeness of this region of space, Xiaoshenji decided to temporarily retreat. If he couldn't take them down alone, then he would take on 2. When he thought of this, Xiaoshenji suddenly retreated and looked at the distant Lu Yin. He disappeared with a bone-piercing killing intent, and the divine martial sword domain vanished at the same time. The caged Wyrm pounced on nothing, but it bared its fangs and brandished its claws as if it had one. When he saw that Xiaoshenji had retreated, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and removed the summoning. Yi Qi disappeared, and the blood ancestor gripped the slippers. He left. Lu Yin nodded. The blood ancestor was solemn. "Are you sure?" Lu Yin replied, "Yes." The blood ancestor heaved a sigh of relief and squatted down without a care for his image. He bitterly said, "2 progenitors, a half crippled me, and you borrowed the symbol progenitor's power to force him away." As expected of Xiaoshenji, an absolute expert from the Daosaur sex era, Lu Yin looked in the direction of the technocracy. If Xiaoshenji had gone all out, then these forces might not have been able to do anything to him. However, Xiaoshenji's enemies were not just Lu Yin, but also the Eternals. He even had to guard against the 4-way scales and the other 3 families, so it was impossible for him to go all out. He had only retreated this time because he wanted to find a more reliable way to deal with Lu Yin. Xiaoshenji would come back a second time. Lu Yin took out the wireless goo and ordered, "Gather." He wanted to gather all of the 5th mainland strength and show the cosmic tree of trees what an abandoned land was. This was the 5th mainland. The gathering point was located several weaves away from this location. Lu Yin had gathered them for the cosmic tree of trees to see, not for the progenitor's battle. These people could not be killed by the shock waves. Lu Yin and Xiaoshenji's battle had practically turned the 5th mainland upside down. Although it had not affected much, the progenitor's power had been felt by the entire 5th mainland. Many people were worried, and they anxiously waited for the results. Finally, they heard 2 words, "Gather." These 2 words represented that Lu Yin had defeated a powerful enemy, and that enemy had been a progenitor. Thank you for your support, brothers. The next volume is about to begin. Who will fight me? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2330. Although most people did not know that Lu Yin had defeated a powerful progenitor like Xiaoxinji, it was enough to know that he was a progenitor. To them, progenitors were all the same. The Great Eastern Alliance's Lu Xian army, Heavenly Sin army, and the Giant army all gathered towards the west. The Celestial Sect's Celestial army and the Astral Beast army moved out at the same time. From the Hall of Honor, emissaries walked out one by one. They came from the Star Alliance, and there were a total of 63 of them. They were led by Zhang Lin and headed west. Auras filled various regions as half-ancestors walked out. The 8 Elysian Gate sect masters were here to teach and patrol. There were 15 half-ancestors in total. The entire Fifth Mainland had come alive. The ancestral turtle looked towards the west and moved. If the Fifth Mainland was viewed as a map, then the dots that represented the powerful cultivators were all gathered towards the place Lu Yin had pointed out. The various armies added up to tens of millions of people. This was the true gathering of the Fifth Mainland, and it was even more thorough than when they had fought against the Eternals. Back then, Lu Yin had not been qualified to command everyone, but now, Lu Yin was that person. In the endless weaves, the Blood Ancestor was worried. Are we really going to war? Lu Yin laughed. We'll see. The Blood Ancestor sighed, as he did not know how to resolve this. Once war broke out, the losses to humanity would be immeasurable, and only the Eternals would benefit. But what could he do? Even if he gave up on Lu Yin's blood feud, the cosmic astral tree would not let him live. There was only one solution: fight until the cosmic astral tree gave up. In the innerverse, in outer space, Wen Qian'er looked at Wen Sanxi standing beside a spacecraft and walked over. What are you thinking about? Wen Sanxi looked at the sky. The difference is too great. Wen Qian'er knew that he was referring to the difference between them. Back then, when the Astral Combat Academy sent students to train, he went to Shenwu continent. When he left, I was the one who picked him up. At that time, the difference between us was like the gap between heaven and earth. No one thought that he would catch up to us, let alone surpass us. But now, it's the opposite. When Qian'er replied, "Don't think about it, cousin. He's a monster." Wen Sanxi laughed. Once upon a time, many people called them monsters. When did the word monster become a compliment? This war is no small matter. You shouldn't have come. It's not too late to go back now. Wen Sanxi looked at Wen Qian'er and said solemnly. Wen Qian'er shook her head. It's an order from above, and I can't go against it. I'm a cruiser, so I can't avoid it. No one is looking for trouble with you, Wen Sanxi said. Wen Qian'er replied, I want to see what kind of enemy has gathered the entire Fifth Mainland. Even the people from the Sixth Mainland and the astral beasts from the astral beast domain have gathered here. At this moment, someone reported that the Sword Faction's flying ship had been spotted in the distance. The Sword Sect's flying ship was easy to recognize. It was a huge sword. Lu Qianjue, you came out too. I thought you were going to die of old age on Sword Mountain. Wen Zizai laughed. Lu Qianjue stepped into the Wen clan spacecraft and glanced around. It seems like the Wen clan has really turned out in full force. You even brought your juniors with you. Wen Zizai said helplessly, there's nothing we can do about it. The orders of the sects above cannot be disobeyed. What, does your sword sect still have a trick up its sleeve? Lu Qianjue calmly replied, of course not. Old friend, we're in trouble this time. It's even more troublesome than facing those monsters from the Neo-Human Alliance, Wen Zizai said to Lu Qianjue as he dispersed the bystanders. Lu Qianjue's tone was gloomy. This isn't an era where you and I can make decisions. Even the Hall of Honor can't change the current situation. Only he can. Wen Zizai nodded. When he first unified the Outerverse, I thought that he had reached his peak. Later on, he disintegrated our alliance and then unified the Innerverse. I also thought that he had reached his peak, but I didn't think that this was actually his peak. The sixth mainland, the astral beast domain, and even those from the era of the above heavens are all under his control. He's truly terrifying. Lu Qianjue fell silent. Terrifying. Some people were destined not to be compared to, as they were too far away. They were geniuses who had transcended the constraints of their time. Not far behind them, the Northline flow zone was also rushing west. The current head of the Lily family was Lilian, but Lily Liana had died 20 years ago at the hands of a corpse king. Sis, the entire fifth mainland has gathered here. How can we participate in a war of this scale? Why did the Daozi ask us to gather here as well? Lily Shuer was worried. This was also the worry of the entire Northline flow zone, or rather, the entire fifth mainland. They did not have the qualifications to participate in a war where everyone was gathered. Even when the sixth mainland had invaded, they had only sent a portion of their people to participate, but now, almost all of them had been mobilized. Lilian remained calm. If only a portion of our people were sent, then I would be worried. But now, there's no need to worry. It's unlikely that a war will break out. Why? Lily Shuer did not understand. Lilian replied, the Daozi won't sacrifice the weak. What's the point of us participating in this war? Are we sending ourselves to our deaths? But the order has already been given, so we must participate. The only way is to intimidate the enemy. Even if we don't fight, we can still intimidate the enemy. So the enemy this time is definitely not the Eternals, but an intelligent life form like us. Lily Shuer guessed, could it be that some terrifying life form has appeared in the astral wilderness? Lilian did not know either, as she was not qualified to know the details. After sending Lily Shuer away, Lilian raised her hand, revealing the fate Zan in her palm. More than 20 years ago, her best friend, Xiaoyi, had died because of this, giving her a chance to get close to Lu Yin and gain some merit. However, this matter had been delayed for more than 20 years, and now, it was time to hand it over to Lu Yin. The Lily family's most glorious era had only been when they had the right to speak within the Northline flow zone. They had dreamed of leaving the Northline flow zone, and this was their chance. A single word from Lu Yin was enough to allow anyone to ascend to the heavens. In the Outerverse, a lone man was walking through space alone. Suddenly, a sword slash appeared in the distance, heading straight for the man's back. The man turned around and easily shattered the sword slash. He looked into the distance and saw that many people had appeared. Most of them were descendants of the martial ancestors, and Xiao Qing was also there. Fan Shun, you traitor! How dare you appear here again, one of the men cursed. He was the one who had attacked just now, and many people around him glared at Fan Shun, wanting to attack as well. Fan Shun was indifferent. Save some star energy to save your life on the battlefield. Even so, we'll still kill you, you traitor, someone else said. They had no enmity with Fan Shun, but Fan Chen had led the Fan family to betray the humans and join the Eternals. He had even become the city lord of the first Eternal Kingdom that the Eternals had established in the Innerverse. This had infuriated countless people on the sixth mainland, and they had wanted to tear Fan Chen apart. However, Fan Shun had not betrayed the Fan family, and he had remained behind alone. He had been cursed by the countless people who could attack him at any time. Fan Chen's betrayal had been forced. Kue Luo had revealed that Fan Chen had captured the previous valley master of Cloud Valley, Jianjibei, which had forced Fan Chen to no longer have a foothold in the sixth mainland. The 9 families hated Fan Shun not only because of the Fan family's betrayal, but also because of Zhou Xiao. A year ago, Zhou Xiao had gotten drunk and wanted to avenge Valley Master Cloud Valley's swordsman. He had tried to cause trouble for Vice City Master Xiao Xiong, who had been transporting supplies from the technocracy, but he had been killed by Vice City Master Xiao Xiong. This incident had caused the 9 families to become the laughingstock of the 6th mainland, and they had always wanted to get rid of this laughingstock. Killing Fan Shun was one of their methods. The Fan family was Cloud Valley's mortal enemy, and Zhou Xiao had tried to help Cloud Valley's swordsman, but he had died tragically. If they helped Cloud Valley eliminate Fan Shun, not only would they regain some face, but they would also gain the favor of many people. This was because the 6th mainland was currently filled with hatred for the Fan family. Fan Shun's situation was not good. Soon, the people of the 9 surnames made their moves, including their good friends. However, they posed no threat to Fan Shun, and Fan Shun did not go on a killing spree. Killing the 9 families would be too troublesome. Although the martial ancestor had died, he had died at the hands of the Eternals for the sake of the humans. This achievement was enough to benefit the 9 families for billions of years. As long as they did not actively betray the humans, nothing would happen to them. Above the Sky sect has summoned everyone. How long do you want to fight? Xiao Qing asked. One of the 9 families answered, we'll talk about it after we eliminate that traitor, Fan Shun. Fan Shun's gaze turned cold. So, you want to keep the Daozi waiting? When he said this, the hearts of the 9 families trembled. There was only one person who could become a Daozi, and that person was Lu Yin, the current ruler of the 5th mainland. They dared to run amok in the 6th mainland, and with their martial ancestors' achievements, they were not even afraid of facing a half-ancestor. However, when a Daozi was mentioned, their expressions changed. That person could wipe out the entire 9 families with a single sentence, and no one dared to oppose him. Xiao Qing's eyes flickered. The 9 families had run amok in the 6th mainland, so who could make them so afraid? It could only be Lu Yin. They had clearly adventured together in the Daosaur sect's ruins, and the difference between their strengths had not been that great. How had it become so great now? At that moment, a figure walked out, and a powerful aura suppressed everyone present to the point where they could not breathe. When Xiao Qing saw this figure, she was the first to react. She bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lan Xian. Fan Shun then bowed as well. Greetings, Lan Xian. The 9 families bowed in unison. Greetings, Lan Xian. Lan Xian calmly looked at them all. A great battle is imminent, and instead of saving star energy to deal with the battlefield, what kind of people are killing each other here? One of the 9 families respectfully said, reporting to Lan Xian, this person is Fan Shun, a traitor to the human race. Fan Chen is the city lord of the Eternal Kingdom. Lan Xian looked at Fan Shun. Fan Shun respectfully replied, my family has betrayed the human race, and this junior has betrayed my family. Lan Xian nodded. I know about the Fan family. Are you going to the battlefield? Above the Sky sect has summoned me. This junior is only willing to die on the battlefield, Fan Shun replied. Lan Xian looked in the direction of the technocracy. You betrayed your family, but were not accepted by the human race. Do you regret it? Fan Shun calmly replied, no. The 9 families wanted to say something, but when Lan Xian glanced at them, they hurriedly lowered their heads. Use your own methods to prove yourself, even if you have a clear conscience. After all, you are a member of the Fan family, and you have to make up for the Fan family's mistakes. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2331. After hearing Lan Xian's words, Fan Shun respectfully replied, "This junior understands." Lan Xian looked at the people from the 9 families. A battlefield recruitment is no small matter. Don't make a mistake. She then vanished. The people from the 9 families heaved sighs of relief and glared at Fan Shun angrily, but they did not dare to attack again. Fan Shun did not even look at them as he headed to the recruitment site alone. Lu Yin had gathered the entire 5th mainland in one area, and with so many people gathered together, it was naturally easy for conflicts to arise. Old grudges were gradually revealed, but with a roar from the hellworm, the entire region fell silent. No one dared to be impudent, and everyone silently gathered. Lu Yin stood atop the hellworm's head and watched as countless people gathered. There were half-ancestors, envoys, enlighters, hunters, and countless other cultivators. These people all obeyed him, as he was the person at the helm of the 5th mainland. As more and more people gathered, more and more people looked at him with reverence, fear, and fanaticism. Regardless of whether these people hated Lu Yin or supported him, they all obeyed his orders. At this moment, Lu Yin did not need to consider whether or not he had any enemies here, nor did he need to consider balancing the various parties. He did not need to consider anything at all. Even the powerhouses from the era of the Above Heaven sect had to listen to him, even if they had their own schemes. Suddenly, a heroic spirit surged from Lu Yin's chest and transformed into a warring state that surged out and boiled the void. It continued to expand, from the initial 1.5 kilometers to 5 kilometers, then 5 kilometers, then 5 kilometers, then 5 kilometers, then 5 kilometers. The void curled up like a piece of charred paper, and with Lu Yin at the center, it was as if he had ignited the dark universe. An indescribable heroic spirit nearly caused Lu Yin's heart to explode. He clenched his fists, and the warring state suddenly paused before releasing with a bang. It was as if it had broken free of its reins, and it spread out to millions of kilometers away. The universe was vast, and millions of kilometers of territory was but a drop in the ocean. However, when Lu Yin condensed this battle force, its strength far surpassed what it had been before. Lu Yin had used his Dai's 6 pips to fuse into Hen Ye's body, allowing him to comprehend his domain and surpass Mr. Tang's. He was no longer a weak point, and now that he had gathered the entire 5th mainland, both humans and beasts obeyed his orders. This heroic spirit had allowed him to break through the warring state realm. He did not even know how powerful his warring state's might had become. Lu Yin withdrew his hand, and Sengoku shrank in the distance before finally disappearing. Sengoku was very strong. He could feel that he could fight against 7 or 8 origin tribulation experts with just Sengoku. However, Sengoku was just a Sengoku. What he wanted more was the purple-black substance like Hen Xayan, which was more powerful than Sengoku. He had only seen 2 people use it in this era. One was Hen Xayan, and the other was Ancient God. It was impossible for him to get the cultivation method from Ancient God. Only Hen Xayan could learn it. But that would have to wait until the matter of the Starry Sky Tree was resolved. In the Starry Sky Tree world, the eternal progenitor realm corpse kings that had been fighting with Bai Wangyuan and the others all retreated. Before Bai Wangyuan and the others could react, Xiaoshenji returned. His battle with Lu Yin in the 5th mainland had not lasted long, and this time, it was his progenitor clone that had returned. "Why are you back? Is Lu Shaoxian dead?" asked Wang Fan. He looked at Xiaoshenji in shock. "You're not the real body." Xiaoshenji's clone spoke of the battle on the 5th mainland with a gloomy expression. Bai Wangyuan and the others fell silent, but at the same time, an uncontrollable killing intent spread through their hearts. Bai Wangyuan sneered, "A brat at 3 origin tribulations actually managed to beat you back. Should I be glad that I discovered him early or regret that I didn't? Wang Fan said, and he's only at 3 origin tribulations. Once he reaches 6 or even half a progenitor, will anyone be able to stop him? He then looked at Xiaoshenji's clone and asked, who's that general appointment platform? Xiaoshenji replied, that's right. It should be Lu Jian's. Lu Jian. He should be dead by now. The dragon ancestor was flabbergasted. They were all from the same era. Even though the dragon ancestor had become a progenitor later, he had lived for so long because of the White Dragon clan's lifespan. When he was born, his parents had not even been born yet, so they naturally knew Lu Jian. Xiaoshenji's clone said, I was just guessing. The only person in the Lu clan who could cultivate Old Fu's power to such an extent was Lu Jian. He shouldn't have been able to become a progenitor, but it seems that Old Fu's power helped him break through to the progenitor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to beat me. Lu Jian, prison dragon, and Yi Qi, who was summoned from the general appointment platform. You've indeed had a tough battle. Bai Wang Yuan looked deeply at Xiaoshenji. But that shouldn't be enough to stop you from killing Lu Shaoxian. Xiaoshenji looked up. You'll know once you try. You still want to go to the 5th mainland? The Mist Ancestor's voice rang out. She had arrived and was sizing up Xiaoshenji with interest. Looks like you've suffered a loss. Xiaoshenji stared at her. You know how powerful Lu Shaoxian is on the 5th mainland, so you didn't stop me. You're sure that I can't kill him, right? The Mist Ancestor raised her brows. Do I have the obligation to explain myself to you? You! Xiaoshenji was furious. Bai Wang Yuan stepped forward and stood beside Xiaoshenji. I'll go with you. Lu Shaoxian must die. Xiaoshenji nodded and turned to leave without even looking at the Mist Ancestor. The Mist Ancestor frowned. The Eternals are retreating at a time like this so that we can fight amongst ourselves. You'll definitely cause a huge war in the 5th mainland, and the Eternals will only benefit from it. If we don't kill Lu Shaoxian, he'll always be a threat to humanity, Wang Fan said. The Mist Ancestor snorted. I can stop him from starting a civil war, but he won't be willing to let the Eternals benefit. Why not start a civil war? Bai Wang Yuan looked at the Mist Ancestor. If you can really make him stop. He paused. Everyone else looked at him, waiting for him to continue. The Mist Ancestor's heart skipped a beat as she stared at Bai Wang Yuan. Bai Wang Yuan looked up. I want to kill him even more. Why? The Mist Ancestor didn't understand. Bai Wang Yuan asked coldly. Lu Shaoxian won't forget his hatred for the 4-way scales. If he stops now, he'll be able to take revenge in the future. With his innate talent, even if he can't break through to the ancestral realm, he'll still be a threat to us. We've lived far longer than him, so even if he can't deal with us, he can deal with our descendants. Who can stop him now? The Lu family dominates the 5th mainland because their bloodline has never been cut off. From the legendary ancestor of the Lu family to Lu Tianyi, Lu Feng, and Lu Qi, which one of them isn't a genius? Which one of them can't rule over an entire generation? The Lu family is too terrifying. If we allow Lu Shaoxian to grow, the future generation will still belong to the Lu family. The Mist Ancestor didn't refute this. This was the truth. No matter how outstanding the Bai, Xia, and Wang families were, they couldn't compare to the Lu family. The Lu family was too terrifying. If even one of their direct descendants could awaken a general platform innate talent, they would be invincible. Xiaoshenji's expression became unsightly. Lu Jian is a progenitor, but he's able to fight against ordinary progenitors with the help of the progenitor stage. He's even close to Old Fu's strength. He's a direct descendant of the Lu clan. How can we let him live? The Mist Ancestor was shocked. Lu Jian. Xiaoxinji sneered. Don't you know him very well? Stop pretending. He was only able to beat me back because of Lu Jian's general platform. The mist ancestor raised her brows. What was that supposed to mean? Why didn't he mention Xiaoshang's strength? Given Xiaoxinji's personality, he shouldn't have mentioned Xiaoshang's strength. Lu Jian's general platform. She remembered now, there was indeed such a thing. That kid had actually used the general platform to force Xiaoxinji back. What was going on in the universe? Even though the mist ancestor was experienced and knowledgeable, she still couldn't react in time. Bai Wangyuan stepped over her and headed to the fifth mainland. At that moment, another figure appeared. It was Mu Xia. Xiaoxinji and the others were on guard when they saw Mu Xia. Mu Xia, why aren't you guarding your territory? What are you doing here? Xiaoxinji angrily rebuked. Bai Wangyuan stared at Mu Xia. What do you want? Mu Xia was calm as he raised a finger. 1. What do you mean? The dragon ancestor asked in a low voice. Mu Xia calmly replied, only one person is allowed to cause trouble for my junior brother here, not one more. Xiaoxinji was enraged. Mu Xia, are you determined to go against the four-way scales? Do you want to die? Mu Xia looked at him. You can't kill me. Xiaoxinji subconsciously wanted to attack. Bai Wangyuan frowned. Mu Xia, who exactly is your master? The mist ancestor also looked at Mu Xia curiously. What kind of person was a master who could nurture ancestral realm cultivators and a freak like Lu Yin? Throughout history, such a person should have been very famous. You don't know him, Mu Xia said. Wang Fan's tone was cold. Stop making up stories. With our status, how could we not know him? Mu Xia, you joined the Lu family a long time ago, so of course you would help Lu Shaoxian when he appeared. There's no such master. No, the mist ancestor interrupted. I remember that kid having a senior brother on the fifth mainland. What was his name again? Qingping. Yes, it was Qingping. Qingping. Why does that sound so familiar? The dragon ancestor muttered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered. Qingping. The one who snuck into the sovereign realm to compete for the origin item and defeated the Lu family's elites. Bai Wangyuan's eyes trembled as he looked at the mist ancestor. The Qingping who came during the last origin will sacrifice. The mist ancestor rolled his eyes. How would I know him? I only know his name. The others looked at Mu Xia. Mu Xia replied, that's right. My junior brother came here and defeated someone from the Lu family. Bai Wangyuan and the others exchanged glances. It really was this person. Did that mean that they were really fellow disciples? They had always believed that Mu Xia had made this up just to find an excuse to save Lu Shaoxian, but now it seemed that this might not be the case. Wang Fan stepped forward. No matter what, Mu Xia, your ambition is to eliminate the redbacks and protect humanity. Lu Xiaoshuan's existence will definitely be the source of the human civil war. Are you willing to give up so many years of perseverance for him? Mu Xia clasped his hands behind his back. My junior brother alone is enough to support the entire human race. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2332. How arrogant! Bai Wangyuan barked. How can Lu Shaoxian compare to Xian Er? Wang Fan snorted. A single person's power is limited. If a single person could protect the human race, then the progenitor wouldn't have died. If even the progenitor couldn't protect her, then Lu Shaoxian can't. Mu Xie, move aside. Mu Xie, move aside. The dragon ancestor stepped forward. Xiaoshenji barked, Mu Xie, move aside. The mist ancestor finally spoke up. You're the ones who started the war, not Lu Shaoxian. Bai Wang Yuan's expression turned ugly. Mu Xie, are you really going to stop us? Mu Xie replied, I already said that only one of you can cause trouble for my junior brother. If he can't stop you, then it's because he's useless. However, if you gang up on him, then I won't ignore it, and neither will my master. Who's your master? He must have a name. Bai Wang Yuan and the others weren't interested in Mu Xie or Lu Yin, but rather the mysterious master that they were talking about. They wanted to see what kind of person this master had taught. Lu Yin had relied on 3 origin tribulations to survive multiple attacks from progenitors. He had also fought against 4 half-ancestors by himself and even killed one. Qing Ping had snuck into the astral tree domain and defeated the most outstanding elites of the current generation, including those from the Lu family. He had even fought against Xiaoshenji's progenitor clone. Mu Xie had seemed unremarkable, but he had been able to block Xiaoshenji's divine martial blade domain and even break through Xiaoshenji's time force. Any one of these 3 would be a headache to deal with, and they couldn't have been taught by an ordinary person. Now that they all had the same master, how could they not care? However, no matter how they asked, Mu Xie wouldn't answer. He only said, you don't know him. Wang Fan was so angry that he wanted to attack. Xiaoshenji, go by yourself. We can't fight in the ruler realm and let the Eternals laugh at us, Bai Wang Yuan said coldly as he stared at Mu Xie. Xiaoshenji's eyes flashed. Don't worry, I'll kill Lu Shaoxian. He then vanished. Mu Xie remained calm as he looked at the battlefield behind him. The Eternals' withdrawal had given them a chance to fight amongst themselves. Not much time had passed since they had exiled the Lu family, and now they were trying to eliminate Lu Shaoxian, but everything was the Eternals. This period of time was too short for the Eternals. It was so short that they had the ability to set up a trap. He believed in his master's judgment. His junior brother was definitely not a redback and would not be the root cause of the human civil war. But how could he break out of this situation? Just because they didn't make a move doesn't mean that there aren't other progenitors, the mist ancestor said indifferently beside Mu Xie. Mu Xie replied, I know. My mission is to stop them. They weren't the only half-martial ancestors in the starry sky tree, but how many people could Mu Xie stop? He had tried his best. After Xiaoshenji's clone merged with his body, a figure walked out of the new sky corridor. It was Bai Xing. Xiaoshenji had sent his clone to the ruler's realm to ask for help while he remained in the new sky corridor to prevent Lu Yin from causing any trouble. Xiaoshenji was also aware of everything that had happened in the ruler's realm after his clone had merged with it. Even though he was wary of his mysterious master, he still had to kill Lu Shaoxian. He did not believe that anyone could stop him. No matter how powerful his mysterious master was, he could only be on the same level as the 9 mountains and 8 seas. How powerful could he be? So this is the abandoned land. This is my first time here. Bai Xing passed through the new void corridor and arrived at the 5th continent. He looked around. Why isn't there any astral source? It seems to have been swallowed by that drop of liquid. Senior Shinji, did you do this? That's too much. The abandoned land is also filled with people, and they need to cultivate. What did you do? Xiaoshenji interrupted him. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, your mission is to delay Caged Drake and Yi Qi so that I can kill Lu Shaoxian. Bai Sheng was lazy. He actually did not want to do anything, but since Ancestor Bai had spoken, he had no choice but to go. Besides, Lu Xiaoshuan's existence was indeed a source of internal strife. If the humans suffered a crushing defeat because of Lu Shaoxian, then what did the countless years that they had spent guarding the upper realm count for? One person could not replace the big picture. I'm really curious. This Lu Shaoxian has appeared again. He can even force Senior Shinji to retreat. How impressive, Bai Xing praised. He did not know much about what had happened in the top realm, and Bai Wangyuan had not had the time to tell him. He had only been sent to the fifth continent to assist Xia Shinji in killing Lu Shaoxian. Xia Shinji took a step forward. Let's go. He was not in the mood to explain things to Bai Xing. This person was too lazy, and he even called himself Ancestor Xing. Bai Xing smiled, but he did not mind. He followed Xia Shinji and took a step forward, directly descending to the endless weave, where they had fought previously. Lu Yin had been waiting here all this time. The moment Bai Xing walked out of the Shinkong corridor, Lu Yin knew that Xia Shinji had not stopped the technocracy from monitoring them. Lu Yin slowly raised his head and watched as Xia Shinji and Bai Xing appeared. A vast progenitor's power spread out, enveloping the entire fifth continent and transforming the world. After Xia Shinji appeared, he glanced into the distance and frowned. He saw countless cultivators gathered, including more than 10 half-ancestors and more than 100 envoys. There were also countless cultivators and astral beasts. What was going on? Was this the fifth continent's power? His expression changed slightly. Even though this power was useless against him, if a progenitor did not act, then even the four continents would find it difficult to resist this power. How many half-ancestors did the four continents have? Even if they gathered all of the half-ancestors at the back of the battlefield, there would not be enough of them. Where had the fifth continent gotten such a powerful force from? Was this really a wasteland? Bai Xing stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He rubbed his eyes and stared at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin stared back at him and met his gaze. You? Bai Xing was shocked. Xia Shinji looked at him curiously. You've seen him before. Bai Xing was stunned. Isn't he that brat called Yu Hao? Xia Shinji said, this kid is pretending to be Yu Hao to cause trouble. He's instigating internal strife in the four continents. Have you seen him before? Bai Xing was speechless. I saw him when I was sleeping in the sect. This kid completed the realm beyond heaven trial and is the ninth immortal beyond immortal. The realm beyond heaven trial. That was before Lu Yin had gone to Shinwu Plain. Xia Shinji was furious. Then why didn't you kill him? If Lu Shaoxian had been discovered in the frigid immortal sect, then Shinwu Plain would not have lost so much face. The only reason Xia Shinji had acted was because Lu Yin had forced Shinwu Plain to leave. Otherwise, the one standing here right now would be Bai Wangyuan, not Xia Shinji. If Bai Xing had acted at that time, it would have been easy to deal with Lu Yin. Bai Xing was helpless. I don't even know the current Lu Shaoxian. I've never seen him before, so how would I know that it's him? Xia Shinji had the urge to slap Bai Xing to death. This bastard. Lu Yin looked at Bai Xing. Senior forefather Xing, I'm indebted to you for not killing me back then. This time, I will go easy on you. Bai Xing gritted his teeth. Kid, are you provoking me? I wouldn't dare, Lu Yin replied. He then took out half of the Golian and raised his hand. With my blood, I summon the general. Xia Shinji suddenly attacked, and the hellworm charged out from behind Lu Yin, charging towards Xia Shinji and Bai Xing. Bai Xing was speechless, as this was his fault. If he had discovered that this kid was from the Lu family earlier, he would have dealt with him sooner rather than later. However, it did not matter. No matter how much this kid resisted, he would definitely die this time. When he thought of this, his entire aura changed. An unparalleled killing intent burst forth from him, forming an almost tangible ocean that swept out. He raised his hand, and a golden staff appeared. Senior Shinji, allow me. He then appeared in front of the hellworm and smashed down with the staff. The hellworm opened his mouth and roared. There was a thump, and the hellworm's mouth was forcefully shut. This staff strike had been very heavy, and even Lu Yin felt pain for the hellworm. At that moment, Yi Qi walked out and raised his serrated blade to slash at Bai Xing. Bai Xing brandished his staff and clashed with the serrated blade. A huge shockwave spread out from the two of them, causing the fifth mainland stars to undulate. Bai Xing clearly did not have Xiaoxinji's overflowing strength that could suppress the hellworm and Yi Qi, but his killing intent was even stronger than Xiaoxinji's. With Bai Xing blocking the hellworm and Yi Qi, Xiaoxinji was able to free himself up. The divine martial sword domain's domain ancestors' world directly replaced the heavens, and countless blades slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes, and a miniature candle god appeared on his shoulder. He borrowed the rune lines from the general appointment platform to continuously erase the blades and isolate the divine martial sword domain. Xiaoxinji arrogantly said, "It's over." He then waved his hand, and a flash of blade light pierced towards Lu Yin. This flash of blade light seemed to carry the might of the entire divine martial sword domain, and Lu Jian's rune lines were unable to erase it or even contain it. Even if Lu Jian himself had become an ancestor, he might not be able to block Xiaoxinji's attack, let alone the general appointment platform. After all, Lu Jian was not a true progenitor. This was Xiaoxinji's true strength, and this flash of blade light caused Bai Xing's scalp to turn numb. The hellworm subconsciously looked over, afraid that the flash of blade light would slash at him. Lu Yin exhaled. The moment the flash of blade light appeared, he knew that he could no longer hide. Since that was the case, then he would bring it on. He raised his foot and took a step forward. In that instant, countless people on the fifth mainland felt the stars tremble. In the distance, many half-ancestors once again felt a familiar sensation. This was the might of progenitor Qin, the might of the various Sirius stars. Lu Yin took a step forward and stepped into the starry sky. His body was covered in a nebula that surrounded the various Sirius stars. He pointed at the blade light with one hand and Bai Xing with the other. Then, he glanced at Xiaoxinji. Explode. The stars exploded, and the blade light flooded the area. Bai Xing had been using his staff to strike the hellworm when a terrifying explosion of stars suddenly appeared in front of him. What was this? Before he could even react, his body was sent flying by the power of the exploding stars. Xiaoxinji's mind buzzed. The various Sirius stars, this power. This was Xiaoshang. With a boom, the stars exploded. It was not just one, but one after another as they swept towards Xiaoxinji. Xiaoxinji's surroundings were filled with blade light that swept through the stars in an attempt to break through the various Sirius stars. However, the only thing that was shattered was the divine martial sword domain. Xiaoshang, Xiaoshang. Xiaoxinji roared, his eyes bloodshot. The divine martial sword domain violently distorted. Even ordinary people could see that the starry sky had come to life. They could see blade light filling the sky, as well as blade-like creatures. They could also see countless people praying within the blade world. The entire divine martial sword domain had forcefully broken through the various Sirius stars. He was afraid that Go Lian would launch a second attack. He wasn't as resilient as Xiaoxinji, and if it were him, he would die from the first attack. Only a powerhouse at the level of the 9 mountains and 8 seas could survive this attack. Xiaoxinji and Bai Xing left, and the Kuan swamp's death energy had been completely exhausted. Lu Yin could move again, and he hurriedly recalled the Grim Reaper's left arm. He looked at Go Lian with a shocked expression that lingered on his face for a long time. Go Lian had actually fused with the Grim Reaper to unleash an attack that had heavily injured Xiaoshenji. In that moment, he had felt something strange. It was not just the power of the death energy, but also time. He had felt the river of time. When one's strength reached a certain level, did it mean that one could cross the river of time without needing to cultivate? He could not figure it out, but he had felt it. Lu Yin felt a wave of dizziness, and he hurriedly dispelled the summon. The death energy in his body was almost completely exhausted, and he could not summon air qi at all. The hellworm carefully watched him from afar. Lu Yin's stars of Sirius and Go Lian's slash had frightened it, and it instinctively felt that it should not approach him. Lu Yin recalled Go Lian and sighed. This battle was over, and progenitor Chen's stars of Sirius had been greatly exhausted. Fortunately, he had been able to heavily injure Xiaoshenji with the Grim Reaper's slash, or else he would not have been able to stop that madman. If he had faced by Wang Yuan or Wang Fan instead of Xiaoshenji, Lu Yin believed that they would not have fought him to the death. Xiaoshenji could only blame himself for having too much enmity with Xiaoshang. Xiaoshang had even stolen Xiaoshenji's mountains and seas. In the words of the Xia family, Xiaoshenji was not fated to inherit the mountains and seas, and it was not that he was unwilling. In reality, how could Xiaoshenji not want to inherit the mountains and seas? No matter how powerful he was still not 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and waved at the hellworm, who carefully approached him. Lu Yin stood on its head and headed towards where the cultivators were gathered. He quickly arrived. Countless cultivators and astral beasts stared at the hellworm's enormous body, their gazes filled with worship and fanaticism. Although they had not been able to see the battle just now, they could imagine the destructive power that had been unleashed. The might of a progenitor who could casually destroy a universe changed their perception of Lu Yin once again. Nothing could increase one's prestige more than defeating a progenitor. At this moment, there was no hatred or jealousy in the cultivator's eyes, only fanaticism, worship, and reverence. I know what you're all thinking, Lu Yin said as he faced all the cultivators. At the front was a group of half-ancestors, followed by envoys, enlighters, hunters, cruisers, explorers, and countless astral beasts. Most of these cultivators were from the 5th mainland, but there were also many from the 6th mainland. Lu Yin's lips curled up in the face of countless fanatical and reverent gazes. That's right. The enemy just now was a progenitor. Countless cultivators held their breaths. Progenitor was an unreachable realm, and it was clearly the end of their cultivation. It was their goal, but they would never be able to reach it. I defeated a progenitor, but that's not what you think. Progenitor is a synonym for invincibility, but that doesn't mean that I'm truly invincible. Lu Yin looked at everyone. Do you know what realm I'm at? 3rd origin tribulation. I'm only at the 3rd origin tribulation, yet I managed to beat back the ancestor. The cultivators were shocked once again. 3 origin tribulations could defeat a progenitor? Not even biographies would dare to write such a thing. I can tell you that our future enemies will be progenitors, but do you need to be afraid? Is there anything to be afraid of? Because there's me, Lu Yin. 3 origin tribulations can defeat a progenitor, and when I become a half-ancestor, I can kill a progenitor. With me leading the way, do you need to be afraid? No, someone said. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and the caged WIRM roared as progenitor power swept out. This power made it difficult for the cultivators to breathe, but it was also a power that protected them. Do you need to be afraid? No. More cultivators shouted. More people shouted. Do you need to be afraid? No. All the cultivators shouted. Even Jiu Yao, Kai, Lu Bujing, and the other half-ancestors were shouting as well. They formed a momentum that dared to charge and bite even a progenitor. Outside the technocracy's new sky corridor, Bai Xing walked out with Xia Xinji. Xia Xinji was heavily injured, and aside from the injuries he had received from fighting Serious Qin, his biggest injury was on his abdomen. There was a lacerating wound that had almost cut him in half, and there was also a deathly aura around it that prevented it from healing. Even Xia Xinji's progenitor power could not heal it. Xia Xinji panted heavily, and every time he breathed, he spat out blood that was tinged with a black deathly aura. Bai Xing smiled bitterly as he looked at the endless weave. He could hear the countless cultivators shouting, and he could feel the unstoppable momentum. The successor of the Lu family is really ruthless. Xia Xinji's expression was gloomy as he looked at the endless weave. He had thought that he would definitely be able to kill Lu Shaoxian, even if he had to get injured. Who would have thought that Lu Shaoxian would use Xia Shang's strength? Xia Shang, Xia Shang. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Xia Shang was the Xia family's greatest pain. He was from the same generation as Xia Shang, and they were almost the same age. When he was young, he was from the main branch of the Xia family, while Xia Shang was from a side branch. Back then, Xia Shang had only been his sparring partner, and he had even fought for the right to be his sparring partner. However, things had changed. After his parents had died, Xia Shang had used the 9 clones technique. He had used the 9 clones technique to fight in the starry sky. He had defeated all his peers, and Xia Shang had defeated him. After that, he had lost the right to compete with Xia Shang. He hated and envied Xia Shang. Therefore, when the mist ancestor had appeared in the starry sky of the trees, he had used the divine sword domain just to let the mist ancestor compare his strength with Xia Shang's. He wanted to surpass Xia Shang, but just then, Xia Shang's serious stars had appeared. He had gone crazy and wanted to destroy them, not allowing any of Xia Shang's power to appear, no matter the price. In the end, he had resisted Xia Shang's serious stars, but had been heavily injured by the Grim Reaper's power. Senior Xinji, let's go back. I'll guard this place, Bai Xing advised. Xia Xinji couldn't do anything in his current state. He was also panicking. This was too strange. An emissary could not only summon progenitors, but also use progenitors' power to enslave progenitors. In the end, he had even used the Grim Reaper's power. Bai Xing was terrified, and he didn't want to do anything. To outsiders, progenitors were like immortals, but only after reaching this level would they realize that progenitors were also humans. They could die, and they were afraid of death. Xia Xinji was unwilling, but he still returned to the starry sky of the trees. Guard this place. If Lu Shaoxian tries to destroy the new sky corridor, tell him that we'll slaughter the remaining members of the Lu family. Bai Xing's expression became bitter. How could he say that? Wouldn't that make him offend Lu Shaoxian? He wasn't afraid of an emissary, but Lu Shaoxian was too strange. This kind of person could even defeat 2 progenitors. What couldn't he do? He was too strange, and Bai Xing didn't want to offend him. Hopefully, Lu Shaoxian wouldn't come. Xia Xinji returned to the sovereign realm, which was soon shaken. Bai Wangyuan and the others all looked at the injured Xia Xinji in disbelief. They could accept that Lu Shaoxian had used all kinds of power to defeat Xia Xinji, but they couldn't accept that Xia Xinji had been injured so heavily. This was impossible, as Xia Xinji was on the same level as them. The Mist Ancestor and Mu Xia had both come out. They hadn't expected this. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2334. Xia Xinji explained everything in a low voice. This time, not only did Ancestor Qin, Xia Shang, but also the Grim Reaper. Hearing this, Bai Wangyuan and the others fell silent. The more silent they were, the greater the murderous intent. I suspect that this still isn't his limit, Xiaoshenji said before looking at the mist ancestor. Shiwei, what trump card does Lu Shaoxian have? The mist ancestor pursed her lips. Trump card. Wasn't Xia Shang's strength the final trump card? Where did such a powerful Grim Reaper's strength come from? She knew that the brat cultivated the Grim Reaper's strength, but no matter how strong the Grim Reaper was, it couldn't possibly injure a progenitor, let alone a progenitor from 9 mountains and 8 seas. This didn't make sense. If the Grim Reaper was so powerful, then what could the Eternals do? She had always been by his side, but even she didn't know where such a powerful Grim Reaper's strength came from. Now that Xiaoshenji had said that the brat still had a trump card, she was confused. Wait, the progenitor's sword. When she thought of the sword, her eyes lit up. Bai Wang Yuan and the others stared at her, and she raised her brows. Why are you looking at me? Are you asking me to deal with that brat? What other trump cards does Lu Shaoxian have? Xiaoshenji asked with a gloomy expression. He had suffered a great loss. Bai Wang Yuan and Wang Fan both felt that the mist ancestor knew. Her expression had changed too obviously, and even Mu Xia had confirmed it. He was rather curious about this junior brother of his, and he was even more shocked. Master was becoming more and more adept at taking in disciples. No, could it be that Master had secretly taken action? That shouldn't be possible. Master was very powerful, and Bai Wang Yuan couldn't see it clearly, but Xiaoshenji couldn't even tell who had taken action. The difference shouldn't be that great. The mist ancestor rolled her eyes. How would I know what trump cards he has? Go ask him yourself. Shiwei. Bai Wang Yuan shouted. The mist ancestor provoked, what, are you threatening me? Wang Fan's expression darkened. Shiwei, what will it take for you to help us? The mist ancestor laughed and shook her head. Is this your first day meeting me? They were helpless. The more they understood the mist ancestor, the more they knew that she wouldn't betray Lu Yin. Bai Wang Yuan glanced at Mu Xia. Bai Wang Yuan and the others couldn't help, and Bai Xing couldn't help Xiaoshenji. And the mist ancestor's only help. I'll have Xian's help. Xiaoshenji's S, the Reaper. Mu Xia looked over. The fog ancestor's expression changed slightly. She had a deep impression of Bai Xiener. Bai Xiener broke through to the progenitor realm. Wang Fan was astonished, but he soon said, that's impossible. With her innate talent, how could we not know about her origin tribulation? Even the most ordinary cultivator would know about it. Bai Wang Yuan said in a low voice. Although Xian has yet to become an ancestral patriarch, she possesses power that no one can predict. Furthermore, she also understands the remnants of the Lu family. She is the most suitable candidate to take action. Xiaoshenji was also very confident in Bai Xiener. Alright, let's try again. I'll join forces with Bai Xing again. I'll personally end Xia Shang's power. I'll wait for her in the Wang clan. Rest for a few days. The mist ancestor was curious. Bai Wang Yuan, do you really have that much confidence in your juniors? Be careful not to get captured and used as a mistress. Bai Wang Yuan was confident. When Xian attacks, she won't fail. The mist ancestor looked at him deeply. He recalled the scene in the Red Garden, and a great deal of dread rose in his heart. Lu Yin was a rather cunning and cautious person. Although he wasn't as smart as Hui Wen, he was still capable of toying with the scales. However, she wasn't confident in facing Bai Xiener. That brat had been toyed with twice in the Red Garden and Shenwu Plain, so she didn't have much confidence in him. She should help him out, or at least let him know who he was facing. In the Fifth Mainland's outerverse, where all the cultivators had gathered, countless people had been roused by Lu Yin. The cultivators of the Fifth Mainland had gathered together, and under this momentum, even the most ordinary sentinel dared to charge towards the progenitor realm. However, that was only the majority of the cultivators. There were still some who were rational. Luin wasn't very good at mobilizing morale, and if not for the fact that the progenitor's power was too great and that he had coincidentally repelled it, he wouldn't have been able to mobilize the cultivators of the fifth mainland. Among this group of cultivators, the Yu family was the most rational. It seemed like the Yu family was shouting like the other cultivators, but in reality, people like Yu Qian, Yu Kursin, and Yu Yir were all clear-headed. Even so, they were still rather shocked by Lu Yin's accomplishments. They had never thought that they would one day become enemies with a progenitor, and Lu Yin had actually repelled one. They couldn't imagine the power of a progenitor, and they couldn't even imagine how Lu Yin had repelled it. Not far from the Yu family was the Ku family. Patriarch Ku Pu glanced at the Yu family from time to time. The Yu family had changed. They had actually started to cultivate the same kind of fog energy as they had in the Smokescreen Mountain range. The Ku family couldn't understand this, so over the past year, the other families of the Seven Courts, the Sirius sect, and the Home of the Gods had all been keeping an eye on the Yu family. They wanted to know why the Yu family had suddenly gained another power. The Yu family knew that they were being watched, but it didn't matter. The Celestial sect was currently suppressing the fifth mainland, and no one could act impudently. Even if the Yu family had obtained Ancestor Ku's inheritance, the Ku family wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The Smokescreen Mountain range was also keeping an eye on the Yu family. After all, they cultivated the same kind of energy. In Gu Xiao'er's words, the Yu family had recognized the fact that the fog energy was invincible and was preparing to draw closer to them. Gu Xiao'er's words caused Gu Xiao'er to beat him up. In the distance, caged Wyrm left. Lu Yin left after raising the morale of the group, as he couldn't stay here any longer. The four-way scales wouldn't give up, and there might be a third time where a third progenitor would appear. He stroked his cosmic ring. If Bai Wang Yuan, Wang Fan, or Xiaoshenji came together, that would mean that the Eternals had temporarily stopped, giving the four-way scales a chance to act. Would Bai Wang Yuan and the others leave the sovereign realm? Lu Yin sat alone on a desolate planet as he pondered this. At that moment, the wireless Gu vibrated. What is it? Daozi, the Yu family has a report. The second Night King's respectful voice traveled over. Speak. Lu Yin remained calm. He hadn't gone to the Yu family yet, but as long as he could resolve this crisis with the four-way scales, he would find a way to use the sticks to locate the Unbounded's headquarters. Daozi, I'm Yu Qian. Just now, oh fuck, you bastard, you're doing it again. Did Grandpa Joe offend you? Are you crazy? Activating fate now. Fuck. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 2335. In the Outerverse Assembly Area, Destiny's daughter, Skymender, and Starsabil all spat out blood and looked at each other in shock. Fate has been activated. In the Astral Tree Realm, Baisener sat in the red flower garden as red flowers danced around her. She slowly opened her eyes. Is it time to end this? Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face paled, and her eyes were filled with fear. Fate has been activated. In the Fifth Mainland's Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin stepped onto stargazing deck and looked at the silhouettes of time in front of him. He saw images of the past, but they flashed by so quickly that he couldn't see them clearly. His gaze narrowed as he stared at one of the images. The image gradually became clearer, and he saw a pitch-black, boundless cliff that resembled an abyss. What was that on top of the cliff? Just as Lu Yin was about to take a closer look, the image suddenly disappeared. His body was pushed back by an indescribable force, and he only managed to stabilize himself after taking a dozen steps back. His mind kept replaying what he had just seen, but in that moment, his memories had vanished. What had he just seen? He couldn't remember, and his mind was completely blank. No, this was different from the previous times. He wouldn't forget what he had seen before, but he couldn't remember it this time. What was going on? What had changed? Although he couldn't remember the images, his emotions were still fresh in his mind, as if he had seen something inconceivable. However, he couldn't remember that image at all. He lowered his head and held the Book of Destiny in his hand. Right, the only thing that was different was the Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny belonged to fate, and climbing stargazing deck with it might be different. Luin placed the Book of Destiny on the ground and looked at stargazing deck as he walked up step by step. The Star Master grew anxious. Luin, don't activate fate again. Do you want to end up like the director? The Rain Master, Sand Master, Trial Master, and Old Kai all came over to stop Luin, but they couldn't even get close to him with their cultivations. Kid, do you want to be expelled from the academy? Kid, we already said that if you climb stargazing deck again, you won't be a student of the academy anymore. They were afraid that Luin would go crazy like the director, which would be troublesome. With his strength, if he went crazy, he wouldn't just destroy Astral 10, but the entire fifth mainland. Luin looked back with a solemn expression. If I don't climb stargazing deck, I won't be alive. As soon as he said this, the instructors fell silent. The progenitor from before? The trial master asked. Luin nodded. I'm sorry, mentors. I have to ascend stargazing tower and fight for a chance to survive. He then lifted his foot and stepped onto stargazing deck. This time, none of the mentors stopped him, not even the Star Master. They simply watched as Luin activated his destiny. In an instant, the same scene appeared again, but this time, he could clearly see a bearded man holding a baby and laughing heartily. There was a gentle woman behind him, and there were only the three of them on the screen. Luin's eyes reddened when he saw this scene. He had lost his memories, but the moment he saw this scene, he knew that the bearded man was his father and the woman was his mother. A family of three. It was a very ordinary and harmonious scene, something that most people would think would be normal. However, Luin had an extravagant wish. He didn't want to feel the warmth of a family, but he wanted to at least have some memories of it. However, he didn't even have such a warm memory. It was the second time he ascended star-picking tower. Xianzhou, Fate Maiden, and Bai Xian all spat out blood again. When Luin ascended stargazing deck a third time, they continued to spit out blood. The fourth time, they were still spitting out blood. Fate Maiden was the first to take it, and she quickly contacted Luin. Daozi, are you activating destiny? Luin calmly replied, that's right. Why? Fate Maiden's face paled as she spat out blood. She spat out 4 mouthfuls of blood in a row, and this was no ordinary spit. Each time she spat out blood, she would be severely injured. Even she couldn't take it anymore. Skymender and Starsabil were the same. Xianzhou's legs were weak, and he couldn't even walk. Luin solemnly replied, I have my reasons. I have to activate destiny. Fate Maiden anxiously asked, every time you activate destiny, we'll be severely injured. Do you want to activate destiny or rely on it to attack the enemy? She then reacted. There's an enemy in the astral tree who has the Book of Destiny. Previously, Luin hadn't been sure if Bai Xian had the Book of Destiny. He had only heard rumors and guessed, but after activating destiny for the third time, he was certain. When he activated destiny for the third time, he saw the bloodstains in the Red Garden. Although he didn't see anyone, it was definitely the Red Garden. The bloodstains and the red flowers on the ground contrasted beautifully. Bai Xian'er had also spat out blood. Because he was certain of this, Lu Yin activated destiny for the 4th time. At the same time, he would continue to do so. This was basically a mutual destruction, but it wouldn't be him and Bai Xian'er, but the Fate Maiden and the others. A great enemy will appear in the astral tree, and this person has the Book of Destiny. I can't fight against them, Lu Yin replied, explaining himself to give Fate Maiden some basic respect. Fate Maiden's expression turned ugly. So you want to activate destiny to heavily injure her? What about us? You don't want to die, and neither does she. Just hold on a little longer. If you can't hold on, she won't be able to hold on either. Her expression turned even uglier at his words. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. If Lu Yin wanted to, he could explain himself to her. If he didn't want to, he wouldn't even need to explain. This was the law of the universe, and this was cultivation. It was just like how she had transferred her karma to those innocent people. Those people had died for no reason, and she didn't ask their wishes. Lu Yin put down the wireless goo. He didn't feel sorry for Fate Maiden, as she had caused too many deaths to transfer her karma. As for Skymender, if he hadn't controlled the absolute path, he wouldn't have known how to deal with it. The only people he felt sorry for were Xianzhou and Starsabil. He didn't care about Starsabil's uncertain attitude, but Xianzhou was different. After thinking about it, Lu Yin took out his gadget from his cosmic ring. Ever since he had returned to the 5th mainland, he had rarely used it. However, Xianzhou didn't have a wireless goo and could only contact him through the gadget. He looked at the gadget and saw that it was filled with Xianzhou's records. There were dozens of them, and Xianzhou was frantically trying to contact him. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Should he accept or not? That was the question. In the end, Lu Yin didn't accept. He would apologize to Xianzhou in the future, as he was already used to it. On an island in the cosmic sea, Xianzhou's face was deathly pale. His hands trembled as he continuously pressed the gadget to contact Lu Yin, but he couldn't reach him. Pick it up, you bastard. What sin did your Grandpa Joe commit to have met someone like you? Are you trying to kill Grandpa Joe? Hurry up and pick it up. Lu Yin looked at the Book of Destiny on the ground and thought for a moment before picking it up. He continued walking towards stargazing deck, and as he took a step forward, the starry sky swirled as countless images flashed by. He discovered that the images he saw with the Book of Destiny and without it were completely different. If he didn't hold the Book of Destiny, he would only see some scenes that were related to him, or indirectly related to him. However, when he held the Book of Destiny, he didn't know what he saw at all. After reading it, he completely forgot about it. It was very strange. It was the same this time. Lu Yin took a dozen steps back, and his face was filled with shock. However, this shock seemed to be accompanied by confusion. What had he seen? Why was he so shocked? He had fought with Xiaoshenji before and knew countless secrets of the universe, but he was still shocked. What kind of image could shock him so much? In the cosmic sea, Xianzhou spat out a mouthful of blood onto his gadget. He despaired. It's over, I'm going to die. Does that bastard even know what he's doing? It's over. I'm really going to die, and no one will even notice. In the Outerverse, Fate Lady and the others all spat out blood at the same time. Their faces became increasingly unsightly until they were completely pale. Jiu Yao, Zhan Lin, and the other half-ancestors looked at them strangely, not understanding why they were spitting out blood. Was there an enemy? Only Lu Bujing and a few others knew the reason. Lu Bujing looked at Fate Lady sympathetically and thought back to the era of the Above Heaven sect. This woman had been insufferably arrogant and relied on fate as her backer to run amok across the 6 continents. She was incomparably respected wherever she went, and even progenitors had to be courteous to her, even when she was a guest in the Liu family. Although he and Fate Lady were both leaders of the 12 Elysium Gates, their statuses were completely different. Furthermore, he had been chased down by Fate Lady and had been in a difficult situation for a while. Now that he saw Fate Lady like this, he felt inexplicably happy. This woman had finally received her retribution. Fate Lady suddenly looked at Liu Bujing with a cold gaze. Liu Bujing retracted his gaze and no longer looked at her. Fate Lady wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, but she suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. Her body swayed, and she found it difficult to stand firm. It was the same for Skymender. As for Starsabil, she had already collapsed and had almost fainted. In the red flower garden in the astral tree realm, Baixianer's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The ground in front of her was dyed red with blood. She was certain that Liu Shaoxian knew that he could use this method to heavily injure her. No, this can't go on. Otherwise, not only will I be heavily injured, but there's also the possibility of, she hurriedly contacted Bai Wangyuan. In the sovereign realm, Bai Wangyuan was still waiting for the good news that Baixianer and Xiaoxinji had killed Liu Shaoxian. However, he did not receive any good news. Instead, he received news that Baixianer wanted him to stop fighting. What did you say? Bai Wangyuan looked at the cloud passage stone in disbelief. Baixianer's face was as white as a sheet, and it was obvious that she was heavily injured. Baixianer looked at Bai Wangyuan. Stop, or I'll die. Bai Wangyuan did not understand. Why is this happening? Who injured you? Ancestor Bai, stop attacking Liu Shaoxian immediately. Otherwise, I'm not sure if he'll die, but I'll definitely die, Baixianer said with difficulty. Suddenly, she spat out another mouthful of blood, dyeing the cloud passage stone red. Bai Wangyuan was shocked. Baixianer was too important to the Frigid Immortal sect. She was practically the future flag of the Frigid Immortal sect that controlled the Fifth Mainland. Her innate talent, methods, cultivation, and intelligence were all top-notch. Liu Shaoxian had displayed an extremely monstrous innate talent, and Baixianer could do the same. They could not bear the threat that Liu Shaoxian posed, and the Frigid Immortal sect could not bear the loss of Baixianer. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.